Chapter 1068. After drinking a big mouthful of drunken dream, Jun Changshao not only discovered that his pores had expanded, but his comprehension of the heaven and earth attribute had also increased by a small margin. That was already very awesome. Go Sheng's spirit root had already reached the divine grade, which was the strongest in the falling star continent. There was an increase in level on this foundation, and it was through drinking. Talent. A talent like Du. The food made by Lu Wanshi could increase one's fighting strength. Now that there was someone who used wine to increase the speed of absorbing psionic energy, the falling star continent was truly a place where talents came forth in large numbers. Jun Changshao immediately decided and said, "Welcome to the Sect of all times." He would definitely not let go of such a special talent. What's more, the sect had a winemaker. In the future, when it came to parties, there was no need to go to Qingyang town to buy wine. Moreover, Go Sheng was thinking, facing the drunken dream that could increase the speed of absorbing psionic energy, would Yianyo refuse, or would he choose to live separately from his bed for a long time? "I'm looking forward to it." Lan Kong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Patriarch, for taking me in." As an expert who had been immersed in the way of wine for many years, after having the thought of joining a sect, the first thing he considered was the Sect of all times, because he had been in the limelight recently. This was the embodiment of fame and reputation. At present, any talented person with ambition would often first consider the Sect of all times when choosing a sect. Is this wine really that magical? After drinking it, it can increase the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth attribute? This is the first time I've heard of it. In the cafeteria, all the disciples sat at the dining table with a small cup of drunken dream in front of each of them. The refreshing fragrance of the wine made them impatient to drink it. "Don't just stand there," Jun Changshao said. "Drink it all." Yes, all the disciples raised their wine cups one after another, and then raised their heads to drink the fragrant drunken dream. "Wow." Lu Wanshi put down the cup and said happily, "It's so delicious." Lan Kong had said that if the amount of drunken dream was strictly controlled, it would be no different from drinking water, and it would not cause people to get drunk. Therefore, Jun Changshao allowed the little girl to drink it. Indeed, Lu Wanshi took a small sip, and it was as if she was drinking a beverage. Not only was she not affected by the alcohol, but she also became more energetic. After the disciples drank it, their comprehension of the heaven and earth attribute instantly improved. Thus, they were all pleasantly surprised. This drunken dream is really effective. Let's go. Let's cultivate in the spirit gathering array. For a time, the spirit gathering arrays were overcrowded. Due to the increase in the number of disciples and the complete unsealing of the land of spirit chi recovery, the array formation hall master, Jindajuan, had already set up many arrays for the sect to cultivate. The effects of drunken stupor lasted for an entire day. Under this kind of support, the disciples worked hard to cultivate, and the results were clearly faster than before. "Patriarch," Lan Kong said, "if I drink a small cup of drunken dream every day, not only can I maintain my vitality for a long time, it can also prolong my life and have the effect of beautifying and whitening my skin." When the female reader heard this, she would definitely say, "Give me a car." Male reader, wake up. You don't have female readers. Then prepare more. Jun Changshao said. Hall Master Fan had injected souls into weapons, increasing the overall strength of the sect. Lan Kang's drunken stupor could also increase the cultivation speed of the sect. It would definitely be great. Lan Kong said helplessly, "This wine requires high-quality grains, and the brewing process is extremely complicated. It takes at least 3 years for a jar of wine to take shape." "It's not a big problem." Jun Changshao brought him to the herb garden and said high-quality grains can be grown in high-grade soil. Lan Kong was stunned. After exploring the soil quality, he said happily, "If it's used to grow grains, the effect will definitely be excellent." In terms of the selection of brewing materials, he would occasionally go out to buy, but most of the time he would grow them himself because it was difficult to meet the standards of brewing drunken stupor on the market. The land of the sect of all times belonged to the land of spirit chi recovery and had been improved by Page. It would definitely be very suitable to grow all kinds of brewing grains. The herb garden also had to be planted with herbs. Therefore, Jun Changshao divided a large piece of land in the adjacent area and said, "Grow grains here. Of course, I will prepare the best grain seeds for you." Grains matured according to season, but in front of the seed-nurturing pond, it was nothing. As long as it could bring benefits to the sect, Jun Changshao would definitely support it without any hesitation. Everything was ready. Lan Kong began his job after joining the sect of all times, which was to be responsible for making as much drunken stupor as possible in the shortest time possible. Of course, even with the support of the soil and the seeds, it was destined to take time. Therefore, if the disciples wanted to be able to drink a small cup every day, they still had to wait patiently. Time passed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lan Kong had already integrated into the life of the sect of all times and was shocked by the growth speed of the grains. Many grains that required 1 or 2 seasons to mature would be ready in a month at this rate. This is simply too amazing. Fan Yezi was not idle either. He continued to inject souls into his exclusive divine weapon. The busiest person was Yuan Gongzi. As the patriarch of the sect, he was equivalent to the head of internal affairs and a professional manager. There were many things that needed to be arranged and arranged. Under his reforms, the extravagance of the sect of all times was curbed. Any use of money had to be recorded and accounted for. Although Yuan Gongzi appeared to be stingy, in the long run, it would definitely be beneficial to the sect of all times. As for the business of the sect, he was still actively making arrangements. He did not even hesitate to disguise himself and go to the great sage's imperial city to talk to second young Master Tang. After hiring this professional manager, the sect of all times could finally be considered to be a true professional. As for the benefits, they would slowly show themselves in the future. No, it was already showing now. After Hall Master Z was strictly restricted, he controlled his style of tearing his clothes apart. After all, if he damaged a set of school uniforms, he would have to deduct an equivalent mid-level beast core. A few more days passed. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji returned. Jun Changshao opened the door to the Lingyan Pavilion and found that Anyo's merit points had reached 100 points. He said in surprise, "Did you get to the top of the Earth list?" "That's right. In the past 20 days, Yi Xingqian continued to challenge people. His ranking on the Gathering of Heroes leaderboard kept rising until he reached the top of the Earth list. Because his strength had reached the 3rd rank, Wu Huang, the whole process of the battle was too easy. Since you've reached the merit points, let's move into the Lingyan Pavilion." After matching Yi Xingqian, the portrait engraved with his name gradually converged into a portrait. It was the portrait of him dancing with a wine jar in front of the bonfire after drinking too much. Go Xing burst out laughing. Yi Xingqian, who had just returned and was taking a shower, looked down and found that the word attack had appeared on the back of his hand. He said in surprise, "What is this?" "Attack?" Looking at the word imprint on the portrait, Jun Changshao was not surprised. After all, that guy's battle style was very aggressive. Since self is the shield, stars is the attack. This is the most representative attack and defense among my disciples. Yi Xingqian's expression was very interesting, because when the word attack appeared, his level also increased crazily. In the end, it stopped at the 6th rank, Wu Huang. He had increased by 3 whole levels. I'm taking a shower. I'm not doing anything. Why did I increase by 3 levels for no reason? After moving into the Lingyan Pavilion, Jun Changshao could give one of the system's functions to his disciples. At first, he wanted to give the Divine Weapon Pavilion to Yi Xingqian. However, Considering his arrogant personality and obsession with cultivation, he decided to ignore it. During this period of time, he has contributed a lot to the sect. I can buy him an exclusive divine weapon. Jun Changshao opened the divine weapon pavilion. After a careful selection, he locked his gaze on the divine weapon named Death of Li, Sacrifice to the Heavens. He then rubbed his chin and said, "This is quite suitable for Xing Qin." Ding! The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Death Parting, Heaven Offering X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Contribution points 600 007 0000. Chapter 1069. Yi Xingqin joined Lingxiao Pavilion after Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Lu Wanshi. From the beginning, his merit points had reached the maximum in a short time. It could be seen that Anyo had provided a lot of help to the sect. Jun Changshao was very satisfied and immediately bought him an exclusive divine weapon. Shang Li, Heaven's Sacrifice. Just from the name alone, one could feel that it was very awesome. However, with reference to the exotic weapons in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the shape would probably be very funny. Stars! Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said with a gratified face, "During this period of time, you have contributed a lot to the sect. I have decided to reward you with an exclusive divine weapon." Yi Xingqin's eyes suddenly lit up. Ever since he saw Li Qingyang's exclusive divine weapon, he did not hesitate to put down his dignity as a martial emperor and build bricks and walls in the stronghold of the falling star continent. Now, finally, the clouds parted and the moon could be seen. Whoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and a stream of light appeared out of thin air and then fell in front of Yi Xingqin, saying, "This is called Shang Li, Heaven's Sacrifice. From today onwards, it will be your exclusive divine weapon." Shang Li, Heaven's Sacrifice? Nyo's eyes became brighter. However, when the stream of light dissipated and he saw the exclusive divine weapon, his expression suddenly became interesting. In his field of vision, there was an oversized wine jar with the words Shang Li, Heaven's Sacrifice engraved on it. There was a chain around the mouth, and the extra part seemed to be used to carry it. Wine jar, wine, jar. Yi Xingqin's mouth twitched violently. Stars. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Although your exclusive divine weapon is a bit weird, it is still very powerful." Shang Li, Heaven's Sacrifice, was a wine jar at least stronger than Xiao Ziji's pot. However, what made Yi Xingqin collapse was that he would lose himself whenever he drank. Wasn't carrying the wine jar and fighting constantly reminding him of embarrassing things he had done in the past? In fact, Jun Changshao chose the exclusive divine weapon in the shape of a wine jar because he hoped that he could overcome his inner demons and move forward with indomitable will. Patriarch, Yi Xingqin broke down and said, "Can I refuse?" Jun Changshao said, "Every disciple only has one exclusive divine weapon. If you don't want it, it's gone." After an intense internal struggle, Yi Xingqin raised his hand with great difficulty, grabbed the mouth of the wine jar and lifted it up. Thinking about Xiao Ziji's cauldron, thinking about the Purple King's pink gloves, one wine jar was acceptable. At the very least, he looked like a hero. Swish! A stream of memories instantly flowed into his sea of consciousness. After a short while, Yi Xingqin understood the effects and the sure kill skill. His dejected eyes lit up again. Although this was a wine jar, its real purpose was to hold wine. Oh no, it was to take people's heads. That was right. Li Shang's sacrifice to the heavens was equivalent to the flying guillotine. When the user took out this weapon and threw it out, as long as it landed on the opponent's head, it would sever everything. Yi Xingqin had always liked to kill in one move. With this divine weapon that could take people's heads, it was clear that Jun Changshao did not choose this out of bad taste, but after careful consideration. Back of the mountain. It was drizzling, poetic, and picturesque. Yi Xingqin stood proudly on a huge rock. carrying a large wine jar tied to a chain on his back. If he cut his hair short, matched it with smoky eyes, and the word love carved on his forehead, he would definitely look amazing. Why is Junior Brother Yi carrying a large wine jar on his back? I heard that it's an exclusive divine weapon bestowed by the patriarch. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others gathered together, their eyes fixed on Yi Xingqian. Brother Anyo, Hui, looked at the proud figure from afar, a smile on her face. This ordinary girl who was engaged to Yi Xingqian had been cultivating ever since she joined the sect of all times. She had always been transparent, so as not to disturb Yi Xingqian. However, she could hide herself forcefully, but she could never hide her concern for him. She would often hide in a corner and pay attention to him. Feelings could be intense, but they could also be as plain as water. Hui, or belonged to the latter. Because of Brother Anyo's indifference to her, she only hoped to live with him in the sect of all times. She would be satisfied if she could see him occasionally. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian raised his right hand and gathered his spiritual energy. The Li Shang, offering heaven, sword on his back flashed and flew out. Huff, huff, huff! The wine jar was quickly selected. In the blink of an eye, it hung in front of a watermelon-sized rock and pressed its mouth down. It's so fast! If I hadn't released my spiritual thoughts, I wouldn't have been able to catch it. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were surprised. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Yi Xingqian waved his right hand. The Li Shang, offering heaven's sword, spun and flew over. Then he carried it on his back again. The stone that was previously covered had already shattered into pieces, turning into small pebbles. Damn! Li Fei said in shock, this isn't a wine jar. It's a hidden weapon. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian waved his hand again. The Li Shang, offering heaven, sword flew out again. This time it was slower. Everyone could see its trajectory with their naked eyes. However, they all opened their mouths because the wine jar was expanding infinitely in the air. Huff, huff! A sharp aura roared out. After a while, the wine jar that was 30 to 50 feet in size hung on a mountain peak in the distance like a black cloud. Then it covered the ground with its mouth. Everyone's mouth twitched. The peak of the mountain was covered by a large wine jar. The scene was a bit strange. Boom! There was an explosion and rubble rolled down. When the Li Shang, offering heaven's sword, returned, it was stuck on Yi Xingqian's back. The peak of the mountain that was covered by it had completely collapsed. It could fly out at high speed and expand in size. This hidden weapon was incredible. Of course, Yi Xingqian only used it for testing. The targets were only rocks and mountain peaks, so it was hard to show its true power. Not bad, not bad. His eyes were filled with satisfaction, although the Li Shang, offering heaven's sword form, made him suffer, and he even inadvertently thought of sleeping in the toilet after getting drunk. He was still very satisfied because it was a one-hit kill. Wine. This hurdle. I will cross it. The scene changed. The Night Emperor was sitting at the dining table with a small cup of drunken dreams in front of him. The blood in his body was boiling, and there was a possibility that it would burst out at any moment. The Patriarch gave him a wine jar, type divine weapon. Now he gave him a cup of wine. Was he trying to embarrass him? Sinful self, Xingqian. Jun Changshao said, when you went out, the sect recruited a winemaker. This wine was made by him. The other disciples have drunk it. You can try it too. Winemaker? Yi Xingqian frowned. He suddenly felt as if he had met his natural enemy. Patriarch. He folded his arms and said proudly, I have stopped drinking. Every time he drank, he was determined to stop drinking, and it was the kind that he swore. Even if it was wine in front of him, he, Yi Xingqian, would not drink it. This wine is called Drunken Dreams. Jun Changshao said, you won't get drunk after a sip. Instead, you will be full of energy. TSK, Yi Xingqian sneered. No matter what you say, I will adhere to my desire to stop drinking. Of course, Jun Changshao added, after drinking drunken dreams, it will stimulate the comprehension of the attributes of heaven and earth. It will last for an entire day. Xiao Ziji said in surprise, "It's that magical." "You can try." Yes. Xiao Ziji's alcohol tolerance was not bad, and his alcohol tolerance was not bad, so he was not afraid of drunken dreams. He immediately raised his cup and drank it until he felt that he had a better comprehension of the attributes of heaven and earth. He said in surprise, "Patriarch, I will go to the spirit gathering array first." On the other hand, Yi Xingqian's expression became ferocious. After Xiao Ziji drank drunken dreams, the attributes of heaven and earth around him swarmed over. This meant that the wine really had the effect of increasing the absorption of spiritual energy. Stars. Jun Changshao said, "If you don't drink it, give it to your fellow disciples. They will definitely be grateful for your selfless sharing." Yes, yes. Li Fei and Tian Qi appeared at the entrance of the canteen. They smiled with anticipation. Humph! Yi Xingqian raised his cup. Under their gazes, he drank drunken dreams. It was sweet and fragrant in the mouth. However, after the wine entered his stomach, the power of the alcohol rushed into his mind and completely occupied Night Emperor's mind. Then he blacked out again. Damn it! After gradually waking up, Yi Xingqian held his head and said, when his memory returned, he realized that he had drunk wine. He hurriedly opened his eyes and looked around. A familiar environment, a familiar bed. That's right, his residence. Phew! Yi Xingqian heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Thank goodness! Thank goodness!" Creak! He pushed open the door and went out. Li Qingyang happened to pass by the courtyard and whispered, "Junior brother, next time you drink too much, don't go to the sheep pen. I spent a lot of effort to pull you back." Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xingqian stood there in a daze. He was struck by lightning. Chapter 1070. Yi Xingqian really couldn't handle the alcohol. After taking a small sip of drunken dream, he walked to the sheep pen in a daze. Fortunately, Li Qingyang pulled him back in time. Otherwise, he would be separated from his bed again. This was very uncomfortable, very painful. However, Pei Aniu, who was in the spirit gathering array, had already forgotten the unhappiness. At this moment, he was immersed in cultivation. Although he had slept for 4 hours, he was still in a state of rapid spiritual energy absorption. The enhancement of drunken dream had no conflict with his spirit meridian and spirit gathering pill. With all these factors combined, the speed of spiritual energy absorption was simply terrifying. In this aspect, even He Wudi, who had a spirit root above divine grade, couldn't compare. Yi Xingqian, who had moved into the Lingyan Pavilion, had advanced 3 grades in a row. His martial arts realm was already the highest among the disciples. If he had the help of drunken dream, he would definitely be victorious all the way. So, he was in a dilemma again, because the patriarch had said before that the wine that increased spiritual energy absorption was in the process of brewing. In the future, he might be able to drink a small cup every day. Wouldn't he be embarrassed every day in his state of being unable to handle the alcohol? This time, the heartwarming Li Qingyang pulled him back in time. If he wasn't present in the future, he would definitely be embarrassed sleeping in the sheep, chicken, and duck pen. Damn it! The more Night Emperor thought about it, the more conflicted and painful he felt. For dignity, to stick to his bottom line and continue to abstain from drinking to the end, or to take the risk of losing his composure after drinking to quickly improve his cultivation. There were gains and losses, and there were gains and losses. To drink or not to drink, it was a very difficult choice for Yi Xingqian. Sigh. He shook his head and said, "Let's take it one step at a time." With a professional manager like Yuan Gongzi in charge of the sect, Jun Changshao was also relaxed. Occasionally, he could empty his mind and sit in the pond to fish. He even flipped through the tasteless romance book. Qian Qian. One day he stopped Lu Qianqian and said, "Can I help you wash something?" "Wash what? I like you." Ka, 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 ka. Cold air filled the air, crystal clear. AI. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked over. The two of them skillfully circulated the fire elemental heavenly reflection seal and began to melt the ice on the sealed patriarch. After the seal was lifted, Jun Changshao hugged his hands and shivered. In his heart he roared, "What a bullsh asterisk T divine tool for picking up girls! What a bullsh asterisk T 99. 99% success rate. Just give up," the system advised. The sect of all times returned to its former tranquility. The disciples were diligent in their cultivation, while the upper echelons were busy with their own affairs. The outside world was also very calm, especially the Demon Emperor's Gate, which had always been in the Spirit Crossing Valley. Firstly, he had been blackmailed twice by Jun Changshao, and the sect master had been arranged for by Jun Changshao. It could be said that his vitality had been greatly damaged. Secondly, all the cultivators who had entered the planar battlefield had returned safely. Without the Demon Emperor's Gate causing trouble, the Starfall continent was naturally peaceful. However, behind the calm, undercurrents were surging, because on the other side of the formation that Shangguan Xinyao had strengthened in the northern desert state, the experts of the Spiritas were racking their brains to think of a way. They had to break through the shackles within a year, or else they would have to bring their heads to Queen Rose. Jun Changshao did not know. However, in his free time he had considered whether there were still Spiritas on the Starfall continent. There must be. After all, there were 9 who had harmed the continent in the past. They either have not awakened, or they are hiding in the dark. Jun Changshao said solemnly, "We have to increase our intelligence network and search more carefully." In the following period of time, he often went in and out of the Drizzle Hall to discuss intelligence matters with Li Luoqiu. Occasionally, he would say some cheesy words of love, but the result was that he had successfully made her laugh. Until one day, he was so sad that he burned the entire collection of cheesy words of love. Patriarch Li Luoqiu said, "I just received news that the altar will send someone to reward you next month for your performance in the planar battlefield. They will give you 5 million artificial spirit stones." "Only 5 million? Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "That's too stingy. At present, not to mention 5 million artificial spirit stones. Even 5 million natural spirit stones might not be enough for him." However, since they were giving it to him, he had to accept it. Therefore, at the beginning of the next month, he warmly invited the high priest of the altar to the sect and arranged a good meal for him. He then accepted the 5 million artificial spirit stones without hesitation. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Starfall continent. After all, as the most authoritative department in the non-faction, rewarding the sect of all times in a high-profile manner meant that they had received absolute recognition. For a time, Jun Changshao and his sect's prestige skyrocketed. In the eyes of the world, they already had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top sections. Go Xing did not care about fame or whatnot. He only cared about his sect having greater strength and moving towards becoming the strongest sect in the Starfall continent. Ding, ding, ding. Under Xiao Ziji's control, the Dragon Tooth series weapons were produced every day. The number of weapons gradually broke through the thousands, and then they were given to the members of the War Cavalry Hall. Shui, Rengue, and Taoyuan were also actively training the beast hordes so that they would have the same battle capabilities as humans. The growth of the sect of all times disciples was to increase the sect's strength. The hundreds of thousands of beast hordes were trained in batches to increase their battle capabilities. Of course, Jun Changshao did not have the ambition to conquer the world and unify the 9 states. Letting Shui, Rengue, and Tao Yuan train them was more for the sake of preparing for a rainy day. They might come in handy in the future. Patriarch. One day, Li Luoqiu hurriedly walked in. After hesitating for a long time, she still said, "Little Amo sent a message." She encountered danger while training in the demonic dragon cave. "Patriarch, please send someone to rescue her." "Isn't he in seclusion? When did he come out?" Jun Changshao was stunned. Li Luoqiu said apologetically, "After the Patriarch went to the East Sea, Xiaomu came out. I forgot to report to you for a while." "How dangerous is it?" "Little Emo hopes that the Patriarch will send Hall Master Z, or you'll go personally." Jun Changshao's expression became serious. If he and Hall Master Li were to go and rescue her, little Emo must be in great danger. "I will go." Jun Changshao did not stay. He hurriedly flew out of the Sect of all times and headed toward the demonic dragon cave. He shook his head and said, "The Tai Xianqingzong is really crazy. He always sends his disciples to all kinds of forbidden areas to seek death. In order to improve their disciples' cultivation faster, sending them to dangerous areas to train was a common practice of the sect. Unlike the Sect of all times, the disciples could go through high-level training without leaving their homes. They could even fight their way out of the falling star continent and into the dimensional battlefield. The demonic dragon cave. It was one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the falling star continent. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sound of fierce battle came from the crisscrossing cave that looked like a spider's nest. The surrounding area trembled violently. The camera zoomed in. Su Xiaoma, who had disguised himself, was fully unleashing his Emperor-level cultivation. He was fighting a 9th-stage Emperor-level spirit beast. Due to the limitation of space, he was gradually at a disadvantage. Roar! Roar! The spirit beast that looked like a dragon and a snake roared continuously. Scorching energy, cannonballs swept over. Boom, boom, boom. Su Xiaoma gathered spiritual energy in his right foot and kicked wildly. Although he dissolved the cannonballs one by one, he was forced to retreat dozens of steps and hit the wall with a bang. Xia Shuiyun, who was lying next to him and was seriously injured, was completely dumbfounded. Why was he so strong? Why was he able to fight a high-level spirit beast that was close to the peak? It was not important anymore. Xia Shuiyun clenched her fists and shouted, "Go! Don't worry about me." Xia Shuiyun, remember this. Su Xiaoma walked out from the sunken wall and stood in front of her with his back facing her, giving her a sense of security. He said coldly, "A real man will never abandon his woman." Xia Shuiyun was stunned. Her pale face blushed a little. Words of love from Jun Changshao's mouth were very vulgar, but from Su Xiaoma's mouth they were very manly. Sigh. They were both Gosheng, but why was there such a big difference? Chapter 1071. Su Xiaoma was very depressed. In this kind of terrain that restricted him, he couldn't use his speed at all. It was very difficult to defeat this big guy that looked like a dragon or a snake. He had the true yang set and various equipment given by the Patriarch in his space ring. However, he had already exposed his real cultivation. If he used these, Xia Shuiyun would be even more suspicious. What should I do? What should I do? Su Xiaoma, who had always been calm, began to struggle. He still couldn't understand why the spirit beast hiding in the deepest part of the demonic dragon cave suddenly rushed out. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the big guy opened its mouth and spat out energy shells. Because Xia Shuiyun was in the attack area, Su Xiaoma could only choose to fight head-on. He was already limited by the terrain, and now there was a wounded person holding him back. This made him very sullen. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of dazzling kicks, although all kinds of shells were dissolved, Su Xiaoma retreated again until he was in front of Xia Shuiyun. His face was ferocious. Su Jintang. Tears welled up in Xia Shuiyun's eyes as she said, "Please leave, I beg you." She knew that with his performance just now, he could escape immediately. If he continued to fight, he would be obliterated sooner or later. This cold girl was finally melted by Su Xiaoma. At this moment, she only hoped that he could leave safely. Su Xiaoma forced himself to calm down. He observed the surroundings with his spiritual thoughts, thinking about how to escape safely without exposing more trump cards. He said seriously, "I won't abandon you." The undercover Taishian Xingzong he had been acting all this time. His feelings for Xia Shuiyin were also the most real. Swish! Swish! The spirit beast wriggled its body and rushed over quickly. Then it opened its bloody mouth, and a strong air wave accompanied by a burst of stinky smell. Patriarch! Su Xiaoma clenched his fist and said secretly, "Now that things have come to this, I can't hide any more." Swish! Swish! The true Yang battle armor covered his body, and the true Yang battle boots were worn on his feet. The red cloak fluttered in the air, and the camera slowly moved away to give Su Xiaoma a close-up of his face. He was wearing the true Yang mask. Xia Shuiyin widened her eyes. Both the armor and the boots exuded a powerful aura, which made her instantly certain that they were extremely high-level equipment. Taishian Xingzong also had a lot of weapons and equipment, but none of them were of this type. How could he have it? Could it be that old man Jun Tian gave it to him? Roar! At the spur of the moment, the spirit beast had already charged over in a frenzy. Clang! Unsheathing the true Yang sword, Su Xiaoma fused with the true Yang battle boots. Su Xiaoma could be seen dragging an afterimage behind him as he rushed over. His speed was so fast that Xia Shuiyin couldn't catch him. Swish! Sword light appeared out of thin air, tearing through space. Then, blood splattered, and a stench that made people suffocate spread out. Roar! The dragon snake-like spirit beast let out a miserable shriek. Its wide-open mouth had already been ruthlessly slashed open by the sword. Whoosh! Su Xiaoma, who had circled behind the spirit beast, leaped into the air. Holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, he poured spiritual energy into the sword and angrily roared, "Die for me!" Puchi! The true Yang sword ruthlessly pierced the spirit beast's skull, and it immediately began to madly charge around the cave. Su Xiaoma couldn't dodge in time and was instantly slammed against the wall by the spirit beast. His originally injured body was getting worse and worse. Boom! 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 After a while, the spirit beast collapsed to the ground, dead. Wah! Su Xiaoma pulled out his sword and jumped down. Half kneeling on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Judging from the current situation, he was definitely in a heavily injured state. The problem wasn't big. With the healing pill, he would immediately recover after taking it. But this woman was still here, so he couldn't be too conspicuous. He had to take advantage of the fact that she wasn't paying attention. Just as Su Xiaoma was thinking, Xia Shuiyin rushed over and hugged him, who was covered in wounds. Tears fell like rain as she said, "Why were you so stupid? Why did you save me?" Su Xiaoma was a little confused. He let go of the true Yang sword and tried his best to raise his arms and hug her back. He smiled and said, "Because you are the woman I care about the most." Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause came from afar. Su Xiaoma looked up and saw Fang Lingyu and a few inner disciples appear at the entrance of the tunnel. He frowned and said, "Why are you here?" Xia Shuiyin hurriedly let go and kept a distance from him. Her neck and cheeks were already extremely red. After escaping danger, she threw away her reservations and rushed over. But she didn't expect her fellow disciples to appear, so she was definitely embarrassed. "Su Jintang," Fang Lingyu said with a cold face, "I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could kill a spirit beast that was about to reach the peak." Xia Shuiyin quickly calmed down. She turned around and said, "Senior Sister Fang, we should leave quickly." Junior Sister Xia. Fang Lingyu interrupted. "I told you to stay away from this guy. Not only did you not listen, you even did something that crossed the line. You really disappoint me." Xia Shuiyin lowered her head. Swoosh! Su Xiaoma reached out and put his hand on her shoulder. He gently pulled her over and said, Shui Yun and I have been lovers for a long time. Isn't it normal for us to hug each other? Lovers? Fang Lingyu looked at Xia Shuiyun with a questioning gaze. Xia Shuiyun fell into silence. After a while she said, Yes, we are lovers. She knew that Fang Lingyu didn't like Su Jintang, but at this time, if she denied it, she would definitely hurt him. I'm sorry. Su Xiaoma leaned over and kissed Xia Shuiyun's forehead. He said, I've hurt you. He was provoking Fang Lingyu. However, Xia Shuiyun's little face became even redder, accompanied by a burning sensation. Then, she leaned on his shoulder like a weak little girl. Since they admitted that they were lovers, she could only accept being bullied by him. Fang Lingyu's eyes were filled with strong killing intent. Brat, she walked over step by step and said, I've said that you're not worthy of Junior's sister Xia. Su Xiaoma stood up with Xia Shuiyun in his arms. He said calmly, Whether I'm worthy or not, is it up to you? Who do you think you are? This woman must have witnessed the battle between him and the spirit beast. Since she knew his strength, there was no need to hide it. Su Jintang, the 4 inner disciples followed and glared at him. How can you talk to senior sister Fang like that? Su Xiaoma said calmly, A bunch of bootlickers. What did you say? I dare you to say that again. The anger in their eyes burned even brighter. Their martial king cultivation erupted. It was obvious that they were ready to attack at any time. The scene of Su Xiaoma killing the spirit beast had shocked them. However, they were not afraid at all now. After all, he was seriously injured. As long as senior sister Fang gave the order, they would definitely teach him a lesson. Bootlickers, bootlickers. Su Xiaoma said coldly, You'll end up with nothing in the end. These words seemed to have ignited a bomb in an instant, causing the 4 of them to be enraged. Brat, Fang Lingyu said with a cold face, according to the rules of the Taishan Xingzong sect. Don't talk to me about sect rules. Su Xiaoma hugged Xia Shuiyun and said proudly, If you want to fight, I'm always ready. Chapter 1072. Why would Fang Lingyu and the 4 inner disciples be here? Why would the powerful spirit beasts that originally lived in the depths of the demonic dragon cave appear in the periphery? Su Xiaoma thought for a moment and felt that there must be a connection between the two. He might have been tricked by them. Anyway, his cultivation had been exposed in front of others. Since this woman was very suspicious, and now her eyes were full of killing intent, then there was no need to pretend. Let's lay our cards on the table. This showdown was not to show his identity as a disciple of the sect of all times, but to face the high and mighty Fang Lingyu and the 4 inner disciples who were wagging their tails behind her. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Su Xiaoma was exuding a proud aura at this moment. That was the aura that belonged to the sect of all times. That was an unyielding aura. However, Fang Lingyu sneered and said, Although your strength is strong, you are now seriously injured. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Su Xiaoma said proudly, Even if I am seriously injured, I can still deal with you trash. Arrogant, arrogant. The 2 inner disciples couldn't bear it anymore. They gathered spiritual power in their palms and shouted, Junior sister Xia, quickly get out of the way. Senior brother will teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Xia Shuiyun naturally wouldn't leave Su Xiaoma. She wanted to say something to persuade him, so that things wouldn't develop to the point of fighting between fellow disciples. However, just as she was about to speak, she was pushed out and pushed to the back. Swish! Su Xiaoma took a step forward and said with his back to her, Stand there and don't move. These 4 words revealed endless love and also had the meaning of command. Xia Shuiyun wanted to say something, but stopped. Then, she stood behind obediently. Master once taught me to keep a low profile and not be competitive. Su Xiaoma held the mask with his hand. His eyes gradually became cold and fierce and said, But if others are too much, there is no need to endure any more. Swish, swish. The two inner disciples swung their fists over. Without Xia Shuiyin by their side, they had no scruples. Pa! Pa! Su Xiaoma grabbed their fists and said coldly, "You are merely martial kings, yet you dare to attack Wu Huang. Who gave you the courage?" Swish! Swish! He filled his palms with spiritual energy and lifted the two inner disciples, before he threw them away brutally. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the other two people walked over and punched Su Xiaoma in the chest with their fists imbued with spirit energy. But soon they widened their eyes, because Su Xiaoma stood where he was and was as firm as a rock. This guy was obviously seriously injured. Why did he give people the feeling that he could continue fighting? Hoo-hoo! Su Xiaoma's body surged with a powerful imperial aura. His wrists, which were clasped in front of his chest, suddenly swung to the left and right. Boom! Boom! The two inner sanctum disciples had their faces in close contact with the wall. These inner disciples of the Taishan Xingzong were the geniuses that had been designated to enter the perfect spirit pagoda. They were all at the martial king realm, but they could not withstand a single blow from the injured Su Xiaoma. Damn it! Everyone, let's attack together. The four disciples stood up in embarrassment, their eyes flickering with anger. They had already taken advantage of someone's perilous state, so they definitely did not mind fighting with numbers. Swish! 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 Spirit energy burst out, and all kinds of fist marks appeared. Boom! 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 Even though Su Xiaoma was seriously injured, he still used his magnificent footwork to break all kinds of martial arts. But because of his injuries, his expression turned hideous again. The spirit beast's struggle before its death had caused him quite a lot of damage. If he continued fighting, his injuries would only worsen. The four inner disciples naturally saw this and continued to launch stronger attacks. They even deliberately avoided fighting with their full strength, choosing to use a strategy of attrition to drag it out. Under such attacks, Su Xiaoma's injuries became more and more serious, and his spirit energy was rapidly draining. Boom! Boom! Caught off guard, he was ambushed from the back. Wah! Su Xiaoma spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain from his meridians made his expression extremely hideous. Seeing this, Xia Shuiyun felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She wanted to open her mouth and stop them. She wanted to rush over and protect the man who had saved her from danger time and time again. However, he had also told him to stand still. After a struggle in her heart, Xia Shuiyun chose to continue standing. Boom! Boom! Su Xiaoma was hit again. His body staggered back a few steps, and then he raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were flickering with anger. Fang Lingyu, who had been watching from the side, signaled the four to stop. Like a high and mighty empress, she said, "Since you have entered the Taishan Xingzong, you must learn to understand the rules." Understand your rules? That's right. Su Xiaoma smiled bitterly and said, "You have been suppressed by Lu Qianqian all this time. Only when she was expelled did you manage to stand out. Do you really think of yourself as a proud daughter of heaven?" Xia Shuiyun's expression changed greatly. She thought to herself, "This is bad." Senior sister Fang's biggest taboo was that she did not allow others to mention Lu Qianqian in front of her. Sure enough, when Fang Lingyu heard Su Xiaoma's words, the murderous intent in her eyes became even stronger. It was to the point that she did not hide it at all. Trash whose cultivation was abolished by the higher-ups. What qualifications do you have to be compared with me? She said coldly. Her right hand rested on the hilt of the sword at her waist. With a clang, she unsheathed the sword. Trash! Su Xiaoma also had murderous intent. How dare you humiliate senior sister? I will make you suffer the consequences today. Swish! Go Sheng did not hesitate to take out a healing pill from the space ring and swallowed it. Tisk! Seeing this, an inner disciple said disdainfully, "With your current injuries, it's useless to eat elixirs." How dare you mention that woman's name in front of Senior Sister Fang? You must be tired of living. The other 3 disciples had a mocking smile on their faces because they all knew that Senior Sister would not let this guy off easily. Swish! Fang Lingyu suddenly waved her sword. Her murderous intent was unprecedentedly strong. The smiles on the inner disciples' faces froze. They were shocked. Senior Sister is going to take his life. She is serious. Xia Shuiyun also realized that Fang Lingyu had murderous intent. In a panic, she tried to dissuade her. Senior Sister Fang, we are from the same sect. Please don't kill each other. Otherwise, clink. At this moment, Su Xiaoma had already appeared in the area where the long sword was swung. His 2 fingers gently clamped the blade of the sword, and his strong emperor-level aura burst out. He said, "Don't come out and embarrass yourself with this little strength." Fang Lingyu was stunned. "You are not injured." Crack! Su Xiaoma poured spiritual energy into his 2 fingers, and the long sword suddenly shattered. The moment the tip of the sword fell off, he gently raised his left hand. With a whoosh, it flew over and slashed across the left side of Fang Lingyu's face at an extremely fast speed. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Clink! The broken sword tip sank deep into the wall in the distance. Slender sword marks gradually appeared on Fang Lingyu's delicate face. Blood seeped out, and her eyes were filled with shock. Swish! Su Xiaoma took a step forward and slashed the sword in the opposite direction with his 2 fingers. Fang Lingyu didn't have time to resist at all. She felt a faint pain on her left face, and another slender sword mark appeared. The whole process happened extremely fast. Xia Shuiyun and the 4 inner disciples didn't see the movement clearly at all. They saw 2 sword marks appear on the left side of Senior Sister Fang's face out of nowhere. Swish! The Truyang sword that was stabbed into the ground in the distance flew over. Su Xiaoma grabbed it and pressed the sharp blade against Fang Lingyu's neck. He took 2 steps forward and forced her to the edge of the wall. He tilted his head and leaned over until he stopped next to her ear. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Killing you is as easy as killing an ant for me." "You!" Fang Lingyu was extremely embarrassed and angry. However, because she was bound by the sword, she could only stick to the wall and didn't dare to move at all. "Senior Sister Fang!" The 4 inner disciples exclaimed in shock. "Huff! Huff!" At this moment, Wu Huang's pressure burst out and smashed on them like iron hammers. They immediately retreated and covered their chests while vomiting blood. Su Xiaoma turned his head and said coldly, "You are no exception." Chapter 1073. After taking the healing pill, Su Xiaoma's injuries and spiritual energy had completely recovered. Therefore, whether it was Fang Lingyu or the 4 inner disciples, they were nothing but trash in front of him. He could easily crush them in the palm of his hand. Xia Shuiyun, who was standing behind him, was dumbfounded. Wasn't he seriously injured? Why did he not seem to be injured? Could it be related to the pill he swallowed? The 4 inner disciples who were lying on the ground in pain were also puzzled. After all, they were exhausted just now, but now they seemed to be rejuvenated. This was unbelievable. Fang Lingyu did not have time to think about this problem. She was thinking about how to get out of this predicament. "Su Jintang." She gritted her teeth and said, "You hurt a fellow disciple. If the elders know about this, you will be severely punished." Su Xiaomo raised his sword and pressed the back of the sword against the woman's chin. He smiled coldly and said, "You tried to kill me, but you are not afraid of being severely punished. Now that you are subdued, you are using the elders to pressure me. How ridiculous!" Fang Lingyu. Bang! Bang! Su Xiaoma pinched her wrist and sealed her cultivation. Then he put away his sword and walked to the other 4 inner disciples, sealing their cultivation in the same way. Plop! Plop! Fang Lingyu and the others collapsed on the ground weakly. Su Xiaoma walked to Xia Shuiyun and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here, quickly." There was more than one spirit beast that looked like a dragon or a snake in the demon dragon cave. If a few more appeared, they would not be able to escape. What about them? They are on their own, Su Xiaoma said coldly. Not to mention whether they had deliberately lured the spirit beasts out, the fact that he was just watching the whole fight was enough to kill them. He would not kill the disciples of the Taishan Xingzong with his own hands, but he could use this method to kill them. "No," Xia Shuiyun said, "they will die here." Her heart was on Su Xiaoma's side, but Fang Lingyu and the others were from the same sect after all, so it was difficult for her to throw them into danger. Su Xiaoma shook his head and said, "Do you think their appearance is a coincidence? Do you think it's a coincidence that the spirit beasts rushed out from the depths?" Xia Shuiyun said in disbelief. "The spiritual beasts were lured here by Senior Sister Fang and the others." Su Xiaoma glanced at Fang Lingyu, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said indifferently, "This woman has a venomous heart. I can tell from her killing intent when she attacked earlier, so it's not surprising that she would do something like this." Xia Shuiyun fell silent. Senior Sister Fang's killing intent was too strong. If it wasn't for Su Jintang's sudden recovery, he might have already been killed by her. Those who want to kill me must be prepared to be killed. Su Xiaoma said indifferently, "Leave them in the demonic dragon cave today. Whether or not they can leave alive will depend on their luck." Xia Shuiyun said, "If the Council of Elders finds out, it will be difficult for you to have a foothold." "It's okay." Su Xiaoma turned around, grabbed her hand, and said gently, "As long as I have you, I have the whole world." Xia Shuiyun lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Smooth talker!" Swoosh! At this moment, a streak of light flew over. An old woman stood at the entrance to the outside. Judging from her clothes, she was obviously a high-ranking member of the Taishan Xingzong. Xia Shuiyun said in surprise, "Elder Chu." Su Xiaoma furrowed her brows. He had never seen this old woman before, but he had heard that Fang Lingyu's master surname was Chu, and her cultivation had reached the level of wusheng. Her strength was one of the best in the Taishan Xingzong. "Mas, master." The weak Fang Lingyu spoke with difficulty and looked at Su Xiaoma with resentment. "Brat, let's see how arrogant you can be." When a sword was on her neck, she used a special method to inform her master. As a talented disciple of the Taishan Xingzong, it would be unrealistic if she didn't have some life-saving means. Elder Chu glanced at Fang Lingyu and saw 2 eye-catching sword scars on the left side of her face. She said in a low voice, "Who hurt my disciple?" Whoosh whoosh! Wu Sheng's aura burst out and filled the entire cave. "Mas, master." Fang Lingyu raised her hand with difficulty and pointed at Su Xiaoma. She said, It's him." Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Elder Chu looked over and saw Wu Sheng's aura roaring out. Su Xiaoma hurriedly pushed Xia Shuiyun away and faced the aura alone. He felt as if he was carrying a heavy mountain on his back, and his face became ferocious. He had just entered Wu Huang, and it was impossible for him to face a half-saint, let alone fight against Wu Sheng. "Master," Fang Lingyu said, "this guy even sealed my meridians. He planned to leave me in the demonic dragon cave to fend for myself. If I didn't inform you, I'm afraid I would have died here. It was a classic case of adding fuel to the fire." As expected, Elder Chu was furious, and Wu Sheng's aura became even more intense. "Ah!" Su Xiaoma screamed in pain. At this moment, he was very regretful. He regretted not caring about Xia Shuiyun's presence and directly killing Fang Lingyu with a sword. "Elder Chu," Xia Shuiyun panicked and said hurriedly, "There's a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." Elder Chu said coldly, "The matter is very clear, and there's no need to explain. As a disciple of the Taishan Xingzong, this guy hurt a fellow disciple, and even had the intention to kill. Today, as an elder, I will destroy his cultivation, bring him back to the faction, and punish him. Fang Lingyu was her beloved disciple, and also a disciple that the Taishan Xingzong had focused on. Now that she was almost killed by a fellow disciple, this was unforgivable and must be severely punished. Old hag! Su Xiaoma endured the pain and said, "If you dare to hurt me, my master will not let you off easily. He will not let the Taishan Xingzong off easily." At this moment, even if he was in an irreversible crisis, his unyielding backbone did not bend at all. Old man Jun Tian. Elder Chu had obviously heard about Su Xiaoma and sneered. Although he's a sword martial half-saint, he doesn't have the guts to cause trouble in the Taishan Xingzong. No. Correction, it's the sword martial saints. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Elder Chu's expression changed and hurriedly looked back, only to find that an otherworldly old man had appeared at the entrance of the cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword martial saint's aura exploded, as if they had turned into two roaring beasts, violently tearing the aura she released. Thump! 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 Elder Chu immediately took a few steps back after the aura was broken. Her expression changed again and again as she exclaimed, "Wu Sheng! Sword Saint!" Whoosh! Su Xiaoma was released from the oppressive aura and said happily, "Master!" He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was worried that he would alert more people when he was attacked by the spirit beasts just now, so he used the sound transmission technique to inform the sect for help. Idiot! Su Xiaoma looked at the dazed Fang Lingyu and sneered. He thought to himself, "Only you have the ability to contact Master. Can I only sit and wait for death?" Old woman. Jun Changshao, who had transformed into old man Jun Tian, said indifferently, "You dare to bully my disciple? Taishan Xingzong must give a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Elder Chu's forehead gradually oozed with sweat. The sword martial saint's aura was still being released without restraint, making her feel even more pressured. "It's a misunderstanding," she hurriedly said. "This is a misunderstanding." Elder Chu had just entered Wushang, in front of Jun Changshao, who was a second-grade sword martial saint. She was a little sister. Following her heart was the best choice. "Master." Su Xiaoma pointed at Fang Lingyu and said angrily, "This woman purposely lured out the spirit beasts from the depths of the demonic dragon lair and tried to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Please seek justice for your disciple." "All right, she's called Fang Lingyu." This last addition could be said to be perfect. Jun Changshao's face gradually became serious, and then he raised his hand. Whoosh! A vast amount of spirit energy exploded and turned into an invisible hand, directly enveloping Fang Lingyu and slamming her against the wall. Boom! "So you are Fang Lingyu." Boom! 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 "So you are Fang Lingyu who has a conflict with my eldest disciple." Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. The patriarch seemed to have forgotten that he was now old man Jun Tian. Chapter 1074. Why was Su Xiaomo undercover in Taishan Xingzong? Wasn't he in charge of investigating Lu Qianqian and Fang Lingyu? Now that Jun Changshao had come to help, he happened to meet the main character. Thinking of the conflict and enmity between him and his eldest disciple, he could no longer suppress his anger. "I have to beat her up." Right now, there was no time to delay. Therefore, Gosheng directly condensed his spiritual energy and grabbed Fang Lingyu, slamming her into the mountain again and again. He even forgot that his current identity was Elder Jun Tian. So what if he forgot? So what if he was exposed? Not only did he bully my eldest disciple, he even wanted to use his spirit beast to kill my third disciple. Even if I have to lay my cards on the table with Taishan Xingzong today, I will torture this woman until she can't take care of herself. It was normal for Jun Changshao to do something irrational when he was angry. Boom! 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 After the crazy impact, Fong Lingyu passed out on the spot. Referring to the 9 poisons, Temple Palace, Lord of the Past, Go Shang would not show any mercy when dealing with women, especially beautiful women. Su Xiaoma was completely speechless. The patriarch was venting his anger without holding back. His undercover career was probably over. Forget it, forget it. He clearly had the strength to crush the inner disciples of the Taishan Xingzong, but he lived like a grandson every day. I've had enough. Plop! Fan Lingyu fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Throughout the entire process of being abused, his master, Elder Chu, could only watch helplessly. In the end, he truly could not hold back and only let out some vicious words. Old man Jun Tian, don't go overboard! Shua! Jun Changshao appeared in front of her and said coldly, I heard that you wanted to cripple my disciples' cultivation. Not good. Elder Chu's expression changed drastically. Boom! The fist that was condensed with the power of the sword martial arts directly sent her flying and smashed into the wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The entire demonic dragon lair trembled violently under the powerful force. The dragon-like and insect-like spirit beasts that were rushing over from the various tunnels felt the terrifying aftershocks sweeping over them, and were so frightened that they all fled into the depths of the tunnel. Su Xiaoma was right. There were indeed more powerful spirit beasts in the cave. But what he didn't expect was that the patriarch didn't come to help them. Instead, they came to challenge the Taishan Xingzong, old witch. Jun Changshao withdrew his fist and said coldly, if my disciple's cultivation base is crippled, Taishan Xingzong can be removed from Jianghu. This sentence was extremely domineering. It also vividly displayed the protective nature of a sect master. Elder Chu endured his injuries and leaned against the wall. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't this old man Jun Tian a rogue cultivator? Why not address him as disciple instead of disciple? Was the first disciple he mentioned Su Jintang? Xia Shuiyun's almond-shaped eyes were already wide open. She did not expect Go Sheng's master to be so strong. It was simply too easy for him to defeat Wu Sheng like Elder Chu. Xiao Mo Jun Changshao said, I'll bring you to Taishan Xingzong to seek justice. Su Xiaoma's expression instantly became interesting. Patriarch, you called out my name. Are you really going to lay your cards on the table and forcefully end my undercover career? It doesn't matter if I'm undercover or not. But Xia Shuiyun is still here. How am I going to explain it to her? We've just confirmed our relationship as lovers. If we expose our identities before we even take a step forward, won't we immediately break up? Actually, every night, Su Xiaoma would think about it. He was an undercover and would reveal his identity sooner or later. When that time came, how would he face Xia Shuiyun? Bring her away. Bring her to the sect of all times. Su Xiaoma firmly believed that the patriarch would not refuse. But would Xia Shuiyun agree? This was a problem. So when necessary, he could play tricks. The plan was good, but it could not compare to the changes. The patriarch came to help this time with the intention of laying all her cards on the table. There was no time to set up any tricks. Xiaomo. Xia Shuiyun looked over with a puzzled expression. Su Xiaoma lowered his head and roared in his heart, Patriarch, I can't continue this act. Although the Purple King and the others did not cooperate, they could still force the act to continue. Once the patriarch started this act, there was no way to resist. Xiao Mu. Jun Changshao said telepathically, there's no need to hide. Tell her your true identity. Su Xiaoma's expression stiffened. Just now, he had only speculated that the patriarch was going to lay all her cards on the table. Now it was true. Patriarch, Su Xiaoma hesitated. He was afraid that if he revealed his true identity, their relationship would turn from intimate to hostile. Jun Changshao said, this girl should be Xia Shuiyun. Since the two of you like each other, you should treat this relationship with your true identity and not a fake one that doesn't exist. Su Xiaoma's face was full of astonishment. For For the patriarch to say such a thing, could it be that she had consulted Elder Wei? No. Elder Wei could teach anyone, but he couldn't teach him. I understand. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and looked up at the woman who had been staring at him all this time. I'm sorry. Some words were easy to say, but they were stuck in his throat and could not be spoken. Xia Shuiyun seemed to have a premonition. Her voice trembled as she said, What are you trying to say? Swoosh! Su Xiaoma could not speak. She could only try her best to raise her hand and pull off her sickly face, revealing a chiseled face. The familiar face suddenly became strange. Xia Shuiyin was dumbstruck. Then she covered her mouth and tears flowed out of her eyes. You are not Su Jintang. I am not Su Jintang. I am also not Gosheng Su. Seeing the girl crying in front of him, Su Xiaoma felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said with difficulty, I am a disciple of the sect of all times. I am Su Xiaoma. At that moment, Xia Shuiyun finally understood why this unfamiliar face had a trace of familiarity. It turned out that he was a disciple of the sect of all times who participated in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. Elder Chu angrily rebuked, So you are a spy. Su Xiaomo ignored this old witch and walked in front of Xia Shuiyun. I lied to everyone in Taixin Xingzong, but I did not lie to you, because my heart... Slap! A crisp slap sounded in the cave. Xia Shuiyun gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with tears and hatred. This iceberg woman was really melted. She even did not hesitate to call him lover in front of senior Sister Fang. The one who melted her was Su Jintang, Su Gosheng, not Su Xiaomo of the sect of all times. When the other party revealed his true face, it was also a merciless declaration that whether it was Su Jintang or Gosheng, they no longer existed. The dream was shattered. Everything was gone. The pain in Xia Shuiyun's heart was 100 times, 1,000 times more intense than Su Xiaoma's. I am sorry. I am sorry. Su Xiaoma tried his best to turn his face around. There was a bright red palm print on his face. He had taken advantage of Xia Shuiyun before. However, it was only his face that hurt. This time it was his heart, flesh, and entire body that hurt. Su Xiaoma had imagined the scene of him confessing his identity, but he did not think that when the day came, he would be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Xia Shuiyun glared at him angrily. Her tears fell like rain. Liar. Big liar. Su Xiaoma's heart hurt even more. He wanted to raise his hand and hug this sad girl, but strong self-blame filled his mind. In the end, he did not have the courage to do so. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head helplessly. If I knew that you would fall for me, I would not have asked you to be a spy. Chapter 1075. Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun should not have come to this step. If the former was given some time, he would have used many methods to confess his identity and let the latter accept her new identity. However, Jun Changshao came, and the situation suddenly became melodramatic. I say, dog leftovers, you can rely on your own strength to be single. Why do you have to harm your disciple to be single with you? Xia Shuiyun. At this moment, Su Xiaomo raised the True Yang sword and handed it to her. He said resolutely, I am sincere to you. If you don't believe me, you can dig it out and see for yourself. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. My disciple, you're playing a little too big. Shua. Xia Shui took the True Yang sword and raised it to stab at his chest, stopping abruptly when the tip of the sword touched his clothes. She hated herself. Why couldn't she do it? Puchi. Su Xiaoma took a step forward. His chest was pierced by the tip of the sword. Blood soaked his clothes. Xia Shuiyun's face turned pale. She hurriedly pulled back the sword. Su Xiaoma grabbed the sword and said, There was once a sincere love placed in front of me, but I did not cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late for regrets. The most painful thing in the world is this. If the heavens could give me another chance, I would tell this girl that I love her. Drip, drip. The sharp blade cut his palm. Blood dripped down. Su Xiaomo continued to walk forward. The tip of the sword penetrated deeper into his body. He said in pain, "If I had to put a time limit on this love, I hope it would be 10,000 years." Expression. Words. It was just right. Jun Chang-shao heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, he said it all." Elder Wei could not teach such words of love. Only he could. The effect was ideal. When Xia Shuiyin heard this classic line from the Journey to the West, she was stunned on the spot. The past experience of going out with him appeared in front of her eyes. She could not stop her tears. In the end, she weakly let go of the sword and squatted down. She used her arm as a pillow and cried. Taixian Xingzong. The patriarch and elders gathered in front of the main hall. The disciples on the martial arts field were fully armed with their weapons. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. At the mountain gate, the unconscious Fang and 4 inner Sect disciples were suspended in the air by spiritual energy. The most miserable one was Elder Chu. She seemed to have been tied up and hung from the main beam of the mountain gate, swinging back and forth like a swing. The patriarch and the patriarch's eyes. As one of the top sects that ruled the pugilistic world, their disciples and higher-ups were actually tied up and hung in front of their mountain gate. This had never happened before, and it was a great humiliation. "Old man," the Taixian Xingzong patriarch said angrily, "what is the meaning of this?" Jun Changshao, who looked like an immortal, stood at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. "Your noble sect's disciples tried to harm my disciple, and your noble sect's elders tried to cripple my disciple's cultivation. I've come to seek justice." "Seek justice? You're obviously here to cause trouble, aren't you?" If not for the aura of the sword and martial saints, the Taixian Xingzong's patriarch would have already attacked. "Of course," Jun Changshao said, "I have one more thing that I hope Patriarch Xia will agree to." Elder Xia, who was standing in front of the main hall, was at a loss. "My 3rd disciple and your granddaughter are in love with each other, so this king—" Speaking up to here, Jun Chang-shao took off the disguise on his face and returned to his original appearance. He smiled and said, "I have come to propose marriage." Jun Chang-shao. The expressions of the Taixian Xingzong's patriarch changed drastically, especially the first batch of patriarchs who entered the dimensional battlefield. Their eyes widened. They didn't expect this so-called old man Jun Tian to be the sect of all time's patriarch. Disciple? 3rd disciple? Mother ****. Su Jintang can't be a spy, right? Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for taking care of my disciple during this time." These words were 2F** king, despicable. Although the Taixian Xingzong's patriarch's cultivation wasn't weak, they almost spat out blood on the spot. "Patriarch Xia," Jun Changshao said, "I'm revealing my identity to tell you and the Taixian Xingzong that my disciple is qualified to be with any woman in this world." Just now, he had almost broken up Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyin. In order to make up for his mistake, he decided to put aside their grudges to make this pair of affectionate Mandarin ducks. The Taixian Xingzong didn't object to fellow disciples falling in love, and the sect of all times didn't object to their disciples having the right to love. If both parties were in love, it didn't matter even if they were on opposite sides. Tolerance and openness. This was the principle that Jun Changshao had always adhered to and insisted on. However, this method of tying up an elder and an inner sect disciple to propose marriage, wasn't it pushing Su Xiaoma to the ranks of bachelors? Of course. Jun Changshao said, "Patriarch Xia has the right to refuse, but as a consequence, I'll sit down and settle the score with the Taixian Xingzong." A threat, a blatant threat. Patriarch Xia's expression turned ugly. The patriarch of the sect of all times was very powerful, and the patriarch and the higher-ups were obviously very wary of him. Moreover, the entire Starfall continent was indebted to him because of the planar battlefield. What choice should he make? If the sect of all times and your sect's disciples are on good terms, they'll be considered relatives by marriage, and past grudges will be written off. Jun Changshao said again. He was really trying to matchmake Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyin, although his method was a little extreme. A strange look flashed across the Taishan Xingzong patriarch's eyes when he heard this. To be honest, he was very unwilling to become enemies with Jun Changshao. After all, he had heard from the returning elders that Jun Changshao's strength was so terrifying that all the major existential planes trembled in fear upon hearing his name. If Xia Shuiyin married his disciple, the relationship between the two sects would become closer, and it would be a great benefit to the Taishan Xingzong. Patriarch Xia, the third elder said in a low voice, for the sake of the sect, you must think carefully. He was giving him advice, reminding him. Jun Patriarch. After Patriarch Xia thought about it, he cupped his hands and said, marriage is not child's play. This marriage has to be decided by Shuiyin herself. He didn't say it outright, but instead gave the choice to his granddaughter. After all, this was related to her lifelong happiness, and he wouldn't blindly make a choice because of fear and threats. Miss Xia, Jun Changshao said, do you agree? Everyone looked over and saw Xia Shuiyin walking up the stairs in front of the mountain gate with red eyes, as if she had lost her soul. Su Xiaoma followed behind her, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jun Patriarch. Xia Shuiyin stopped in front of the mountain gate, looked up at him, and said, if I don't agree, will you make things difficult for Taishan Xingzong? Yes, Jun Changshao said decisively. Why? Because Lu Qianshan is my eldest disciple. Xia Shuiyin smiled bitterly and said, so it's because senior sister Lu's cultivation was destroyed and she was expelled. That's why you sent her here as a spy. Her cultivation was destroyed? Jun Changshao's eyes gradually turned cold, and then he looked at Su Xiaoma and said in a low voice, is there such a thing? Su Xiaoma was silent. He had been hiding the fact that senior sister's cultivation was destroyed from the patriarch, afraid that he would explode on the spot. But Xia Shuiyin accidentally said it out loud. It's over, it's over. Taishan Xingzong is in big trouble this time. Chapter 1076. When Su Xiaoma was undercover, he would report everything to Li Luoqiu. Only when he learned that Lu Qianshan's cultivation had been destroyed, he kept it a secret. When senior sister went to Lu province in the northeast to cultivate, she was bullied by the extreme Coldness Palace. The patriarch directly led people to kill her and almost destroyed her sect. This time, it was more serious than last time. If the patriarch knew, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. At that time, Su Xiaoma already had true feelings for Xia Shuiyin. So after thinking about it, he decided to temporarily hide this matter and find an opportunity to talk about it in the future. But he didn't expect this at all. Xia Shuiyin would easily blurt out this matter. Speak. Jun Changshao's expression was very serious. Su Xiaoma knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he could only confess. Senior sister entered the ice spring to cultivate without permission. Not only was she expelled from the sect, but her cultivation was also destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, monstrous, murderous intent erupted. Su Xiaoma's hair was blown into a mess, and he held in his heart, there is no future for me and Shuiyin. With the patriarch's character, he definitely wouldn't let it go. The conflict between him and the Taishan Xingzong would only deepen, and even develop to an irreversible point. Love, she's leaving me gradually. In front of the main hall, the Taishan Xingzong patriarch and the higher-ups felt the undisguised, strong, murderous intent, and their expressions suddenly changed. Jun Changshao, who was standing on top of the mountain gate, raised his head. His eyes gradually turned red as he said, expelling my eldest disciple, this king can still tolerate it. But to cripple her cultivation, this king cannot tolerate it. The Taishan Xingzong had its own rules, and he expressed that he understood and was willing to give up the previous grudges for Su Xiaoma. But to have her cultivation destroyed, that was too much. She was just a woman. In this dangerous world, destroying her cultivation and expelling her was the same as asking her to die, wasn't it? Or could it be that she had committed an unforgivable crime and had to experience something crueler than death? At that moment, Jun Changshao seemed to have the ability to go back in time. He was in the snow watching the haggard and weak Lu Qianqian walk down the Taishan Xingzong step by step. Her back was so helpless and desolate. Ah, he let out a furious roar, and the power of his sword erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain gate of Taishan Xingzong was unable to withstand the violent force and collapsed on the spot. Fang Lingyu, Elder Chu, and the others were all sent flying. Su Xiaoma seemed to have realized that something was going to happen. He carried Xia Shuiyun and ran away quickly. When he landed in the distance, he frowned and said, "The patriarch has gone mad. The patriarch has gone berserk." Hoo-hoo! Killing intent howled, sweeping through the surroundings. In front of the main hall, the Taishan Xingzong and the senior leaders witnessed the ruthless destruction of the mountain gate with thousands of years of history. At that moment, they couldn't be angry because they were dominated by fear. Jun Changxiao's aura of the sword and martial sages had already made them very afraid. Now he suddenly went berserk like a demon from hell. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao flew over. Tearing down the mountain gate was just the beginning. He wanted to tear down the main hall and crush the plaque engraved with the words Taishan Xingzong into powder to vent his anger and seek justice for Lu Qianqian. Now, Go Sheng wasn't proposing marriage. He wanted to tear down the high ground, the crystal, the front teeth, and the base. Stop him! The Taishan Xingzong shouted. Although he was afraid of Jun Changshao, he had to protect the main hall at all costs. After all, it was the foundation of the sect. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, dozens of elders flew out together. Wu Huang, half-step sage, and Wu Sheng's cultivation fully erupted, gathering a monstrous aura and pressing down on the crazy Jun Changshao. The top forces of the top sects attacked one person together. This scene was simply too spectacular. If the world were to watch this battle, they would definitely remember it forever. Get lost! Jun Changshao shouted angrily. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The sacred flame physique and the 5 elements physique fully erupted. The scorching and violent flames burned crazily and then turned into flaming fists. Even if there was a huge obstacle ahead, it couldn't suppress his desire to avenge Lu Qianqian. He didn't even care if he had to become the enemy of the whole world, the ultimate protector of his disciple, Sexy. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing fists blasted on all kinds of energy and broke them all with an incomparably domineering momentum. Dozens of Taishan Xingzong's senior leaders staggered and fell to the ground. Their eyes were filled with horror. So many of us attacked together, but this guy broke it so easily. His strength is too terrifying. The few Taishan Xingzong elders who had been to the dimensional battlefield weren't surprised at all. After all, they had seen the scene of Jun Changshao fighting with the sky battlefield's ghost with their own eyes. Jun Patriarch! Someone shouted, "There's a misunderstanding. Please talk calmly." Hoo-hoo! Jun Changshao, who was enveloped in flames, seemed to have turned into a flaming beast that walked out of lava. He said in a cold voice, "Wait until I tear down your sect's main hall first." Swoosh! The flames dragged him at an extremely fast speed. Under the dual pressure of the sword and martial arts and the fire domain, the entire Taishan Xingzong seemed to have turned red, as if it was the end of the world. "Kid, how dare you?" Suddenly, an old voice came from the inner courtyard. A blue light flew over quickly and formed a strange pattern. enveloping the main hall and the surrounding disciples and senior leaders to prevent them from being eroded by the flames. Grand Elder! The Taishian Xingzong Patriarch said happily. A white-haired old man in a blue robe floated outside the main hall, his turbid eyes flickering with anger. Lan Jingting, the Taishian Xingzong Grand Elder. His realm was Wu Sheng's consummate. In order to pursue a higher realm, he didn't care about worldly affairs and secluded himself in the back mountain all year round. If Jun Changshao didn't want to break the Taishian Xingzong's main hall, he definitely wouldn't have come out of seclusion. This is troublesome. Su Xiaomo realized that the situation wasn't good. He hurriedly used telepathy to contact the nearest member of the Drizzle Hall. Sect of all times, Li Luoqiu, who was busy, got the news from a member. She hurriedly got up and sent a telepathic message to Jiang Ye and the others. The Patriarch and the Taishian Xingzong have started fighting. Let's support them quickly. This news instantly exploded in the sect. The upper echelons of the sect of all times flew up and rushed over as fast as they could. That's a top sect. Their overall strength is very strong. Shui Ringui decisively gave the battle order. Inform the wolf cavalry, leopard cavalry, tiger cavalry, and lion cavalry to rush to the Taishian Xingzong as fast as possible. Roar, roar, boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the roars of the Iron Bone Mountain shook the sky and the earth shook violently. What's going on? The residents of the Iron Bone town were all stunned. Xie Guangquan, who was in Qingyang City, also felt the slight tremors on the ground. His mouth twitched. Is it another beast tide? That's right. It was indeed a beast tide. The members of the Spirit Beast Hall, led by Elder Niu, controlled hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts and followed the members of the War Cavalry Hall out of the Iron Bone Mountain. Grand Priest. Inside the altar, an old man said in a panic, "There's another beast tide riot in southwest Yangzhou." Yuan Gongzi, who was on the way to the Taishian Xingzong, was already in a state of shock. He already felt how strong the sect of all times was when he was persuaded earlier. Today, because of the Drizzle Hall's Hall Master's words, the entire sect's strength was mobilized. The formation was simply too terrifying. When the Patriarch was fighting, the whole family was mobilized. The cohesiveness of a sect was undoubtedly displayed. In contrast, when he was in charge of the Demon Emperor's Gate, everything had to be approved by the elders before it could be carried out. He was even repeatedly denied. This is a sect. Yuan Gongzi lamented in his heart. This is a king's teammate. Chapter 1077. Inside the altar, the high priest stood in front of the earthen spirit instrument and looked at the beast tide area. Why did the beast tide appear in southwest Yangzhou again? To be exact, an elder said solemnly, it's still in Qingyang County. Qingyang County? The high priest heaved a sigh of relief. With the sect of all times and June Patriarch around, it shouldn't be a big problem. The beast tide that appeared previously also happened in Qingyang County. Afterward, the whole world was in chaos. Many powerful cultivators rushed over as quickly as possible, but when they arrived at the scene, the beast tide was defeated. If it was anywhere else, the high priest would be very nervous. Only the beast tide appeared in Qingyang County. That was because Jun Changshao was not an ordinary person. He would definitely be able to deal with it easily. Something's not right. Someone exclaimed, the beast tide is moving. It's heading to other counties. The high priest hurriedly looked at the earthen spirit instrument. Indeed, the beast tide warning points were moving rapidly and had left southwest Yangzhou. Where were they going? High priest. A cultivator hurried in and said, I just received news that the sect of all times Patriarch is causing trouble in Taishian Xingzong. As one of the top sects in the continent, the relevant departments would pay close attention to it. Therefore, news would be sent immediately if there was any movement. The high priest's expression changed slightly. He subconsciously looked at the earthen spirit instrument and observed the direction of the warning points. Suddenly he thought of something and exclaimed, "This route. Don't tell me the beast tide is attacking Taishian Xingzong." High Priest, another cultivator reported. According to the information from southwest Yangzhou, the Sect of All Time's disciples are riding on a large number of ferocious beasts and are traveling at an extremely fast speed. There were too many things that the High Priest couldn't understand. He hugged his head and broke down. "What's going on?" Boom, boom, boom. Outside Taishian Xingzong, Jun Changshao and Lan Jingting were dragging streaks of light as they clashed wildly in the sky. The powerful aftershocks compressed the space, causing large pieces of it to shatter. The falling star continent's spatial barrier was not as strong as the planar battlefield. A battle of this level would be catastrophic. The Taishian Xingzong Patriarch and the upper echelons of the Taishian Xingzong were dumbfounded and scared out of their wits. Grand Elder, the Sect's strongest fighting force. Jun Changshao had fought with him for so long, yet he was not at a disadvantage at all. Taishian Xingzong had long heard of this person and the Sect of All Times. However, even though the other party had won the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, they didn't take it to heart. At most, they were just a new sect with potential. However, in the planar battlefield, he had relied on his own strength to create a stronghold on the scale of a city. He had slaughtered so many powerhouses in the planar battlefield that they trembled in fear upon hearing his name. And now he was fighting evenly with the Grand Elder. This feeling was as if he had suddenly become so strong that it was unreal. Did I say something wrong? Nestled in Su Xiaoma's arms, Xia Shuiyun had a pained expression as she witnessed the earth-shaking battle. In the situation just now, if she had agreed to this marriage, the matter would have been resolved peacefully. However, after mentioning Lu Qianqian, it suddenly evolved to a point where it could not be mediated. Su Xiaoma shook his head and said, "Eldest senior sister is the first disciple to join the sect. She is very important to the Patriarch. Even if she was expelled and had her cultivation crippled before she joined the sect, he would not let it go just like that." "Eldest senior sister, are you referring to Lu Qianqian?" "Yes." Xia Shuiyun thought of that woman, who was even colder than herself. She subconsciously asked, "Is senior sister Lu doing well?" The Taishian Xingzong had focused on nurturing Lu Qianqian. All the inner and outer sect disciples idolized her. She was no exception. She had even mustered the courage to ask questions about martial arts. "She's doing well." Su Xiaoma lowered his head and grabbed her hand. "If you want to see her, I can take you to the Sect of All Times." The two awesome experts above were fighting fiercely, and this guy was still in the mood to flirt. He was indeed taught by Elder Wei himself. Xia Shuiyun glared at him, then hurriedly broke free and kept a distance from him. With a cold expression, she said, "Your patriarch wants to destroy my sect. We are enemies now." Su Xiaomao clutched the wound on her chest and said in pain, "This is between them. We shouldn't get involved." Xia Shuiyun said, "From today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The next time we meet, it's either you die or I die." Su Xiaoma's face was slightly ferocious. Whoosh! Suddenly, he rushed over and hugged Xia Shuiyun in his arms. The latter was ashamed and angry. She gathered her spiritual energy and blasted it at her chest. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment, Su Xiaoma led the woman away from the lingering shock waves and landed on a giant rock far away. She used her psionic powers to force her internal organs, causing her to spit out blood on the spot. Xia Shuiyun also realized that the man was not deliberately taking advantage of her, but saving her. So she asked in a panic, Are you okay?" Su Xiaoma's face was pale. "You hit me so hard. Do you think you're okay?" Tears gathered in Xia Shuiyun's eyes again. This man was obviously a liar and very detestable, But why did her heart hurt when she hit him? Su Xiaoma said, If I'm crippled by you, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me for the rest of my life. Xia Shuiyun glared at him and allowed him to continue hugging her without struggling. Although this man's appearance had changed, his voice, tone, and the aura he gave off were still Su Jintang and Gosheng. In such a romantic environment, a fierce battle was still going on in the sky. Jun Changshao and Lan Jingting were still locked in a fierce battle. Whoosh! 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 The Taixien, Xingzong patriarch, and the leaders no longer cared about the battle. They all flew up and hovered in the sky, unleashing their cultivation. Jun Changshao was here to cause trouble. In order to protect the sect, they did not mind outnumbering him. Shui Yin, Elder Xia said in a low voice, "Come back quickly." Xia Shuiyun hurriedly broke free from Su Xiaoma's arms and walked toward the Taixien Xingzong. But she stopped after a few steps. With her back to the man, she bit her thin lips and said, "We're not destined to be together." Su Xiaoma said, "Xia Shuiyun, remember this. I, Su Xiaoma, have lied to everyone in the Taixien Xingzong except you. My feelings for you are true." Xia Shuiyun walked away, tears flowing down her cheeks uncontrollably. The moment she walked through the broken gate, it meant that her feelings for him could only be buried in her heart forever. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao and Lan Jingting exchanged a few more moves in the sky. He shouted through voice transmission, "Su Xiaoma, if you're a man, take the woman you like away. I'll let you go far away." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaomo rushed over and picked up Xia Shuiyun, who was crying and walking toward the sect. He turned into a stream of light and flew out. "Let go of me, no. I want to hold you forever, until the end of time." Whoosh! At this moment, the Purple King flew over from afar in a hurry. When he saw the patriarch fighting with a Wu Sheng at the Great Perfection stage and being surrounded by many powerhouses, he roared angrily, "Patriarch, I'm coming!" Boom! His clothes suddenly exploded. The shredded cloth happened to stick to Su Xiaoma's face as he flew past. When he took it off, the higher-ups of the sect of all times rushed over from afar. In an area even further away, hundreds of thousands of dire beasts were running wildly, stirring up waves of dust. Boom! 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 Zhang Yi, the leader of the cavalry wolf group, raised his dragon-tooth blade and shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Thousands of members, riding on hurricane wolves, took out their dragon-tooth bows. They galloped over and pulled the bowstrings to gather arrows. The members of the tiger, leopard, lion, and other legions who arrived later also took out their dragon-tooth blades. Looking up into the sky, for legions that seemed to have been tempered thousands of times charged toward the Taixien Xingzong in different forms. It looked like a fierce siege was about to begin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The core disciples, led by Li Qingyang, also rushed over. When they confirmed that Su Xiaoma was fine, they all headed toward the patriarch's position. In an instant, Jun Changshao, who originally looked weak, had gathered the higher-ups of the sect, disciples, and even a huge herd of dire beasts and armies behind him. The Taixien Xingzong, which had stood tall for thousands of years, was now shrouded in a strong, murderous aura. From afar, it looked like it was trembling. PS Ad 106. Chapter 1078. In a very short time, the outside of the Taixien Xingzong was surrounded by the sect of all times. This was really a fight between the patriarch and the whole family, especially the Purple King, whose strength was second only to the patriarch, was the first to rush over. He gathered his demon aura and punched at the Taixien Xingzong patriarch and the rest. Whoosh! 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 The purple fist mark was like a missile, dragging a stream of light behind it. Activate the sect protection array. The Taixien Xingzong roared, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, the array barrier materialized out of thin air and enveloped the broken mountain gate and the entire Taishianxing zone, forming a strong enough defense system. It was normal for the top sects to have a sect protection array, but it was usually closed. After all, no one in the Falling Star continent dared to attack. However, it was this negligence that allowed Jun Changshao to barge in and destroy the mountain gate. Of course, with Go Sheng's strength, even if the sect protection array was activated, it would only take 1 or 2 punches to get rid of him. It would not change the outcome of the mountain gate being destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the sect protection array was activated, the purple fist mark hit it mercilessly. Violent demon aura burst out, shocking the Taishian Xingzong's higher-ups. They all believed that this guy was not human. If I remember correctly, the Purple King flew to the vicinity of the ray barrier and said furiously, "Back then, 5 Wu Sheng sealed me in the northern desert state. One of them was someone from the Taishian Xingzong. Northern desert state? Sealed by 5 Wu Sheng?" The Taishian Xingzong patriarch and the higher-ups were shocked. They said in unison, "The Purple King! This guy is the Purple King who broke the seal." Hall Master Z raised his hands, and a vast demonic aura filled the sky. His eyes were red as he said, "Today I will take my revenge." Boom, boom, boom. The fists formed by the purple demon aura came crashing down from above, like a meteor. The originally sturdy array formation began to tremble violently after taking the brunt of the attack. "Reinforce! Hurry up and cast rebuffs!" the Taishian Xingzong patriarch roared. The formation masters of the array formation hall spread out one after another and stood in the eye of the spring, injecting their spirit consciousnesses into it to reinforce and stabilize it. The current situation was Jun Changshao and Lan Jingting were fighting fiercely in the air. The upper echelons of Taishian Xingzong were all hiding behind the sect-protecting formation to resist the Purple King's attacks. At the foot of the mountain, the 4 legions of the War Cavalry Department, led by Zhong Yi, were in position. The hundreds of thousands of orcs, led by Elder Niu, were also spreading out. It looked like they were going to surround the Taishian Xingzong. At the altar in Zhongzhuang State, the high priest saw that the warning points on the Earth Spirit meter had stopped moving. His mouth twitched as he said, "They are indeed going to attack the Taishian Xingzong." "High priest!" An elder rushed in and said in shock, "The Purple King has broken the seal and is leading hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts to attack the Taishian Xingzong. The patriarch of Taishian Xingzong is requesting reinforcements." "What?" The high priest almost jumped up. The altar would not intervene when the Demon Emperor's gate was causing trouble in the Jianghu. This was because it was a conflict between the sections. However, the Purple King was from the orcs. He was a threat to the entire human race on the Starfall continent. Therefore, they could not be bystanders. "Quickly contact all the governors in the various states and counties. Tell them to send their elites to the Taishian Xingzong as soon as possible." "Yes." "Contact Governor Han and the others. Tell them to head to the Taishian Xingzong immediately." "Yes." "Announce to all 5th-rate sects and above that the Starfall continent has entered a level 1 state of alert. Tell all 3rd-rate sects and above to send their elite disciples to the Taishian Xingzong as soon as possible." "Yes." The authoritative altar once again notified the entire continent. The world that had just calmed down was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the elites closest to the Taishian Xingzong rushed over as soon as possible. The altar did not explicitly state the Purple King's presence when it announced the level 1 state of alert. Now that it had made it clear, it meant that a fierce battle was about to break out. Therefore, they all made up their minds. These elites who rushed over were the first batch to enter the battlefield. Therefore, for the safety of the continent, they naturally did not care about their own lives. For a moment, elites from all over the world were rushing toward the Taishian Xingzong. This could be called a world war. The culprit, Jun Changshao, was still fighting fiercely with Lan Jingting. He did not care that the Purple King's identity had been exposed. With the strength of the sect of all times and the power of hard to stop, even if the news of Yao Menjing's connate demonic body spread, he would not be afraid. It was no big deal. Go against the world. Boom! Boom! In front of the Taishan Xingzong array, the Purple King was still attacking. The anger that had been sealed for thousands of years was channeled into his fists, and he was venting it crazily. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of cannons could be heard. A huge cannonball with a trail of light behind it smashed into the array. The area of effect damage was extremely large, and the array shook violently. Puff! 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 The array masters of the Taishan Xingzong, who were already struggling to resist the Purple King's attack, all spat out blood. Their faces were extremely pale. Boom! Xiao Ziji, who was standing on the mountain top in the distance, fired again. The cannonball shot out from the cannon and smashed into the array again. The Purple King was not idle either. With the help of the field cannons, he unleashed his strength crazily to bombard the array. Ka! Boom! In the end, the array of the Taishan Xingzong could not hold on any longer and collapsed on the spot. Plop! Plop! Dozens of array masters were sent flying, and they fell to the ground with blood spurting out. Die! After the array was broken, the Purple King rushed over. He gathered the power of demonic aura in his fists and smashed it down on the Taishan Xingzong's higher-ups. His goal was not to fight, but to destroy. Stop him! The patriarch of the Taishan Xingzong roared angrily. Huff, huff! Huff, huff, huff! Dozens of higher-ups rushed up without thinking about their own safety, and used all kinds of martial arts to meet the overwhelming demonic aura. Boom! 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 During this period of time, the Purple King's strength had also improved. In a fit of anger, he unleashed all his strength and shattered all kinds of attacks. Then he gathered the demonic aura palm and smashed it down on the Taishan Xingzong's main hall. It was said that the main hall was the foundation of a sect. Today, I shall destroy it to avenge the hatred of being sealed for thousands of years. Beast, don't be so arrogant. In the area of the main hall, streaks of light appeared out of thin air. Then, each of them used their powerful martial arts to form a substantial defensive array. Boom! The demonic aura palm pressed down on the array, but it did not budge at all. The Purple King frowned and immediately flew back. These humans who appeared out of nowhere were actually at the level of Wu Shang. Patriarch, a Taishan Xingzong elder, said happily, "Reinforcements are here! Reinforcements are here!" Whoosh! 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 At this moment, reinforcements from all over the world appeared in the sky, one after another, bursting forth with their powerful cultivation to protect the sect that seemed to be trembling. The Taishan Xingzong patriarch heaved a long sigh of relief. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Jun Changshao and Lan Jingting exchanged a few more blows before they flew down. He hovered at the shattered gate, his eyes still flashing with anger. He said, "You want to protect the Taishan Xingzong?" Castellan Han, who had just arrived, said in surprise, "Jun Patriarch, why are you here?" The reinforcements from all over the world were also stunned. "Everyone," the Taishan Xingzong Patriarch said in a deep voice, "this exhibitionist is the Purple King. He's with Jun Changshao." All the reinforcements widened their eyes. "That's right," Jun Changshao said coldly. "The Purple King is the hall master of the sect of all times." Castellan Han's face turned ugly. The Purple King was the public enemy of the entire continent. Moreover, he was the kind that threatened the entire world. How could Jun Patriarch recruit him? Whoosh! Jun Changshao put on the True Yang armor and activated the mechanical armament wings. Then he put on the True Yang mask and said word by word, "Today I'm only targeting the Taishan Xingzong. If you protect him, You'll become the enemy of the sect of all times. We'll fight to the death. The demon emperor's gate was strong? Emperor Jinwei was powerful? No, no, no. They were too weak in front of Jun Changshao, because this guy was declaring war on the entire world. To be precise, he was threatening the entire world. P.S. Add 105. Chapter 1079. The atmosphere in the Taishan Xingzong instantly froze. The expressions of the experts who came to help were extremely ugly because they were being threatened by Jun Changshao. If they dared to interfere with the Taishan Xingzong, it would be equivalent to becoming his enemy, and he would fight to the death. The one who broke down the most was City Lord Han. At this time he roared in his heart, "I shouldn't have appeared here. Can you turn back time and let me continue to bathe at home?" If it was a powerhouse with the same strength as Jun Changshao standing in front of them and threatening them like this, the experts would definitely not be happy. At most, they would represent the whole world and fight him to the end. However, this patriarch of the sect of all times had helped the falling star continent resolve its biggest crisis, turning what should have been a trip to death into a walk in the spring. Not to mention his terrifying strength. Just the kindness alone was not enough to fight him. Jun Changxiao's extreme protective personality would cause some readers to feel uncomfortable. But don't forget that he had saved the world many times, although most of them were unintentional. Of course, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted just because of this, because without his previous kindness, he could still do whatever he wanted. In short, this guy could do things to save, but he could also do things to destroy. Good and evil. He had his own judgment in his heart. It was just that he couldn't tolerate someone bullying his disciple, especially Lu Qianqian. As a reader said in this chapter, without this eldest disciple joining the sect at the critical moment, Gou Sheng wouldn't even be able to leave the novice village. Today, controlled by anger, Jun Changshao only had one thought in his mind: tear down the main hall of the Taishan Xingzong, and anyone who stood in his way would become his enemy. At that moment, Jun Changshao, who was hanging in front of the broken gate, faced the top Taishan Xingzong and the experts of the entire falling star continent, exuded an aura of disdain for the world. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan Gongzi's admiration for the patriarch was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. In order to revive the demon sect's former glory, he had planned for a long time and had taken action not long ago. However, he had only launched sneak attacks on third-rate and fourth-rate sections. He did not dare to cause trouble for the top sects. Now, Jun Changshao was standing in front of Taishan Xingzong's mountain gate and challenging the entire world. This level of valiance was far beyond him. Awesome. Too awesome. Joining the sect of all times was a wise choice. The Purple King was also very pleased. Although he had always emphasized that he had joined the sect of all times for the sake of enduring hardships, he had already promised Jun Changshao that they would work together for a great cause. Now that they were facing off against the continent's strongest, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Come on, let's go crazy. Jun Changxiao's sword warrior aura was released crazily, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. He said, "You can either leave now or fight to the death with me." Jun Patriarch, Mayor Han said, "Is it really just targeting Taishan Xingzong?" "That's right." Jun Changshao looked at Taishan Xingzong's main hall and said angrily, "This sect expelled my eldest disciple and crippled her cultivation. Today I must seek justice for her. If that's the case, then this is a grudge between your sect and Taishan Xingzong. Naturally, I won't participate." Mayor Han cupped his hands. "Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." Whoosh! He disappeared in an instant and slipped away. He had a good relationship with Jun Changshao. No matter how he looked at it, he wouldn't become enemies with him. As for the altar's request for help, I shouldn't have heard it at that time. I should have stayed at home and enjoyed my bath. After Mayor Han left, the experts who were in a dilemma hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "It's not convenient for us to participate in the grudge between sections. Goodbye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the experts who appeared in Taishan Xingzong were the fastest to arrive and the fastest to leave. What a joke! With the strength of the sect of all times patriarch, who could defeat all dimensions, becoming enemies with him would be equivalent to dying. Besides, the exhibitionist was the Purple King. Previously, he obeyed Jun Changxiao's words on the battlefield. How could he do such a thing without restraint? In a short time, the experts who came to help Taishan Xingzong all retreated. Of course, they didn't really leave. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched the show. Sigh, Taishan Xingzong is really unlucky to have offended the sect of all times. The eldest disciple Jun Patriarch was talking about should be Lu Qianshan. Back in northeast Lu province, the extreme cold palace was almost destroyed because of her. For a disciple, he's willing to go against the whole world. Jun Patriarch is really fierce. Lu Qianshan is beautiful, and she's about the same age as Jun Changxiao. Maybe they're master and disciple on the surface, but they have an intimate relationship behind the scenes. The martial artists started to discuss quietly. Taishan Xingzong. The patriarch and the higher-ups had ugly expressions on their faces. The arrival of the reinforcements gave them the confidence to fight against Jun Changxiao. However, they were scared away in the blink of an eye. This was 2F** ket up. Jun Changxiao. Lan Jingting hovered above the main hall and said in a low voice, Lu Qianshan has been expelled. She probably hasn't joined the sect of all times yet. Why are you making things difficult for her? After the battle just now, he realized that it would be difficult for him to defeat Lu Xian. Moreover, they were in their own territory. There was no benefit in fighting him. Jun Changxiao said coldly, What kind of heinous crime did my eldest disciple commit? Not only was she expelled by your sect, but her cultivation was also crippled. This, Lan Jingting was speechless. He only found out about Lu Qianshan's expulsion later. He did not expect the elders to cripple her cultivation as a punishment. After all, she had just passed away. The woman valued her disciple. Even if she had done something wrong, she should not have crippled her cultivation. Looks like you don't know. Jun Changxiao tilted his head and turned to the Taishan Xingzong patriarch. He said in a sinister tone, As the leader of a sect, you should know the reason, right? I'd like to hear it. The Taishan Xingzong patriarch was also speechless. Jun Changxiao. At this moment, Elder Chu, who had been sent flying, said with a pale face, It was my decision to cripple Lu Qianshan's cultivation. I want revenge. Bam! Jun Changxiao suddenly appeared in front of her and assumed the posture of a violent volley. As for Elder Chu, she had been sent flying by the kick and crashed into the mountain with a loud bang. Old witch. So it's you who's causing trouble. The power of this kick was terrifying. Elder Chu was sunk into the wall, and her internal organs were directly ruptured. Even if she was lucky enough to survive, she would probably become a cripple in the future. The corners of the mouths of the powerhouses in the distance twitched violently. This guy could kick a Taishan Xingzong elder, who was at the level of Wu Sheng, half to death. This guy was really strong. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao raised his hand and grabbed the unconscious Fang Lingyu with the power of spiritual energy. He said, This woman has a grudge against my first disciple. She was probably the one who instigated him to cripple her cultivation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Violent spiritual energy spread out with a roar. At this moment, he only needed to think for a moment, and the genius that Taishan Xingzong had focused on cultivating would die. Elder Chu was sent flying by the violent kick. Fang Lingyu was caught and could die at any time. The Taishan Xingzong patriarch and even Lan Jingting were indifferent. That was because there were field cannons on the mountaintop in the distance. Wu Huang of the sect of all times and half a step away from Wu Sheng stood behind Jun Changxiao. There were also several cavalry regiments and hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts at the foot of the mountain. Such a luxurious lineup was too much of a bully. At At this moment, Fong Lingyu, who was shrouded in spiritual energy, woke up from her coma and screamed with a hideous expression. Jun Changshao wanted to kill her, but he would never let her die in a coma. Fong Lingyu was shrouded in a terrifying pressure. Her body and soul were being tortured. She screamed in pain when she found that the patriarch and the leaders were there. She shouted, "Sect, Patriarch, save me!" Jun Changshao pulled her in front of him and said coldly, "Nobody in this world can save you." The aura of death rose in Fong Lingyu's heart. Horror appeared on her hideous face. "Die!" Jun Changshao raised his hand and lifted her into the sky. Lan Jingting and the Taishan Xingzong Patriarch both clenched their fists. Fong Lingyu was a genius that Taishan Xingzong had focused on cultivating after all. If she was killed by Jun Changshao in front of everyone, it would be tantamount to tearing down their headquarters again. "Patriarch!" Suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. All the experts looked over and saw a beautiful woman in a snow-white dress appear out of nowhere on the mountain top in the distance. Lu Qianqian. She was the person who caused the conflict between the sect of all times and the Taishan Xingzong. Why is senior sister here? Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were stunned. Li Luoqiu contacted everyone except for Lu Qianqian, who was training in the Tower of Trials. "Qianqian." Jun Changshao raised Fong Lingyu and said murderously, "Today I will help you take revenge for being expelled and crippled by the Taishan Xingzong. I will tear down the Eternal Hall." Plop! Lu Qianqian suddenly knelt down. Her beautiful face was covered with frost. She said in a pleading tone, "I have nothing to do with the Taishan Xingzong. Patriarch, please don't make things difficult for them." Senior sister, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were in disbelief. Jun Changshao was also stunned. This woman, who used to think that he was too kind, knelt down and begged for mercy from the Taishan Xingzong, who had bullied her. That was not right. Was her brain kicked by a donkey? Or was it squeezed by the door? "Get up!" Jun Changshao's anger quickly subsided after Lu Qianqian knelt down. He said with heartache, "The floor is cold." Lu Qianqian did not get up, because the patriarch still had no intention of letting go of the Taishan Xingzong. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I am too soft-hearted. I can't bear to see my disciples suffer." Then he withdrew the power of the sword and martial sages and put Fong Lingyu down. The Purple King also withdrew the demon aura that had spread out. Level 1 alert is lifted. Zhong Yi shouted, and the members of the army put down their weapons. The tense atmosphere that shrouded the Taishan Xingzong instantly disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for eldest disciple pleading for leniency, this king wouldn't have spared your supreme mystery, holy sect. Jun Changshao glowered at supreme mystery, holy sect master, and upper echelons, waving his robe as he barked, "Return to the sect!" Swish! At this moment, Lu Qianqian flew down from the mountain peak. She stood in front of Fong Lingyu, who was breathing rapidly, and said coldly, "Get up and fight me to the death." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. This woman wanted to do it herself. 3,000+ words. P.S. Add 104. Shamelessly asking for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 1080. With Jun Changshao's superior's attitude, the Taishan Xingzong main hall would definitely be destroyed. However, at this critical juncture, Lu Qianqian rushed over and knelt on the mountain peak, begging the patriarch to spare the Taishan Xingzong. On many occasions, she had hoped that Go Sheng would be decisive and not merciful. Why would she plead for mercy for a sect that had banished her and crippled her cultivation? Because no matter how much she hated this place, it was still her home. Lu Qianqian had been taken in by the late Grand Elder since she was young and had treated her as her own child. When her lifespan was almost up, she had even taught her the Taishan Ice Heart technique, giving her a chance to rise again even if her cultivation was crippled. Although she was kneeling to persuade Jun Changshao to be merciful, she was also kneeling to the late Grand Elder who had doted on her since she was young. She was telling her spirit in heaven that she had returned. Lu Qianqian was cold, but not cold. She had 7 emotions and 6 desires, but she also had a grateful heart. Even though the Taixuan Xingzong had crippled her cultivation and banished her, for the sake of the Grand Elder, she did not wish for the sect that she had once protected to be destroyed just like that. Because of this, after joining the Sect of All Times, she did not mention a word about her past and faced it as if everything was in the past. However, if she did not take the initiative to say it, Jun Changshao would take the initiative to find out. My eldest disciple did not commit any heinous crimes. You banished her and even crippled her cultivation. Aren't you forcing her to her death? Admittedly, I am grateful to the Taixuan Xingzong. If you did not banish Lu Qianqian, there would not be the current eldest disciple of the Sect of All Times. However, this cannot cover up your murderous methods. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a few years ago or tens of thousands of years ago, since I know about it, I must seek an explanation. Suppose the person involved was Yi Xingchen. Back then, he was plotted against, and his soul was forced to be nurtured in the earth's core. It was only a few thousand years ago that he was reborn. Would Jun Changshao be indifferent after knowing about it? Yes. Knight Emperor did not join the Sect of All Times back then. However, he is my disciple now. Everything in his past and present is related to me. Lu Qianqian understood Jun Changshao's character very well. She knew that he would cause the situation to become uncontrollable and complicated, so she could only kneel and beg. Not to mention, this move was a clever move. Jun Changshao's anger immediately calmed. Since this disciple didn't want to pursue the past mistakes of the supreme profound sacred sect, he could only sound the drums and withdraw his troops. Fang, Su's hatred. He would not did not kill her. He would not's hatred. And she, Lu Qianqian, seemed to be able to read his mind. She landed in front of the woman and immediately initiated a life-and-death battle. Lu Qianqian. Fang Lingyu was lying on the ground in pain. Her eyes flashed with anger. You want to take advantage of me? In the demonic dragon cave, she bombarded the wall with her body and was restrained by Jun Changshao's overbearing psionic power. She was now seriously injured. How could she stand up and fight? Swish! Lu Qianqian waved her hand. A healing pill flew into Fang Lingyu's mouth. Jun Changshao felt a little heartache. This woman got lucky. After taking the healing pill, Fang Lingyu's injuries quickly recovered. She stood up in shock and said in disbelief, "What did you give me?" Death pill. Lu Qianqian took out the cold light sword and said, "Take out your weapon. Let me see how much the girl who used to please me has grown." Fang Lingyu also had an ice physique, but standing in front of her, regardless of temperament or appearance, she was defeated. Clang! Fang Lingyu unsheathed her sword and said hatefully, "Lu Qianqian, I'm no longer who I used to be." Whoosh! The ice attribute spread out and gathered on the sword, forming pieces of ice. Swish! She took a step forward and used the ice sword technique of Taixuan Xingzong. The extremely cold air wantonly spread out, forming a dazzling sword shadow. Then, Puchi! Suddenly, the sword flashed. Fang Lingyu was stunned. Then, her face became ferocious. Clank! Because the tendons of her hand were cut, the weapon fell to the ground with blood. Whoosh! Puchi! The sword flashed again. Fang Lingyu's left wrist also had a slender sword mark. Blood splashed out. Her face was more ferocious. So weak? Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others shook their heads. They thought that this genius that Taixuan Xingzong focused on nurturing would be very strong and could exchange dozens of moves with their senior sister. They didn't expect her hands to be crippled so easily. Lu Qianqian put away her sword and said lightly, You're still as weak as before." Fang Lingyu's face was as ferocious as a devil's. A strong sense of unwillingness rose in her heart. This woman's cultivation was obviously crippled. Even if there was a way to repair it, how could she become stronger in just a few years? In the past, Lu Qianqian was her senior sister. In terms of martial arts cultivation, there was only a certain gap between them. Now, compared to her, it seemed unattainable. Why? Why was this? Swish! Suddenly, Lu Qianqian approached. Her palm, which contained the power of extreme cold, directly hit her dantian. Her internal spiritual nucleus suddenly cracked, bringing intense pain that made her faint on the spot. Her hands were crippled, and her dantian was crippled. Fang Lingyu was basically abused to the point where she couldn't take care of herself. She was the one who instigated Lu Qianqian to cripple her cultivation. Now that she had ended up like this, she deserved it. As for the executor, Elder Chu, his meridians were also broken by Jun Changxiao's kick. Even if his injuries recovered, it was unknown whether he could continue to cultivate martial arts in the future. Karma reincarnation. Retribution is not good. Patriarch. Lu Qianqian sheathed her sword and said, "Let's go back." "Aren't you going to kill her to prevent future trouble?" Jun Changxiao asked. Lu Qianqian said, "Didn't Patriarch once say that sparing a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda?" Huh. Jun Changxiao was startled and secretly said, "I said that." The system said, when the host went to Qingyang City to participate in the recruitment of numerous sects and saved Li Qingyang, he said that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Sparing people and saving people have different meanings. However, how many years has it been? She actually still remembers my words in her heart. The system added, in a world where martial arts are respected, saving irrelevant people is simply stupid to the extreme. Naturally, it will leave a deep impression on the eldest disciple. The proposal and the executor who crippled Lu Qianqian's cultivation received the same punishment. Jun Changxiao did not make things difficult for Taishan Xingzong and immediately left with his disciples. However, before walking down the mountain, he turned to look at the patriarch of Taishan Xingzong and said lightly, "You are very incompetent as a patriarch. You should quickly step down and give it to someone who is capable." Patriarch Xi's face was extremely ugly. "Let's go." Under the gaze of all the experts, Jun Changxiao led the crowd and left, and the hundreds of thousands of beasts gathered at the foot of the mountain also evacuated. At this point, the crisis of Taishan Xingzong was quelled. The price to pay was that the mountain gate, the sect protection array were broken, and Elder Chu and the key disciples were crippled. Oh, right. There was also an inner court female disciple who was abducted by the disciples of the sect of all times. Let me go. Not letting go. Not letting go. I won't let go. You, the patriarch, doesn't want me anymore. I can't lose you two. From today onwards, we will wander the world together. It's best to give me a few sons and continue the Su family's bloodline. In the sky, Su Xiaoma flew at top speed, allowing Xia Shuiyin to struggle in his arms without letting go, because if he let go, love would be gone. Chapter 1081. Jun Changxiao wreaked havoc in the Taishan Xingzong and almost escalated into a world war. Fortunately, Lu Qianqian appeared and ended the matter. However, only crippling the two instigators and not extorting their martial arts resources was not like Go Sheng style at all. F***CK. After returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot!" Forget it. He shook his head and said, "For the sake of the first and third disciples, I won't be calculative with them." Hall, masterly, Jun Changxiao immediately ordered, "Inform Xiao Mu to settle the relationship issue as soon as possible and return to the sect to cultivate." He did not object to his disciples being in love. However, if they were to cultivate because of this, he would definitely not allow it. After all, Young people should prioritize their career and not be too immersed in love. To be honest, he was also a little jealous. Even when he went undercover, he could still pick up girls. Sigh. Fortunately, he did not go. Otherwise, all the female disciples of the Taishan zone would be attracted to him. The system was speechless. Where did his confidence come from? Understood. Li Luochio hurriedly contacted the various county branches and successfully contacted Su Xiaoma, who was in a remote village. This guy carried Xia Shuiyun and flew over thousands of mountains and rivers to find a quiet place, planning to start a sincere relationship with her here. Shuiyun, Su Xiaoma said seriously, "My patriarch has already left. Taishan Xingzong is not destroyed, you can rest assured." Xia Shuiyun stood in the room and glared at him with a frosty face. "That year in the Yunling Mountains, was it your sect of all times who arranged for a large number of beasts to attack?" "Yes." "Was it also your sect of all times who arranged for the powerful beasts to attack the Golden Scale Mountain?" "Yes." Su Xiaoma confessed. At this point, there was no need to hide anymore. Liar. Xia Shuiyun gritted her teeth. Back then, in the Yunling Mountains, he had risked his life to stand up for her, thus arousing her good impression of him. After that, they had slowly built up their relationship, but in the end it was all a scam. Everything had been set up. Su Xiaoma said, "Xia Shuiyun, I can tell you very responsibly that although I lied to you, I was undercover in Taishan Xingzong. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to find out about eldest senior sister and Fong Lingyu. The author can testify to this." Su Goxing's spy was to obtain information. Later, when Jun Changshao made a scene at Taishan Xingzong, it was also this woman who spread the news. "Get out." Xia Shuiyun pointed at the door. "I've already lost my sect. If I lose you as well, there's no meaning in living in this world." Su Xiaoma walked out dejectedly. Xia Shuiyun, who was standing in front of the window, looked at his lonely back and felt her heart ache for no reason. Clang! After walking out, Su Xiaoma stood in the courtyard. He took out the Truyang sword and wiped it with his sleeve, a resolute look in his eyes. Xia Shuiyun saw this and hurriedly rushed out. "What are you doing?" "Don't worry about me," Su Xiaoma said sorrowfully. Xia Shuiyun wanted to persuade him, but when she saw that guy raise his sword, she could only throw caution to the wind and rush over. Swoosh! The sword flashed, and the sound of something being cut could be heard. Xia Shuiyun felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she said, "Why did you take things so hard? Come, eat an apple." Suddenly, Su Xiaoma took a slice of the apple and said with a smile. Xia Shuiyun, who had already developed feelings for him, was dumbstruck. So he wasn't trying to commit suicide. He was trying to cut an apple. She said angrily, "Su Xiaoma, you've gone too far." Ugh! Su Xiaoma held her in his arms and lowered his head. Under the setting sun, this man and woman, who both had each other in their hearts, hugged each other. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill, and the ground was covered in dog food. Su Xiaoma didn't immediately return to the sect of all times. He temporarily stayed with Xia Shuiyun in the village. Every day, he tried to persuade her to forgive him and to accept that he was actually Su Jinteng, Su Gosheng. With Elder Wei's guidance, his feelings were strong. Xia Shuiyun, who was originally estranged from him, couldn't hold her ground and gradually opened her heart to accept him. However, every time she thought of Jun Changshao standing arrogantly in front of the Taishan Xingzong, she would inadvertently feel estranged and even deliberately try to avoid him. Shuiyun, Su Xiaoma said, although eldest senior sister made a mistake back then, it wasn't enough to have her cultivation crippled. She was treated unfairly because of Fong Lingyu, so it's reasonable for my patriarch to seek justice. Xia Shuiyun fell silent. Lu Qianqian's matter was rarely mentioned in the sect. It was probably because the elder misused his authority and punished her severely. In the demonic dragon cave, that vicious woman lured out spiritual beasts. If it weren't for my strength, I probably would have died a long time ago, Su Xiaoma said. Also, after I was seriously injured, she wanted to kill me. If I hadn't resolved it, I would have died a second time. Xia Shuiyun, who had been silent all this time, raised her head and said, "You're saying so much because you want to tell me that Senior's sister Fang brought all of this upon herself." "That's right," Su Xiaoma said. Xia Shuiyun said, "Our Taishan Xingzong's mountain gate was broken, and our reputation in the Jianghu was lost. Was that also our own fault?" This, Su Xiaoma fell silent for a while and said, "Based on how much the patriarch values Senior's sister, it's already very benevolent of him to only break your Taishan Xingzong's mountain gate and punish the two main culprits." Xia Shuiyun said, "Should I thank your patriarch?" "What I mean is that the matter between Senior's sister Fang Lingyu and Senior's sister Fang Lingyu ended in this way. It's a happy ending for both our sects," Su Xiaoma said. Xia Shuiyun fell silent. Sure enough, different standpoints led to different views. Su Xiaoma wanted to continue to persuade her, but he suddenly heard the news from the drizzle hall, so he changed his words and said, "Shuiyun, I just received news that the patriarch of your sect has resigned from the position of patriarch." Xia Shuiyun was stunned. The news that the patriarch of Si had resigned from the position of Taishan Xingzong patriarch had already spread in Jianghu. As for the reason for his resignation, it was because the mountain gate that had existed for a long time was destroyed, and the main hall was almost destroyed. He felt ashamed to face the ancestors of the sect. Grand Elder Lan Jingting allowed him to resign. In fact, after learning that Lu Qianqian had been severely punished, he had criticized the patriarch of Si for being too lenient with the elders in handling the affairs of the sect. But he didn't expect that the crisis of Jun Changshao causing trouble in Taishan Xingzong would be buried later. The patriarch of Taishan Xingzong also deeply blamed himself for not properly controlling the elders as the sect leader in the past, causing the sect to almost be destroyed. Thus, he made the decision to resign. After the discussion of the elders, Su Xiaoma said the third elder is temporarily acting as the patriarch. Xia Shuiyun said, "The third elder is in charge of internal affairs all year round, separating public from private interests. It's a wise choice for him to take over the position of patriarch." "Yes," Su Xiaoma said, "the third elder is also very good to me. If it weren't for the fact that he valued me, we might not have developed feelings for each other over time." "Humph!" Xia Shuiyun curled her lips and said, "Who developed feelings for you?" Su Xiaoma leaned over and said with a smile, "Feelings are in the past. In the future, you will have to bear my children." "Who wants to bear your children?" Xia Shuiyun turned her head away in shame. "All right." Su Xiaoma said, "There's another news. Do you want to hear it?" "What news?" "Elder Xia has been promoted to acting deputy patriarch." "Ah." Xia Shuiyun's eyes widened. Su Xiaoma said with a smile, "The patriarch ordered me to hurry back and prepare a generous gift to Taishan Xingzong to propose marriage to Elder Xia. My grandfather's words don't count." "My words count," Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xiaoma moved closer and took out the bottle of Tranquil Heart and Icy Skin pills. He said seriously, "This is what you gave me. I've been keeping it. Can I use it as an engagement token?" "You're not allowed to refuse." He then added, "Because you still have my supreme treasure fragment in your possession." Chapter 1082. The resignation of the Taishan Xingzong patriarch and the temporary appointment of the third elder as the acting patriarch caused a huge uproar in the pugilistic world. As a top sect, internal affairs, especially the change of the patriarch's position, were of the utmost importance. Of course, many martial artists also knew that the resignation of the patriarch definitely had something to do with Jun Changshao. Hence, they all lamented, "This is directly causing the leader of a top sect to step down." Who asked Lu Qianqian to be the first disciple of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao has always been protective of his disciples. and his disciples' cultivation was once crippled. The Taishan Xingzong can only admit that it's bad luck. I'm afraid this matter won't end just like that, right? Many people were discussing how the newly appointed acting patriarch would face the sect of all times. Would he choose to bear with it or fight it head-on? After all, the sect was destroyed by that guy. Just as everyone was waiting for the follow-up, an explosive piece of news came. That was Jun Changshao would soon bring the betrothal gifts to the Taishan Xingzong to propose marriage. When the various martial artists received the news, they were all dumbfounded. He had just destroyed the sect's face, and now he was going to propose marriage? What kind of play was Jun Changshao putting on? Of course, as the party involved, the higher-ups of the Taishan Xingzong were also discussing this matter. Everyone, Yu Linyin, who had just taken over as the acting patriarch, sat at the head of the table and said with a frown, "Soon the patriarch of the sect of all times will personally bring his disciple to propose marriage. What do you think?" A hint of anger flashed in the eyes of the elders. How could he have the face to propose marriage after causing such a huge ruckus in their own sect? Or did he really think that the Taishan Xingzong was a soft persimmon that could be bullied at will? "Patriarch," Elder Sun said, "although the sect of all times has a grudge with us, it was all built on Elder Chu and Fongling. Now that he has crippled their cultivation, the grudge has been settled. Why don't we befriend them?" "Not bad," another elder standing at the side agreed. In this world, who didn't know the strength of the sect of all times, especially when they were attacking a sect they could mobilize hundreds of thousands of beasts. It was enough to shake the heavens and earth. If they chose to go against them, their heads would definitely be kicked by a donkey. In the face of absolute power, even the top sects had to admit defeat. Elder Sun said, "Vice Patriarch Xia, Jun Changshao is here to propose marriage to your granddaughter on behalf of Su Xiaomu. As the person involved, you should express your opinion." Everyone looked at Xia Tie, who had just been promoted from elder to vice patriarch, and waited for him to make a decision. "Elder Xia," Yu Linyin said solemnly, "you have to think carefully." To be honest, he didn't want to be on bad terms with the sect of all times. Now that Jun Changshao announced that he was here to propose marriage, it was undoubtedly a message that he wanted to befriend them. If he rejected it, there would be more trouble. Sensing that everyone was looking at him, Xia Tie resisted the pressure and said, "I still say the same thing. Shui Yan's marriage will be decided by her." Yu Linyin shook his head and said, "That girl isn't in the sect. How can we let her make the decision?" Report. A disciple came and said, "Sister Xia is back." Good, good. Yu Linyin hurriedly said, "Quick, quick, let her come to the main hall quickly." Yes. After a while, Xia Shuiyin entered the main hall. Before the patriarch and grandfather could say anything, she knelt on the ground and said, "Patriarch, I agree to this marriage." Yu Linyin immediately let out a long breath. As long as the person involved agreed, it meant that they could be on good terms with the sect of all times. In fact, if Xia Shuiyin didn't agree, the higher-ups of the Taishan Xingzong would have counseled her after weighing the pros and cons. After all, the sect's interests were greater than anything else. "Shuiyin," Xia Tie said in a deep voice, "did that kid force you to agree?" Others wouldn't care about sacrificing the happiness of a female disciple in exchange for the sect's interests, but as her closest relative, he couldn't tolerate his granddaughter giving in under certain means. "Grandfather," Xia Shuiyin said, "you should know my granddaughter's personality. If she's not willing, no one can force her." Xia Tie fell into a short silence and sighed, "Since it's your choice, I won't stop you." "Then it's decided," Yu Linyin said. "The Taishan Xingzong agrees to this marriage." 3 days later, Jun Changshao, dressed in white, came to the Taishan Xingzong again. Accompanying him was Su Xiaoma, the protagonist of this marriage proposal, as well as Jiang Ya, Ding Xingwang, Ge Qingming, and other elders of the sect of all times. Yu Linyun gave him the best treatment. The grudge between the two sects was formed when the former patriarch was in charge. Now that he was in charge, the grudge wouldn't continue. Instead, he would try his best to improve it, from hostility to friendship. Vice Patriarch Xia. After entering the main hall, Jun Changshao took out 10 heavy boxes and went straight to the point. The betrothal gift I brought is 100,000 six-pointed starstones. Please don't laugh at it. Su Xiaomo was stunned. The patriarch actually used the 9 heavens continents spirit stones as a betrothal gift for his marriage, and 100,000 of them at that. This was simply no. He was so moved that he was about to cry. 6-pointed starstones? Yu Linyun and the other elders looked at each other. Obviously, they hadn't heard of this or before. Jun Changshao explained, "This item is a martial resource from the 9 heavens continent, the first tier of the dimensional battlefield. The spiritual energy it contains is equivalent to 10 of our falling star continent's spirit stones." What? Yu Linyun and the others opened their eyes wide. 1 stone was equivalent to 10, and 100,000 stones was equivalent to 1,000,000 stones. Big deal. Absolutely big deal. Xia Tie's mouth twitched slightly. According to the customs of the falling star continent, even if a noble family proposed marriage, the betrothal gift would only be a few 100,000 silvers. The rich ones would use gold instead. This kind of martial resource as a betrothal gift was equivalent to 1,000,000 spirit stones. It was simply inhumane. Of course, Jun Changshao said again, "This is just a part of it." Shua, shua. A few pieces of space landed in front of Xia Tie's table and said, "There are various ores and herbs inside, with a total of 10,000,000 silvers. Vice Patriarch Xia, please agree to the marriage between my disciple and your granddaughter." Since everyone was a martial artist, the betrothal gift had to be based on martial arts. Gold, silver, and other valuables were simply too low. Patriarch. Su Xiaomo was really moved to tears. If he didn't join the sect of all times in this life, he would probably have to sell everything in order to gather enough betrothal gifts. Yu Linyun cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Jun Patriarch, you're really generous." Jun Changshao said, "If Vice Patriarch Xia has no objections, let's discuss a specific time for the engagement." According to the customs of the falling star continent, a marriage proposal didn't mean that they would get married immediately. They needed to hold an engagement ceremony first. All right, Xia Tie said. Since his granddaughter agreed, he naturally wouldn't object. Thus, both sides discussed the engagement ceremony for half an hour. In the end, they decided to hold the engagement ceremony on the 6th of next month at the Sect of all times. However, after everything was discussed, Jun Changshao was about to leave. Xia Shuiyun walked out from behind the scenes and said, "Jun Patriarch, I have a request." "What request?" "Su Xiaomo and I still have to put our minds on martial arts cultivation. After the engagement, please don't arrange the marriage too early." Jun Changshao laughed. "You two can decide on the matter of marriage yourself. I am only responsible for preparing the wedding and waiting for the wedding banquet." "Thank you," Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xiaomo was speechless. But if they were to get married early, what was the point of getting engaged? On the same day, the Sect of all times' intelligence agency began to operate. All the fifth-rate sects and above, as well as the prestigious families, received the engagement invitation one after another. "It can't be?" After a patriarch received it, he said in shock, "It's just a disciple's engagement ceremony, and the invitation was sent to my Southeast Shire province? Isn't this a little too grand?" The wedding was the most important event in life. The engagement ceremony was nothing more than a banquet for relatives and friends. The Sect of all time sending out engagement invitations all over the world was simply too high profile. Jun Changshao was thinking the same thing. Su Xiaoma set the precedent for the Sect of all time's disciples to get engaged. It had to be grand and beautiful. Patriarch, one of the higher-ups asked, "Are you going?" "Yes." The patriarch said, "The sect of all times sent out an invitation. Who in this world dares to not go?" Thus, many families and sects began to prepare. Jun Changshao found Li Qingyang and said, "According to the customs of the falling star continent, how much money should the people who participate in the engagement ceremony bring?" The system roared, "What grand and beautiful! This is the reason for sending out the invitations." Chapter 1083. The sect of all times had just caused a ruckus in Taishan Xingzong and shocked the powerhouses from all over the world. Who would dare to reject an invitation from them? Would they just go and be done with it? Not to mention the money, they should at least bring some gifts. The Go Sheng invited were all reputable people. They definitely couldn't go with just their mouths, so they would naturally be prepared. Thinking about it this way, he gave the Taishan Xingzong nearly 10 million ores and herbs, so he could make up for some of it from them. The loss wasn't too big. As for the 100,000 six-pointed starstones, Jun Changshao was willing to take them out for his disciple, so he naturally wouldn't mind. At most, well, when he ran out, he would take the things to the Nine Heavens continent to exchange. Although there weren't many plots left in the plain battlefield, its use had been raised to another level. It was used as a transfer station for transactions. If he lacked high-level spirit stones, he could go to other planes to exchange for them. Beep, beep. In the cafeteria, Jun Changshao sat down and said, "On the 6th of next month, your senior brother will hold an engagement ceremony. I'll leave the matters of the banquet to your dining hall." "Yes." Lu Wansher nodded heavily, then began to prepare. She personally went to the patriarch, hoping to transfer some money. After all, it was very expensive to hold a big banquet. The stingy Yuan Gongzi immediately transferred a lot of money. The patriarch dared to give the Taishan Xingzong a super luxurious betrothal gift, so he must value Su Xiaoma very much. The banquet of the engagement ceremony couldn't be careless. 10 days later, on the 4th of the new month, the disciples began to get busy, and the sect was suddenly decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Martial artists from all over the world entered Ironbone Town one after another. The number of people expanded from a few hundred to a few thousand, and there were even people rushing over on horses. I'm afraid that just the money from the gifts alone will be a considerable amount of income. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the main hall, used his spiritual senses to envelop Ironbone Town at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the warriors coming and going, a smile appeared on his face. The warriors who came early would definitely need food, drinks, and lodging. Moreover, all of them were rich, so they would naturally bring a lot of benefits to Ironbone Town. This was especially true for the Tang's elixir store, which was located in the town. It had always been a popular business, but now it was crowded with people both inside and outside the store. Whoosh! Outside Ironbone Town, City Lord Han landed and walked into the town. Due to the strength of the sect of all times, martial artists from all walks of life were forced to attend the engagement ceremony. When he received the invitation, not only was he very happy, he even hoped that the day would come sooner. Mu Changhong, Sidu Haoyun, Yi Tianqing, and other people who had a good relationship with Jun Changshao were naturally happy to congratulate him. He even thought that exchanging cash gifts for a sumptuous banquet was definitely a good deal. Without sufficient strength and status, it would be difficult for cultivators from other provinces to receive an invitation. However, in the Azure Sun County, as long as they were from a sect or clan, regardless of their cultivation level or strength, they would all receive an invitation. Even Qin Haoren, Shen Tong, and the others were on the invitation list. Of course, their ally, the Blue Mountain sect, was indispensable. Not only did they arrive early, but they were also invited to the sect of all times and placed in a VIP courtyard. Patriarch. Li Qingyang reported, "Palace Master, she is here. Quickly invite her in." As the second ally of the sect of all times, Ingenious Flower Palace also received high treatment and was placed in an independent courtyard adjacent to the Blue Mountain sect. June Patriarch did not hesitate to become enemies with the entire world for his eldest disciple. This master-disciple relationship is admirable, Shi Jingxian said. Jun Changshao said, "You flatter me, Palace Master Shi." The system instigated, "Using cheesy words at this time will definitely work. Host, why don't you try it?" Scram. Speaking of cheesy words, Gosheng felt sad, because after many tests he was completely in the 0-1 range. So when he burned it, he swore that he would never say it again. The system said, "Sai, if you don't use it on the right person, it will be intolerable for him to be single." Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, "Disciples' engagement is coming soon, and there are many things to take care of. Jun, please excuse me." Shi Jingxian smiled. "This is not the first time I've been to the Sect of all times, so I'm very familiar with this place. Jun Patriarch, you don't have to mind me. Go to your own things. Goodbye." Jun Changshao left the courtyard and pointed at Li Fei, who was hanging lanterns in the distance, saying, "Brat, hang them properly for me." Shi Jingxian walked out of the courtyard with nothing to do, admiring the majestic buildings and fairyland-like scenery along the way. After walking for some time, she suddenly stopped because Lu Qianqian appeared in front of her and said coldly, "The back of the mountain is restricted. Trespassers are not allowed to enter." "Oh," Shi Jingxian responded, then looked at the woman who was excellent in both appearance and temperament. She smiled. "Jun Patriarch is willing to become enemies with the world for Miss Lu. How enviable." Lu Qianqian did not say anything. Shi Jingxian pointed at the scenic spot in the distance, saying, "Can I go there?" "Yes," Lu Qianqian said calmly. Shi Jingxian said goodbye. Lu Qianqian frowned as she watched the palace mistress of Miaohua Palace leave. She thought to herself, what did she mean by that? The 6th day of the new year. It was an auspicious day. The sky was just beginning to brighten. A large group of martial artists walked up the long stairs to the entrance of the Sect of all times. Southeast Sher Province, Helen City, Chui family. Gift of 500 artificial spirit stones. Southwest Jiang Province, Qingyang City, Li family. Gift of 1,000 artificial spirit stones. Northeast Lu Province. Li Tiantan took out a loudspeaker and shouted as the masters and elders of the sects entered the Sect of all times. Sima Zhongda urged, "Don't keep shouting. Let me shout as well. Let me show my face. Go rest somewhere else. Jun Patriarch, congratulations on your disciple's engagement." "Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you." Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the main hall, welcomed the various heroes who had come with him with a warm smile on his face. About 2 hours later, martial artists from all over the world sat at the banquet table in the martial arts arena. The people involved in the engagement, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyin, also appeared on the engagement stage. The engagement ceremony was very simple. The closest relatives sat in the main hall and were served tea by the engaged couple. Su Xiaoma's parents were a little nervous. After all, they were just ordinary people, and they were surrounded by martial arts experts. The scene was a little scary. However, when they saw their beautiful daughter-in-law kneeling down, a smile appeared on their faces. Xia Shuiyun's parents sat on the side of the bride's side. They were not very talented in martial arts. Although they were disciples of the Taishan Xingzong, they were always running the sect's businesses outside and rarely came back. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Su Xiaoma knelt down and handed them tea. "Please have some tea." F***CK Jun Changshao, who was sitting in front of the main hall, thought to himself, "This guy is really thick-skinned. He's calling me that before they're even married." The system said, "How can he find a wife if he's not thick-skinned?" It had always been puzzled. When it came to thick-skinned, the host had resisted the upper realm's palm print. His quality was guaranteed, So why was he still single? Could it be that he was too thick-skinned and there was no room for improvement in his EQ? After Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun served tea, the engagement ceremony ended. As a man, he had to invite the congratulatory guests to a good meal. Otherwise, wouldn't the money be wasted? Serve the wine and dishes. Jun Changshao said loudly. The dining hall was in charge of serving the dishes, and the drizzle hall was in charge of serving the wine. The dishes were made by Lu Wanshi, and the wine was made by Lancôme. Of course, they were all ordinary wines, not the drunken dream that could increase the speed of psionic energy. However, a professional brewer, even the ordinary wine brewed by him was the best in the world. Therefore, when everyone started to eat, they were first shocked by the delicious food, and after drinking, they instantly soared to the 9 heavens. Junior brother Yi, Li Fei, put 2 big jars of wine on the table and smiled. Today is senior brother Su's engagement day. You can't be a wet blanket. Yi Xingchen frowned, thinking that he would have to face the drunken dream in the future. He said heroically, "Fill it up." "Okay, junior brother Yi, you're a real man." Seeing that Yi Xingchen was planning to drink, Li Qingyang hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Lu Wanshi. "Junior sister, is the livestock pen locked?" "It's locked. I even asked Elder Zhen to reinforce it with a formation." "Then there's no problem." After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone bid farewell and left. Before the ceremony, they had an expression of carrot, carrot. After leaving, they had an expression of carrot, carrot. Looking at the mess in the martial arts field, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Hurry up and clean it up." Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion. Li Qingyang instantly determined that it came from the livestock pen, so he covered his head and said, "Junior brother, you can't have broken the formation and entered, right?" P.S. Ad 103. Chapter 1084. Lu Wanshi was really worried that Yi Xingchen would run to the livestock pen again. Not only did she lock the door in advance, but she also had the foresight to ask Elder Zhen to set up all kinds of formations. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? The little girl underestimated Pei Aniu's determination to separate from the bed when he was drunk. After the banquet ended, he walked over unsteadily. When he realized that he couldn't enter, he directly destroyed the formation. When Li Qingyang heard the news and rushed over, he found that junior brother Yi was covered in dust from the explosion, but he was sleeping comfortably inside. All kinds of livestock were shivering in the corner. "Mom, why is this human here again?" Sigh. Li Qingyang carried the drunk Yi Xingchen and shook his head. "Can't you drink less?" Jun Changshao was quite puzzled when he heard this. Why did this kid like to go to the livestock pen every time he got drunk? It wasn't until he asked that he understood. Pei Aniu was born poor and raised cows and sheep for a living, so he had special feelings for livestock and the livestock pen. The next day, Yi Xingchen sat in the courtyard expressionlessly. Although he had a splitting headache because of yesterday's drinking, it couldn't compare to the pain in his heart. He wanted to raise his head and shout, "Why is this happening?" Patriarch. In the main hall, Yuan Gongzi skillfully turned on the abacus and said, "Yesterday's gift money was converted to artificial spirit stones. The total is 6 million spirit stones." Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled. He gave the Taishan Xingzong ores worth 10 million spirit stones and received so many spirit stones as a gift money. It was a way to make money. "I'm going to make a fortune with 78,000 spirit stones." Yuan Gongzi added, "Preparing for the engagement and banquet cost 5 million spirit stones." It doesn't matter. Compared to 5 million spirit stones, 5 million spirit stones was not worth mentioning. After the engagement ceremony, Xia Shuiyun followed her parents back to Taishan Xingzong. At the same time, she gained another identity as the fiancée of the 3rd disciple of the Sect of all times. With the Sect of all times' current prestige in the Jianghu and Jun Changshao's extremely protective personality, Once his identity was revealed, he would definitely be more powerful than a Taishan Xingzong inner sect disciple. Shui Yin. Before she left, Su Xiaomao walked her to the foot of the mountain. He reluctantly held her small hand and said, "The patriarch agreed to let you stay. Why did you refuse?" "I'm still a disciple of Taishan Xingzong. How can I stay in the sect of all times?" Her parents were present. Being held by this fellow caused Xia Shui's face to turn red. Su Xiaomao wasn't embarrassed at all. "You're my woman. You'll marry me sooner or later. Why don't you join the sect of all times as soon as possible? Moreover," he said seriously, "you can improve your martial arts realm faster here. I have an ice element physique. Taishan Xingzong is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. We'll talk about it after I marry you." Xia Shuiyin blushed and turned to leave. Although the sect of all times had all kinds of martial arts resources, in terms of ice element cultivation, it was completely incomparable to the Taishan Xingzong. After all, they had always focused on ice element cultivation. Didn't Lu Qianshan also decide to temporarily leave the sect and head to the cold Luzhou in the northeast to improve her strength? All right. Su Xiaomao waved goodbye and said, "Shui Yin, I'll visit you in Taishan Xingzong every few days." Although these words were beautiful, after seeing Xia Shuiyin off, he immediately entered the training tower, the space-time secret realm, and the life and death secret realm to cultivate. In terms of cultivation level, he was far behind Li Qingyang, Xiao Zueji, and the others, but there was a clear gap between them in all kinds of tempering. Therefore, he had to put aside the matter of romance and make up for it as soon as possible. The feud between the sect of all times and the Taishan Xingzong basically came to an end after Su Xiaomao and Xia Shuiyin got engaged. It didn't develop into a big fight. It was perfect that they would fight to the death. Hall. Masterly, Jun Changshao came to the drizzle hall and said, "Find out where Fang Lingyu went as soon as possible." Lu Qianshan didn't kill this woman, only crippling her hands and cultivation. However, he had to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent the second rise of the villains, which would bring potential danger to himself and the sect. Understood. Li Luoqiu ordered the outside intelligence network to start a thorough search. After Yu Linyan took over as the acting sect leader, Fang Lingyu and Elder Chu quietly left. There was no news of them after that. Patriarch. A few days later, Li Luoqiu reported, "Fang Lingyu seems to have disappeared into thin air. I've searched all 9 major states, but couldn't find her. That's a bit troublesome." Jun Changshao frowned and then asked, "Is there any news from the soul race?" "No," Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changshao said, "This race is good at hiding. We have to investigate carefully. If there's anything suspicious, we have to investigate carefully." "Okay. Have Elder Jiang find Fang Lingyu." Elder Jiang left after the engagement ceremony, Yu Zichen said. He went to find Sister again. Yes. As his understanding of the primordial spirit deepened, Jiang Ye's spiritual thoughts spread wider. Therefore, he often went out to look for the boundary when the sect was not busy, although he didn't find anything. Although the 9 states is big, the sect's intelligence network has been set up perfectly. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "If she is still alive and can't be found, maybe she has gone to the 3 overseas states." Li Luoqiu agreed. "I think so too." Jun Changshao said, "When Elder Jiang comes back, I'll take him to the East Sea Fishery State to try his luck. I'm afraid only the Patriarch can think of his disciples and elders like this in the world," Li Luoqiu said with a smile. Jun Changshao said, "They are all my flesh and blood. I have to love them all." In a damp and dark cave, Elder Chu sat cross-legged with a pale face. No matter how he ran his mental cultivation method, it was difficult to communicate with the spirit in his dantian. This woman's cultivation was good at Wu Shang's level, but her meridians were broken by Jun Changshao's kick. Now she was useless. Of course, if there was a powerful treasure of heaven and earth, it was possible to restore her meridians. On the other hand, Fong Lingyu not only had the tendons in her hands broken, but the spiritual core in her dantian had also exploded. She had completely lost the possibility of practicing martial arts. Damn it! Elder Chu said angrily. If I had known that Lu Qianqian would join the sect of all times, I would have killed her after she was expelled. Master. Fong Lingyu opened her eyes and said weakly, "It's too late to say anything now." She was no weaker than Elder Chu. After all, she was jealous of Lu Qianqian's physique and cultivation, so she secretly hindered her, but in the end, she was still suppressed by her. Alas! Elder Chu shook his head and said, "Disciple, what should we do?" Master. Fong Lingyu walked over to support him and said, "Give me your cultivation, and I'll help you take revenge." Give you my cultivation. Elder Chu's eyes were filled with shock. Smack! At this moment, Fong Lingyu's injured right hand was placed on her forehead. A green light flashed in her weak eyes, as if she was a devil awakened from hell. "You, what are you doing?" "Ah!" Screams came from the cave, and majestic and strange attributes whizzed out. After everything dissipated, Fong Lingyu stood on the spot and gently raised her hand, feeling her meridians and spiritual core gradually recovering. She said with joy, "It really works. It really works. Girl." Suddenly, a sinister voice rang in her ears. "Do you believe me now?" Fong Lingyu calmed down and said, "I can now devour everything to increase my cultivation." "That's right," the sinister voice said, "but the prerequisite is that you have to go to the northern desert state. There is a way to make you stronger there." The northern desert state? Fong Lingyu thought for a moment and hurriedly left. As for Elder Chu, he had already turned into a dried corpse and was lying in the cave. From his vague and ferocious expression, he must have been in great pain before he died. This old woman was very lucky to be able to live after destroying Lu Qianqian's cultivation. In the end, she died in the hands of the disciple she had trained herself, and she even sacrificed the realm and cultivation that she had cultivated for her entire life. It was a little tragic. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after Fong Lingyu left, a few members of the Drizzle Hall landed in front of the cave and found the corpse after entering. There were orders from above that any suspicious places must be strictly investigated, so they did not dare to be careless. While passing the news, they also brought the corpse back to the sect of all times. Jun Changsha checked and said with a cold gaze, "It's the soul race again." Chapter 1085. At the medical hall, Sun Bukong said after a careful inspection, "Patriarch, this is a female corpse." Jun Changshao almost kicked him to earth. Although the corpse was drain dry, it was obvious that it was a female corpse from the general shape. "You've been researching for half a day, and all you can give is a guess that can be seen at a glance?" "I can't deduce her age, but she should have looked like an old person before she died," Sun Bukong said again. Jun Changshao said, "What other clues do you have?" Sun Bukong held his chin and said, "If I'm not wrong, this female corpse was severely injured when she was alive, and the meridians in her body were broken." Jun Changshao said in surprise, "You can tell that?" "There's a big difference between a person's skin being injured and not being injured. For example," Sun Bukong began to give a medical explanation, but did not say much because it involved confidential information. "Amazing, amazing." After listening to his analysis, Jun Changshao said, "I didn't waste my time learning medicine from Elder Wei." Elder Wei said, "I'm good at planting, but my ability in medicine is limited." Bukong relied entirely on the medical records left behind by the medical saint of all faces to become a self-taught genius. Jun Changshao patted Sun Bukong's shoulder and encouraged him, "Study it well. The position of Deputy Hall Master of the Medical Hall is waiting for you." "Yes," Sun Bukong said loudly. Then he pointed to the abdomen of the corpse. Patriarch, this is the injured area. It should have been caused by an external force. No, from the state of the injury. It should have been caused by someone's foot. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "One kick to break the meridians. This method is a bit vicious. Could it be the work of the Soul Clan?" The system said, "When the host was in Taishianxing Zone, didn't he just cripple someone with one kick?" Jun Changshao then remembered that he had done something similar, so his expression changed slightly. "This female corpse can't be Elder Chu, right? Age unknown, an old person. Kick marks on the abdomen, meridians broken when she was alive. Other than the fact that he wasn't wearing the Taishian Xingzong elder's uniform, everything was too much of a coincidence. After the old witch and Fong Lingyu left the faction, they definitely wouldn't wear their school uniform. It's very possible that they would disguise themselves." After making a guess, Jun Changshao looked at the dried corpse and said solemnly, "This might really be Elder Chu." He was still in a state of conjecture until Lu Qianqian walked over and said, "There's a weak trace of ice element remaining in the corpse. He should have been an ice element martial cultivator when he was alive." Jun Changshao was immediately certain and said, "Elder Chu is definitely the one." She was dead. Where's Fong Lingyu? According to the information from Taishian Xingzong, the disappearance of the two of them meant that they had left together. Patriarch. Sun Bukong pointed at the head of the mummy and said, "There are obvious scratches here. The spiritual energy might have been absorbed from here." She turned her head and almost jumped up. It was because the patriarch had pulled up his hair at some point. He was wearing blue clothes and a pair of big glasses. There was a red bow tied to his collar. When did he change his clothes? Isn't that too fast? Jun Changshao lowered his head and touched his glasses. He said, "Judging from the body movements of the deceased, he didn't struggle at all when he was alive. It means that the deceased wasn't on guard when the culprit committed the crime." "Makes sense," Xiao Ziji said. Sun Bukong roared loudly, "Makes sense my ass! When did you show up? Why are you carrying a magically modified stereo?" "Pa." Xiao Ziji turned on the stereo, and the background music of Detective Kodak began to play. Jun Changshao lowered his head again, and 2 rays of light flashed across his glasses. He said, "It's true. The culprit was very close to the deceased, so he wouldn't have thought of suddenly killing himself." Sun Bukong roared, "What kind of bird language was the patriarch talking about? I can't understand it at all." "Patriarch," Lu Qianqian said, "Elder Chu's murderer is Fong Lingyu?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Sun Bukong almost fell over. The patriarch was in disguise and speaking in bird language, but eldest senior sister could actually answer on the same channel. This was unbelievable. "I see." Xiao Ziji held his chin and said, Sun Bukong was about to go crazy. "Brother, there's no scene for you to appear here. It's too much to force yourself to carry a stereo." Jun Changshao said, "The soul race needs resentment and hatred to occupy a human's body. Dai Lu is like that. Fong Lingyu's tendons were severed by you, and her cultivation was crippled. She must have accumulated a lot of resentment. This is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation." So he pushed his glasses and said, "There's only one truth. Fong Lingyu's body was occupied by the soul race, and then Elder Chu's cultivation was absorbed when he was unguarded." Lu Qianqian said with a cold face, "When she was young, Elder Chu brought her back to the Taishin Xingzong and raised her as his own daughter. However, he ruthlessly killed her. How heartless." Jun Changshao did not care about Fong Lingyu's actions. What he cared about was that, as he had guessed, there was still a third soul lurking in the Starfall continent. Clap. He clapped his hands and shook his head. "I have something to do again." Fong Lingyu's body being occupied by the soul race was not scary. It was even a good thing for Gosheng because at least he had a clue. "Hall Masterly," Jun Changshao immediately ordered. Inform the intelligence network of the various states and counties to find Fong Lingyu. Pay special attention to whether there are withered environments and dried corpses in the mountains. Yes, Li Luoqiu became busy again. The entire intelligence network began to operate at high intensity. In a short time, information from the various states was sent over. Patriarch, not long after, Li Luoqiu came to report, a suspicious person has been found in the northern desert state. The northern desert state? Jun Changshao frowned and said, there's a space-time passage connecting the planes there. Does the third soul want to go back? The first soul had been trained by Arya for a long time and always confessed everything. So, Go Sheng was quite familiar with this aspect. For example, last time in the northern desert state, when he took Yi Xingqian and Shangguan Xinyao to reinforce the array left by the array emperor, they happened to meet Dai Lu, who was instigated by the first soul. It had two purposes. First, it wanted to return to its own world to recover its cultivation and control the host completely. Second, it wanted to send a message to its kind and come back to harm the Starfall continent soon. It seems that Jun Changshao held his chin and said, the third soul is in the same situation as the first soul. It wants to return to the soul race as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. He covered his face and laughed like a villain. Since it's here, how can it leave? Whoosh! In the sky above the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and flew toward the northern desert state. Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, the soul race that caused chaos in the ancient times and caused the continent to fall apart has met the patriarch. It's the worst luck of 18 lifetimes. The northern desert state. Fong Lingyu was running fast in the yellow sand. The third soul in her body was brainwashing her along the way. It had no idea that it was exposed as soon as it appeared. Chapter 1086. This is amazing. On the way to the northern desert state, Fong Lingyu could not hide the shock in her heart. Lu Qianqian had cut her tendons and destroyed her dantian and spiritual core. She had completely lost the chance to cultivate. However, after absorbing her master's cultivation, she had slowly recovered and even broke through to Wu Huang. Girl, the third spirit said, if your cultivation had not been destroyed, you would have benefited even more from absorbing Wu Sheng's energy in a normal state. Fong Lingyu's eyes were burning. With the various resources of Taishan Xingzong, she could improve faster than ordinary people. However, absorbing other people's energy to directly improve her cultivation was like a dream. Can I break through to Half-Saint and break through to Wu Sheng? With my help, it won't be a problem for you to break through to Martial Emperor. Fong Lingyu's face lit up with joy. Of course, the third spirit added, if you want to improve faster, you must absorb more energy. It's best if you have a higher cultivation level. Its real purpose of residing in Fong Lingyu's body was to take over. If her cultivation level was higher, it would be extremely beneficial to it. The first spirit had also brainwashed Dai Lu in the same way. However, Brother Greenscarf insisted on not harming the innocent and always used plants to improve his cultivation. Fong Lingyu was different. She could kill someone who treated her as her daughter with her own hands. It could be seen that this woman was ruthless and heartless. Therefore, on the way to the northern desert state, she relied on the devouring power to absorb the energy of many martial artists. After obtaining great benefits, she became even more aggressive. Lu Qianqian, with this ability, I'll be able to kill you in no time. The desire for revenge drove Fong Lingyu. She did not care about innocent lives at all. She only wanted to become stronger faster. It was because of this extreme pursuit of strength and her reckless actions that the Drizzle Hall quickly found clues. Jun Changshao learned that he was already on the way to the northern desert state. The third spirit must go to the place where the formation is sealed. I can wait for him. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Soon he arrived at the desert and sat in front of the formation strengthened by Shengguan Xinyao. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled, and sand and dust filled the air. Because he did not summon his spiritual energy to resist it, Goshing soon became a giant sand sculpture sitting cross-legged on the ground. Shu-shu-shu! Shu-shu-shu! After an unknown period of time, Fong Lingyu, who was wearing a dust-proof veil, walked over and asked, "Senior, is this the place?" "Not bad." "Number 3 spirit," said excitedly. He had already sensed the array left behind by the Array Emperor. As long as he could break it, he could return to the mainland and use his special technique to restore himself to his strongest state. Then he could come back and kill him. "What should I do?" Fong Lingyu asked. She had already been successfully brainwashed, and her mind was filled with thoughts of obtaining greater opportunities. Of course, even if this woman knew that her current actions would endanger the entire continent, she definitely wouldn't care, because the safety of the world had nothing to do with her. She only wanted to become stronger, and she only wanted to firmly trample Lu Qianqian under her feet. "Get closer." The 3rd spirit said, "I'll break the formation." "All right." Fong Lingyu walked over. Seeing that there was an idiot who looked like a human beside him, he thought that it was a stone and didn't take it to heart. "Girl," the 3rd spirit said, "let me control the body and help you break the formation to obtain the greatest opportunity in the world." The greatest opportunity in the world. Fong Lingyu's eyes were burning, but she immediately relaxed. Although this woman was ruthless, her intelligence wasn't as high as Dai Lu's. At least the latter could tell that it wouldn't be good for her body to be controlled by a spirit. Whoosh whoosh! Green attributes poured out and filled the sky of yellow sand. Fong Lingyu's mind was controlled. Her eyes gradually turned green, like a zombie. "Kikik!" The 3rd spirit laughed strangely. "This human girl is too easy to trick, controlling the body without any effort. As long as I break the formation and return to the Soul Race continent, this Hall Master will return, and this world is destined to turn into nothingness. Old friend, please turn your face around." The 3rd spirit, who was laughing strangely, was stunned, then instinctively turned his head. Slap! Jun Changshao held the flat sucker and skillfully smacked it in the face, saying, "Return to the Soul Race continent? You're beautiful, you wish." Before the 3rd spirit could figure out what was going on, the enhanced mode of the magically modified vacuum cleaner was activated, and his soul was immediately separated from Fong Lingyu and quickly absorbed into the cleaner. Swish! Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Another one down." So far, the most tragic soul race in history was killed in less than 3 minutes. If the 1st and 2nd spirits knew, they would definitely despise him. After all, one of them had been strong for a long time, and the other had made great achievements in the East Ocean fishery state. They were both soul race. Why was he so embarrassing? Plop! Fong Lingyu collapsed on the ground, and her dull eyes gradually regained their luster. She instantly felt a sharp pain on her scalp, so she instinctively touched it and was shocked to find that she was bald. What's going on? What's going on? Suddenly, Fong Lingyu found that Jun Changshao was standing next to her, taking out all kinds of weapons one after another. How can you do something like killing your master? Were you a devil in your previous life? In the end, Goshing chose the green dragon crescent blade because Guan Yu was a righteous man. It was the most suitable weapon to kill such a heartless person. What do you want? Fong Lingyu's eyes were filled with horror, and a strong sense of death surged in her heart. Swish! Jun Changshao raised his blade, stirring up dust and sand, and the heavy blade was placed on the woman's delicate neck. "Qianqian didn't kill you. I'll do it myself," Jun Changshao said indifferently, like an emotionless killer. "Jun Patriarch, don't kill me," Fong Lingyu said in fear, shouting in her heart for the senior who made her stronger, but there was no answer. The despair in her eyes was even stronger. "I'm still young. I can't die like this." A strong desire to survive burst out in Fong Lingyu's heart, making her kneel on the ground with the green dragon crescent blade and beg, "June Patriarch, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to be a cow, a horse, a slave, and listen to your orders for the rest of my life." Puff! The blade flashed, stirring up dust. Hot blood splashed, dyeing the yellow sand red. Plop! Plop! Fong Lingyu's head and body fell to the ground, begging for mercy in her eyes. This kind of villain, who usually survived a disaster and would definitely bring great trouble to the protagonist in the future, did not live past the third chapter, just like the third soul. Jun Changshao maintained his posture and said indifferently, "Do I lack people who can be a cow, a horse, a slave?" "The host doesn't lack anything," the system complained. "You just lack EQ. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The scorching flames burned, and Fong Lingyu's body turned into ashes. This time she was really dead. There was no need to worry about her reincarnation and coming out to harm others again. Swish! Jun Changshao withdrew the green dragon crescent blade. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the array behind him. He saw blurry energy, ripples rippling out. Could it be? Jun Changshao frowned and said, "The soul race is trying to break the seal on the other side." "That's great." In front of the space-time passage connecting the soul race continent to the falling star continent, a soul race expert said happily, "The fifth Hall Master has awakened. We can work together to break the array." Haha! Finally, I don't have to carry my head to see the Empress. The soul race experts were overjoyed. However, they probably did not expect that although the fifth Hall Master had awakened, there was no hope of working together because she had been defeated by Jun Changshao. The most tragic thing was that under the pressure of Queen Rose, they had thought of a good way to break the array, but it had been officially discovered by Gosheng. At this moment, he was holding his chin and muttering to himself, "There are energy fluctuations in the array." Xinyao didn't notice that someone is breaking the array. Chapter 1087. Hum, hum. Ripples spread across the yellow sand. Because the commotion wasn't too big, and because of the harsh environment, it was difficult to notice if one wasn't here. "Something's wrong." Jun Changshao held his chin and pondered. The array formation had been reinforced by Shangguan Xinyao, so there shouldn't be any problems. Why would there be regular energy fluctuations? There was only one possibility. The soul continent was restless again and was cracking it internally. Jun Changshao hurriedly contacted the Sect with his voice transmission and asked if there were any signs from Shangguan Xinyao. The answer he received was no. This was even stranger. Swish! With a thought, he merged into the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing tower. Smack! 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 Area was rhythmically whipping soul number 2 with the soul-suppressing whip. Judging from the other party's enjoyment, it should be very painful. Soul number 1 was more comfortable. Ever since soul number 2 came, the time it was tortured had decreased significantly. It was really thanks to the blessing of the same race. "Master." Arya stopped and smiled innocently. "Are you here to deliver prisoners again?" As the artifact spirit of the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing tower, its duty was to discipline unclean things. Ever since it signed a contract with Jun Changshao, it had not been idle. It played with whips, candles, and ropes every day. Its life was very fulfilling. Not bad. Jun Changshao took out the modified vacuum cleaner and released soul number 3. The latter turned into a wisp of green light and slammed into the barrier. Swoosh! Arya raised the soul-suppressing whip and said, "Don't even think about running away." Smack! Ah! Soul number 3 screamed in pain, then turned into a human and fell to the ground. Soul number 1 and soul number 2 were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this old Fifth? Why was he captured too? Soul number 3, who was lying on the ground and grimacing, saw the two of them and said in disbelief, "Third brother! Fourth brother! Why are you here?" "Third brother, fourth brother?" Jun Changshao said with interest. Could it be that the 9 souls who came to harm the falling star continent back then were a family? The system said, I don't know if they're a family, but I do know that they're the Calabash brothers now. Every time they appear, they're taken down by the host. How pitiful. That reminds me of something. Jun Changshao said seriously. 3 souls appeared one after another. If the remaining 6 exist, will they appear together with 4th baby and 5th baby? The system said, with the magically modified vacuum cleaner in hand. Even if 6 of them jumped out of the gourd, it wouldn't be enough for the host to suck. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I was lucky enough to find 3. I'm just afraid that some of the soul race are hiding very deeply, only coming out to wreak havoc when they have the power to destroy the world. That's true. The system was very pleased. Many of the host's actions seemed to be a little brainless and rash. However, when it came to important matters, he was not careless at all. Instead, he was very cautious. Jun Changshao sat down, looked at the 3 soul race clansmen, and said, I have some things to ask you. Whoever can answer will be spared from being whipped for a day. The 3rd soul roared angrily, I don't know anything. I won't say anything. I'll talk. The 1st and 2nd souls said in unison. You, the 3rd soul said angrily, do you still have the dignity of a soul race? The 1st and 2nd souls ignored it. This fellow had not carefully tasted the life of crazy abuse. After experiencing it for real, it would definitely learn how to answer first like him. Jun Changshao looked at the 1st soul and said, Why do you want to return to the soul race's continent? Because although I didn't die at the hands of the martial emperor 10,000 years ago, my soul was severely injured. I have to return to the soul accumulation pool in the soul race's continent to recuperate before I can truly reach my best state. Arya smiled in satisfaction. The 1st soul's answer was so straightforward. As expected, he did not let down his training during this period. In other words, the others of the same kind have also been severely injured and have to go to that pool to recuperate? Jun Changshao asked. No. The 2nd soul answered first. I don't need to recuperate, because he found a very suitable body. As long as he breaks through to a higher level and occupies it, he will be able to recover his damaged soul. Although that was the case, Great Emperor Zhenwei was not a weak character. After becoming stronger, he used the peerless Li Fire art to suppress it, so it was unable to succeed. Although he got what he wanted, he came in a few minutes after he appeared. Jun Changshao looked at the 3rd soul and said, If I'm not wrong, your soul was also injured. However, Fang Lingyu's cultivation is too low to recover, so you can only hope to enter the soul race's continent to recover. Humph. The 3rd soul snorted coldly. I have more backbone than those 2. You want to get any information from me? No way. Does the soul race's continent know that you've awakened? They know. The 1st and 2nd souls answered in unison. What kind of unimaginable training did they go through to be able to answer every question without hesitation? Jun Changshao leaned forward and said, Tell me the overall strength of the soul race's continent. For example, who is the boss and how strong is his cultivation? The 2 souls wanted to speak, but the 3rd soul finally couldn't help roaring. If the Empress finds out about your betrayal of the soul race, you will definitely suffer a punishment worse than death. Arya. Yes. Train them well. Yes. Arya walked over with an innocent face. She opened the whip in her hand and smiled devilishly. Come on. Whoever gives in is a coward. Pa pa pa. Z z z. Swish swish swish. Ah, 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 ah. Arya began to train them. The whipping sound, the splashing sound of candles, and the waving sound of ropes intertwined into a beautiful melody in the tower. The 1st and 2nd souls' legs went soft and their scalps exploded. You too. Jun Changshao walked over and put his hands on their shoulders. He pulled them over and smiled. Who is the Empress? Empress Lingping, the boss of the Soul Race's continent. The third soul was crazily trained, and the two souls answered faster. TSK, TSK. It turned out that the ruler of the Soul Race's continent was a woman. Jun Changshao asked, "How strong is your empress?" The second soul said quickly, "Our empress's strength, according to the realm of the falling star continent, is almost at the level of a half-saint." So weak? Jun Changshao was surprised. The Soul Race could tear the falling star continent apart in ancient times, but the empress was only at this level of cultivation. Wouldn't he be easily defeated if he went there? The Soul Race was not Scion, and they were not a powerful fighting race. Their special feature was that they used soul bodies to occupy the bodies of other races, and when they fattened up, they would take them for themselves. The first soul said, "The Empress's strength is not high, but she has absolute authority. We have to obey unconditionally and can't disobey." Besides, it quickly added, "Now that 10,000 years have passed, the Empress may have broken through to Wu Shang, or even Martial Emperor." Nonsense. Number 2 rolled his eyes at him and said, "With our Empress' aptitude and her constant stay in the Soul Tribe's continent, unless she consumes immortal pills and spirit medicines, it will be absolutely impossible for her to break through to the Martial Emperor level." "Not bad, not bad." The first soul corrected him. "I'm the one who said too much." Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and thought to himself, "If this empress is not a martial emperor and can control the Soul Tribe's mainland, wouldn't I be able to control the entire Soul Tribe's mainland if I capture her? How does your empress look like?" "She's an outstanding beauty." Jun Changshao placed his hands on his forehead and smoothed his hair back. He thought to himself, "I finally know why I'm so handsome." The system had a bad omen. Jun Changshao didn't have a supporting actor to support him. So he said, because he was born to hook up with all kinds of outstanding beauties and heavenly fragrances, he was used to startle the heavenly empresses. Ba, 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 ba. He tue. P.S. Makeup 102. I meow. I'm finally almost done making up for it. Asterisk, asterisk, caret, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 1088. After handing over the third soul to Arya, Jun Changshao returned to the outside world. He had a better understanding of the continent of the Soul Clan. If he wanted to solve it safely, the best way was to take down the queen. How to take her down? Jun Changshao quickly thought of 2 plans. The first was to subdue the queen of the Soul Clan with force, and the second was to rely on his beauty. The Soul Clan hadn't returned for 10,000 years. God knew how strong Queen Lingping was now, so there were uncertainties in the first plan. In this case, he could only execute the foolproof second plan, which was to use his beauty to conquer her. The system remained silent. It had spat and vomited in the Tianyuan soul suppressing pagoda, and its mouth was dry. Jun Changshao was thinking about it, but he didn't know that 10,000 years had passed. The leader of the Soul Clan was no longer Queen Lingping, but Queen Rose. The continent of the Soul Clan, a desolate place. Boom, boom, boom. Violent energy roared out, and huge fist marks appeared on the ground. The surrounding space was even shattered. If Jun Changshao was present, he would definitely be shocked, because from the momentum contained in the air, the attacker's cultivation must be stronger than Taixien Xingzong Lan Jingting. Swish! On the mountain peak, Queen Rose, who carried rose petals all over the sky, floated down. A charming smile appeared on her mature face. The Soul Clan experts watching the battle widened their eyes. After the queen took power, she spent all her time attacking other planes. Unexpectedly, not only did she not fall behind in martial arts, but she had reached the return to origin realm. The 2 highest realms in the continent of the Soul Clan were the return to origin realm and the return to origin realm. In terms of the realm of the falling star continent, the return to origin realm was stronger than Wu Shang, but weaker than Martial Emperor. If one broke through to the return to origin realm, he could break the void and ascend to the upper world. Every plane had different realms and names. To get a more accurate comparison, the two sides had to fight to know. Our queen is mighty! Our queen is mighty! Everyone immediately shouted loudly, and their eyes were filled with strong admiration. In the history of the Soul Clan, there were a total of 4 empresses. The first 3 empresses were relatively ordinary, but Queen Rose was so talented that her cultivation was even above the peak of the continent. Of course, the reason why his cultivation base had improved so quickly was because he had been leading the troops to conquer other planes ever since he took office. It could be said that every bit of growth was tempered from actual combat. He had both strength and absolute authority. The Rose Queen was definitely an existence of supreme faith in the Spiritas continent. The seal leading to the falling star continent hasn't been broken yet? Your Majesty, we are working hard. A bunch of trash. Rose Queen's brows furrowed in anger. She was extremely disappointed with the efficiency of her subordinates. 10,000 years ago, the previous Hall Master had sent the 9 Hall Masters to attack the falling star continent. Since then, he had never returned. The mess that he had left behind had to be dealt with. Grand Elder Taishian Xingzong has just reached the great fulfillment of Wu Shang. I've fought with him for hundreds of moves, but I still can't gain the upper hand. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Jun Changshao muttered to himself as he stood in front of the formation. With all kinds of equipment and weapons, he could defeat the sky battlefield specters. However, they were still low-level creatures without self-awareness. Even if Lan Jingting had just entered the great fulfillment level, they still had little chance of winning. However, Jun Changshao said to himself, "The Spiritas Empress is very weak. If I can't seduce her with beauty, it's easy to conquer her with strength." So he rubbed his temples and said, "What I need to consider now is how to enter the Spiritas continent." Judging from the frequent energy waves from the formation, the Spiritas were trying to find a way to break it. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to charge in first. As long as he could deal with the Spiritas Empress, the problem would be perfectly solved. The system suggested, since there is a portal to the battlefield, there might be a portal to the plane. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. This guy's goal was to make him spend money. The portal to the plane battlefield was a reward for completing a mission. Who knew how many contribution points it would cost to deliberately refresh the store? The system said, the opportunity is right in front of the host. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not. Of course, you may spend a lot of contribution points, but if it refreshes, even if you spend all of them, you'll still profit. What do you mean? If there is a portal to the plane, the host can teleport to other planes at will. Wouldn't the martial arts resources that the Starfall continent doesn't have be at your fingertips? The system was not a professional system because it was often slapped in the face, but it was definitely a very qualified salesman. With just one sentence, it made Go Sheng's heart palpitate. At present, with the resources of the Starfall continent, it would be difficult to support all the disciples to break through Wu Huang or even higher. If they went to other planes to find resources, it would be very easy. That's right. The system said, those who want to do great things have to have a long-term vision. Okay. Jun Changshao opened the middle-level store and said, "Let's try it." The system was speechless. After talking for so long, he actually didn't want to farm high-level ones. Jun Changshao still maintained his rationality and said, sometimes the middle-level store can also produce good things. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Indeed, some of the goods in the middle-level store were very practical. For example, the field artillery that could still be used now, as well as the magically modified vacuum cleaner that had a miraculous effect against the soul race. The systems said, farming high-level stores is the way to go. The middle-level stores are completely based on luck. Host, it's better not to waste your contribution points. I don't believe it. Lord Changshao got into a fight and refreshed the page. Damn, the system was shocked. Host, you actually got EQ liquid again. This time, not only was there EQ liquid, but there was also a high-leveled martial arts book. Jun Changshao bought it without hesitation. After confirming that the other goods were not useful, he decisively refreshed it again. The system, he missed the second chance perfectly. He was destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Jun Changshao continued to refresh. Anyway, now that he had tens of thousands of contribution points, it would not hurt him to refresh dozens of times. Ding! Contribution points 589,007,0000. Ding! Contribution points 578,007,0000. Ding! As he refreshed it again and again, a large number of contribution points gradually disappeared. During this period, there were also many high-leveled martial arts, weapons, and equipment recipes. Compared to the 7 Mystic Sunglow and Dragon Tooth series, they were a little weak. The sect did not have many martial arts skills to begin with. It could be matched completely, giving the disciples more choices in cultivation. The weapons and equipment were currently stored in the sect of all timeses or reserves. It was impossible for all of them to be of the Dragon Tooth series, so it was not bad to match them. The system was speechless. So this guy is not farming for methods to enter other planes, but to provide more martial arts resources for the sect. Nonsense. Jun Changshao said, "It's not like I have so many contribution points that I have nowhere to spend them." Ding! Contribution points 389,007,0000. After refreshing it again, he spent a total of 20,000 contribution points in a short time. He obtained more than 10 martial arts books and more than 20 weapon and equipment recipes, including swords, spears, staffs, axes, hooks, and forks. If it was in the past, Go Shang would definitely break down because he did not get the plane teleportation door he wanted. Fortunately, this refresh was mainly to strengthen the sect, so not only did he not feel the pinch, he even thought that he had earned a little. As expected, mentality was the most important thing in doing anything. Wait, Jun Changshao's eyes lit up as he looked at the new goods, because a product called Space-Time Larva appeared in his field of vision. Space-Time Larva? Space-Time Larva. Go Shang quickly clicked on the introduction item. Space-Time Larva. Introduction. Lives in the depths of the universe. A type of insect that can break through space barriers. Advantage. It starts to nibble away at space barriers until it reaches the end. It will form a space-time tunnel that is not restricted by heaven and earth, allowing any creature to enter and exit at will. Disadvantage. Larva does not have the ability to break through barriers. Needs to be fed until it reaches adulthood. Price. 2,000 contribution points. Ha ha ha. Jun Changshao laughed with his hands on his hips. Isn't it here? Isn't it here? The system was speechless. He had sworn that the EQ elixir would not be refreshed, but he was slapped in the face by the first refresh. He thought that it was a waste of contribution points to farm mid-level stores, but he did not expect to get one with 20,000 contribution points. Fortunately, it did not have a physical body, or his face would be even thicker than Gosheng's. Chapter 1089. Jun Changshao spent 2,000 contribution points to buy the space-time larva. It was a little guy that looked like an earthworm, sleeping soundly inside a transparent container. I believe you can drill the ground. Drilling through the space barrier is a bit ridiculous. Gosheng was a bit doubtful, but since the product description said it was okay, there shouldn't be any problems. Then, here's the problem. What should I use to feed it? Although it was cheap to buy this little guy, it can only open a space-time tunnel when it grows up. The system spoke. This kind of creature that can dig holes in deep space will probably take 10,000 years to reach adulthood, Jun Changshao roared. Can't you hope for something better? I'm just telling the truth, the system helplessly said. If the host doesn't want to hear it, then let's make it a month. A month? Jun Changshao shook his head. How can this little guy grow up? I can. Suddenly, the space-time larva in the container raised its head and spoke from its abdomen. As long as there's enough spirit energy to feed me, let alone a month, I can grow up in a day. Damn. Jun Changshao was shocked and said, You can speak human language. Of course, the space-time larva raised its head and proudly said, I'm an insect with a noble bloodline. I can speak from birth. Jun Changshao was speechless. This kind of insect, that was no different from an earthworm, actually has a noble bloodline. Where would the nobler dragon put its face? Spirit energy? Jun Changshao asked, Can you be more specific? For example, the energy ores that you humans often use to cultivate can be used to feed me, the space-time larva said. Is that so? Jun Changshao hurriedly took out a man-made spirit stone and said, I just happen to have one here. Give it a try, Xiao. The space-time larva crawled out of the container. It used its almost imperceptible nose to touch the spirit stone and said with disdain, This spirit stone is too low level. Jun Changshao took out another natural spirit stone. The space-time larva touched it again and shook its head. It's still too low level. Jun Changshao was speechless. Although the little fellow was small in size, his requirements for spirit stones were quite high. Here. Jun Changshao brought out his trump card and took out the hexagram stone. I don't believe that an existence like this, which is equivalent to 10 natural spirit stones, can't satisfy it. Yes, yes. The space-time larva sniffed and said with satisfaction, This energy stone is barely passable. Barely passable? Jun Changshao suddenly felt a little dizzy. Shwa! The space-time larva climbed onto the 6-pointed star stone. Its body flickered with a faint light as it fused with the energy inside and began to draw it out. Just as it was about to happily absorb the energy, Jun Changshao pinched it with 2 fingers and said, Insects are also classified as beasts. If you want to absorb energy, you have to sign a contract with me. If I were to absorb it just because you said so, where would I? Go Sheng, put my face. Let me go. The space-time larva began to struggle. However, with its small body, it could not escape the shackles of being trapped in a heavenly prison. Sign a contract with me, and not only will I let you go, but I'll also let you absorb all kinds of energy ores. Jun Changshao smiled. In his opinion, only by becoming the master of this insect and achieving perfect control would it have any value in feeding it. Otherwise, if he raised it and it ran away with it, but he would really become a big idiot. No, the space-time larva said, My master must be a hero of the world. Jun Changshao joked, One day I'll have to step on a rainbow cloud to sign a contract with you. That's not impossible. Smack! Before the little fellow could finish, it was pressed against the equipment. Huff, huff! Jun Changshao brought out all kinds of flames and said fiercely, I don't have rainbow clouds, but I have rainbow flames. If you don't submit to me, I'll roast you immediately. The space-time larva did not expect that an insect with a noble bloodline like itself would be threatened by a human, so it roared loudly, I submit. The system, to say the most cowardly words in the most unyielding tone. This little fellow was also a weirdo. Huff, huff! Jun Changshao retracted the flames and released his spiritual sense, gradually enveloping the space-time larva, and said, Relax your mind, don't resist. The little fellow could only tearfully compromise until its soul established some kind of connection with the other party, and it could not help but let out an ah. Swoosh! Jun Changshao retracted his finger and smiled. From today onwards, you're my contract beast. Master will definitely raise you until you're white and fat. The space-time larva collapsed weakly in the equipment, its small eyes filled with tears. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, hexagonal stones were placed next to it. Jun Changshao clasped his hands and said, Absorb! As if the space-time larva had been greatly wronged. It smelled the scent of psionic energy and immediately rushed over with a smile. Huff, huff! After about a moment, a hexagonal stone was completely absorbed and turned into a useless, dull stone. Jun Changshao said in surprise, so fast? With his current cultivation and absorption speed, it would take at least 10 minutes to absorb a hexagonal stone. But the little fellow only took 1 minute. Huff, huff. Huff, huff. A few minutes later, the other 5 hexagonal stones were completely absorbed. Jun Changxiao's eyelids twitched wildly. He expressed his understanding of using spirit stones to grow. However, after absorbing 6, its physique did not seem to have changed at all. The host thought that spending more than 20,000 contribution points to buy a space-time larva made a killing. Now it seems that it's as bottomless as hatching a beast egg. The system said sarcastically. Master, the space-time larva said, are there any more? I want to eat. Jun Changshao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, how many do you need to eat until you reach adulthood? This, the space-time larva estimated and said, about tens of millions. When Jun Changshao heard this, he almost fell to the ground. Tens of millions of hexagonal stones to grow to adulthood. Wouldn't that be hundreds of millions of natural spirit stones? Even hatching that little rooster that had the vermilion bird bloodline and was responsible for crowing in the Sect did not burn so much money. Clang! Jun Changshao took out the green dragon crescent blade and pressed the blade against the tool, saying, such a costly thing. Let's just kill it directly. The system suggested, it has a noble bloodline. It'll definitely be delicious if we roast it. Master, the space-time larva panicked. You, what do you want? Jun Changshao said bitterly, you can eat too much. I can't afford to raise you, so I can only bear the pain and kill you. Don't. The space-time larva said with a look of horror. I'm very easy to raise. Without spirit stones, I can eat crystal cores and herbs. Even if I eat soil, I can still grow. Eat soil? Jun Changshao said, what do you mean? The space-time larva hurriedly said, if there's soil that contains spirit energy, I can also grow until I eat to a certain extent and comprehend the ability to nibble space. Then I can bring Master to travel between planes. What soil? As long as it has some spirit energy. Jun Changshao put away the green dragon crescent blade and held his chin, saying, after Peppa evolves, the soil it eats will spit out spirit energy. It should be able to raise it, right? Achoo! In the herb field, Peppa, who was resting, could not help but sneeze. Chapter 1090. Jun Changshao stayed in front of the formation in the desert for a few more days. He found that there were weak energy fluctuations at all times, but there was no big movement. Thinking that it would be difficult for the other party to break the seal in a short period of time, he set off to return to the Sect. With the space-time larva, he could feed it with peace of mind. If he could be one step ahead of the Soul Race's continent and open a space-time tunnel, he would definitely be happy. Of course, it was unrealistic to feed it the entire time. After all, there were only a few 100,000 of them, and eating all of them would not have any effect. The only thing he could do now was he could only let the little guy eat crystal cores, herbs, and soil. At this time, whether or not he could raise the space-time larva until it was white and fat depended on Paige. Therefore, its value was once again reflected. The system was speechless. Spitting out the soil after eating it and then letting the little guy eat it, it's a little disgusting just thinking about it. It's not like it's poo. What's there to be disgusted about? Moreover, Jun Changshao said, the more soil Paige eats, the faster it will improve. It and the little bug are simply golden partners. Makes sense, the system said. After returning to the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao called Paige over and said, baby, come, Master will introduce you to a little friend. Little friend? Paige asked with a puzzled expression. Master, where is it? Under your feet. Under my feet. Paige lowered its head and then raised its feet, only to find a small earthworm lying paralyzed with foam at the mouth. In the herb field, the space-time larva's eyes were burning, because the soil here contained spirit energy. If it could eat it, it would definitely help it grow faster. Master, it said excitedly, I can't wait. Don't worry, don't worry. Jun Changshao said, I'll let Paige feed you later. The space-time larva said, Master, I can eat the soil myself. There's no need to specially feed me. When it saw Paige come to an open space, eat the soil in big mouthfuls, and then spit it out from its stomach, it immediately understood what it meant by feed. Jun Changshao said, Go eat. The space-time larva roared, A real man doesn't eat food given to him. What a joke! How dirty was the dirt that came out of that guy's mouth? How could it be eaten? Plop! When it was tossed over by Jun Changshao, it landed on the warm soil. Sensing the pure spiritual energy, its eyes immediately brightened. Thus, Manly Man began to eat crazily, and he ate with relish. Paige was dumbfounded. This little guy actually had the ability to eat dirt just like him. Paige. Jun Changshao patted its head and said with a smile, I'll leave it to you in the future. You must satisfy its need to eat dirt. Yes, Paige said with her head held high. However, just as Jun Changshao was about to leave, he asked weakly, Master, when are you going to give me a skill? Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, I have already ordered the Spirit Beast Hall to search for it. The materials will be gathered soon. As he spoke, he walked over and rubbed its head, saying, You're my first contracted beast. I'll take advantage of anyone but you. Paige was so touched that it was about to cry. After its master left, it turned to look at the space-time larva and shouted, Is it enough to eat? Not enough. Swish, swish, swish. Paige began to eat and began to vomit. One relied on eating dirt to increase its strength, while the other relied on spitting out spiritual soil to grow. These two were really a golden pair. After Jun Changshao left the herb field, he went to the Spirit Beast Hall to ask Old Neo about the progress of the high-quality Earth crystal core. In the end, the answer he got was that it was not easy to find and would take some time. There are things that look like dragons and snakes in the demonic dragon cave. They should be Earth spirit beasts. I can go and get some. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao personally flew out of the Sect of all times and went to the forbidden area where Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun established their relationship. Then he grabbed the high-level spirit beasts and beat them to death. How dare you bully my disciple? Boom! Boom! How dare you bully my darling? Boom! 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 An hour later, many martial artists who had come to train and had yet to enter the demonic dragon cave suddenly felt the ground shake, and then it caved in. The sudden change scared them so much that they almost fell to the ground. Then they said in horror, The demonic dragon cave has collapsed. Bang! Suddenly, a stream of light broke out of the collapsed area and flew out of the ground. Then it hung in the air and revealed a handsome young man. Jun Changshao, the patriarch of the Sect of all times. The martial artists who came to train exclaimed, Pa! Jun Changshao patted and looked at the martial artists below. He said lightly, The demonic dragon cave no longer exists. Go back to where you came from. Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The martial artist's expressions became interesting. The demonic dragon cave, one of the forbidden areas of the Starfall continent, was destroyed by the patriarch of the Sect of all times just like that. In the Sect of all times. After Jun Changshao returned, he opened the Spirit Beast Hall and clicked on the intermediate Earth technique. He found that all the resources met the requirements, so he clicked on Confirm. GA. Paige, who was eating soil to feed the space-time larva, suddenly narrowed its eyes and froze on the spot. Huff, huff! Unfamiliar memories instantly poured into its mind. When its thoughts were completely restored, it had successfully mastered the intermediate Earth technique. Understood, understood. Paige's eyes shone. Then it stepped forward with its forelimbs and said excitedly, So this is the technique that Master gave me. Huff, huff! Huff, huff, huff! Its body was shrouded in rich earth attributes, and the spikes on its head gathered a dazzling light. The space-time larva, which was eating vomit, hurriedly crawled out of the ground and said in surprise, "What pure earth energy!" Whoosh! Whoosh! It was at this moment that Paige's thick fur suddenly stood up and hardened rapidly. Earth attribute energy began to gather around its body. Should I use the intermediate earth technique? Jun Changshao walked out of the hall and spread his spiritual thoughts. Hum, hum. Majestic earth attributes kept gathering around Paige. The herb field and the various mountain peaks clearly trembled slightly. What's going on? The disciples who were cultivating or busy were alarmed. They spread their spiritual thoughts over and quickly locked onto the patriarch's contract beast. Damn, Li Fei said in surprise. How did this guy become a hedgehog? Roar. At this moment, Paige first lowered its head, then raised its head and roared like a wolf beast. Hum, hum, hum. Under its feet and in the area where it was eaten, strange circular patterns appeared one after another, and they emitted a heavy aura like the earth. Look at the sky, someone exclaimed. The disciples looked up and saw the same strange patterns appearing in midair, synchronized with the patterns on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, in the strange patterns on the ground, flashing earth cones flew up from the inside and merged with the patterns above, forming a majestic rain that fell again. The camera zoomed out. In the hundreds of patterns in the area of 300 meters, the indestructible earth cones were moving back and forth at an extremely fast speed as if they were endless. This was the intermediate earth technique. After it was used, it would form a thick earth domain. Then it would gather Earth's spiritual energy to attack and pierce the target inside. The warriors could choose to dodge, but as long as they did not hide outside the area, they would be hit by the falling earth cones sooner or later and suffer the damage that they should suffer. Jun Changshao said the intermediate earth technique is an area of effect skill. The space-time larva, which was not in the attack range, glowed. These jumping earth cones contained extremely strong earth spiritual energy. If it could eat them, it would definitely be more helpful to its growth than eating vomit. Chapter 1091. Why was Paige, who had followed Jun Changshao to the East Sea Fishery Province, only used to open the treasury at the end of the battle? Because as an earth-type spiritual beast, it had a miraculous effect in nurturing soil, but it was really bad at fighting. For example, it experienced all kinds of disasters at sea. If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were not there, and Paige was there to fight, the result would have been that the ship would be in a mess. Although Paige had awakened the bloodline of the earth-devouring sacred beast, and its strength had been improved, it was still in the growth period and attributes. It was good for logistics, but it was weak to fight on the front line. Now, it had the ability to fight for its master by using the earth technique, which was the same as the intermediate dragon flame technique. Paige was very happy, so much so that after the crazy release it fell down exhausted, but there was still a happy smile on its face. It remembered every word Go Sheng said deeply in its heart. When it reached the peak of martial arts in the future, it must be by its master's side. Whoosh! The space-time larva ate the earth cones one by one, and the taste was indeed much better than vomit. Jun Changshao, who was standing on the main peak, was surprised to find that the little guy's body had changed visibly after only partnered with Paige for half a day. Good sign. If the space-time larva could be nurtured by the soil with spiritual energy alone, it would definitely save a lot of martial arts resources. The next day, Paige regained its courage from yesterday and continued to eat the earth. The space-time larva was responsible for feasting from day to night, eating until the sky turned dark. A few days later, the little guy had changed from an earthworm to a finger. The change was quite big. Paige had been working under a heavy load during this period. Although it was exhausted every day after it recovered, its strength had also improved significantly. Patriarch. One day, Elder Wei said with a sad face, "If the little bug keeps eating, I'm afraid the entire Mount Ironbone will be eaten up by it. Paige could spit out the earth it ate and improve the soil's attributes. The space-time larva was purely eating. After eating, it would be digested in its stomach. Over time, a layer of the ground outside the herb field had been eaten up. It was definitely not a solution in the long run. "I'll let them eat outside," Jun Changshao said. Elder Wei was speechless. "Patriarch, this little bug's appetite is too big. I'm afraid that it will eat the entire Starfall continent when it reaches adulthood." "That's true." Jun Changshao realized that just eating dirt was not enough. Thus, he began to change his strategy and added various ores, herbs, and other items to the space-time larvae's diet. Although it could temporarily solve the problem of soil erosion, it also increased the workload of the medical hall because they had to allocate manpower and energy to plant more medicinal herbs for the little fellow to eat. Jun Changshao comforted him. "For the sake of the sect of all times, Elder Wei has worked so hard." The value of a space-time larva was not only reflected in its ability to connect to the Spirida's continent, but it could also be used to travel to other planes in the future. Although it would cost a lot to raise them, when the day came, the various major dimensions would be like their own backyard. They could come and go as they pleased. The benefits were immeasurable. He couldn't take it anymore. Go Sheng was a little excited at the thought of being able to freely enter and exit the major planes, as if he was about to reach the pinnacle of his life. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the herb field, after the cool down of the thick earth technique was over, Paige activated hundreds of flowing light patterns again. This time it was not to show off, but to provide purer food for the space-time larva to help it grow faster. Delicious! So delicious! The little fellow did not stand on ceremony. It ate all the earth cones and then lay on the ground with its big belly. Jun Changshao observed from afar and said, "The earth element energy that Paige condenses with her skill is even more effective for the little guy. Moreover, it doesn't cause the soil to leak away. We can let it use it every now and then." The next day, he brought Paige and the space-time larva into the space-time secret realm. The cool-down of the thick earth technique was once every 3 days. Under the acceleration of time, it could be used more often. The effect of feeding it would also be very fast. "Paige," Jun Changshao said, "you guys will stay here for the time being. As long as you can use the thick earth technique, use it." "Yes." 3 days later, Paige walked out of the secret realm as if it had lost its soul. Plop! As soon as it stepped on the ground, it stuck out its tongue and fell to the ground. 3 days in the outside world was 150 days in the secret realm. It had used the thick earth technique 50 times. Under this kind of crazy endless release, Paige's control of the earth attribute and the use of skills had become stronger. It could be said that it was painful and happy at the same time. The space-time larva had more food. When it went in, it was only the size of a finger. Now, it had grown to the size of an adult's wrist. Its physique had changed a lot, and it had only been 3 days. After seeing the obvious changes of the space-time larva, the system was a little depressed. It had joked before that the little fellow might need 10,000 years to grow. Now it seemed that it was going to be slapped in the face again. The host has the strongest sex system, and I'm the most face-slap system. I can't live like this anymore. The little fellow's growth is still too slow. Jun Changshao was not satisfied with the growth of the space-time larva. He thought to himself, if there's a higher-level space-time secret realm with faster time acceleration, then it'll be great. The system was silent. Because it was afraid of being slapped in the face, it did not dare to say or ask. A few days later, Jiangyu returned from outside dejectedly. This time, after searching the continent for a while, he still could not find his sister's whereabouts. "Old Jiang," Jun Changshao said, "let's go. I'll take you to the East Sea Fishery Province." And so, the next day, after eating the meal cooked by Lu Wanshi, he summoned the archaic battlefield and took Jiangyu to the East Sea. This time he did not take any disciples with him, and his main purpose was to find someone, so Goshing did not waste time and rushed to the East Sea Fishery Province as quickly as possible. After not being here for a while, this place was a little lively. Because of the death of Emperor Jinwei, the three empires launched a fierce attack on the Jinwei Empire. Although the empire had lost its backbone, Emperor Jinwei had many soldiers and generals and was still holding on, ensuring that not a single city was lost. Before the rise of Emperor Jinwei, this place had been at war all year round. Unless it was unified, the flames of war would always be raging. Jun Changshao did not care. He took Jianya to the East Sea Fishery Province and stayed for a few days. After finding nothing, he decided to set off for the South Sea or West Sea. For other cultivators, it might take a year or so to travel to such a distant province, and there was even a possibility of death. But for Jun Changshao, who had the archaic battlefield, it was simply a trip. "Forget it," Jianya said. "Patriarch, let's go back." He searched again and again, but failed again and again. He did not have the courage to continue searching, fearing that he would get an unacceptable answer in the end. Moreover, the West Sea and South Sea were more dangerous than the East Sea. The Patriarch had never been there before, and it would be troublesome if he got lost. "You're really not going?" "No." Jun Changshao said, "All right." He steered the archaic warship and was about to return to the continent when a stream of light suddenly rose from the sky behind him, as if it was going to soar into the clouds. "This is," Jun Changshao said in surprise, "the land of spiritual energy recovery." Chapter 1092. Kill, kill, rumble, rumble. The three empires had a total of 500,000 troops and were attacking Jinwei Empire's military stronghold, Dragon Lake City. If they could take it down, the 10-plus cities behind them would be within reach. This was a crucial battle. The outcome would directly determine the situation of the East Sea region. Because of this, Jinwei Empire had also dispatched their elite troops to protect Dragon Lake City. Both sides had been fighting outside the city for several days. Both sides had victories and losses, and no one could do anything to the other. The situation had entered stalemate. "We must take down the city this time." In the three empires' camp, the highest commanders said in a deep voice. They were the attacking side after all. Not being able to take down Dragon Lake City after a long time would not only damage their morale, but it would also be difficult to maintain their rations for too long. "General," right at this moment, a soldier came to report. "Outside. There's a phenomenon rising outside." "Phenomenon?" The commanders and generals were stunned and walked out of the barracks, one after another. They saw a gorgeous and dazzling light rising in the area in front of the battlefield where the army was charging. A martial artist said solemnly, "The sign of spiritual energy recovery." Could it be that there are still spirit stone veins hidden under the Dragon Lake City battlefield? The commander of the three armies' eyes were suffused with excitement. Even a soldier like him who led troops into battle knew how important natural spirit stones were to martial artists and to a country. "Pass down the order." The commander of the three armies shouted right away. "We must take down Dragon Lake City today and occupy the place of spiritual energy recovery." "Yes." "Kill, kill." On the battlefield, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the three empires accelerated their charging speed after receiving the order. The scene was like a surging tide. "We're in trouble." On the city wall of Dragon Lake City, the city guard general saw the flowing light produced by the spiritual energy recovery and frowned. "The city won't be able to hold on." The sign of spiritual energy recovery represented that there were spirit stone veins hidden underground. This would definitely be extremely tempting. The three empires would definitely attack with their lives. "Damn it," a deputy general said angrily. If His Majesty was still here, how would the three empires dare to act rashly? If it was in the past, the other party would be thankful if the Jinwei Empire didn't find trouble with the three empires. Now that they had lost their backbone and were attacked by others, it was really a bit aggrieved. Complaining won't solve any problems. The city guarding general had a resolute gaze as he said, "Pass down the order. We must defend Dragon Lake City to the death." Yes, the deputy general hurriedly passed down the order. The 200,000 soldiers guarding the city had already made up their minds. As long as the city existed, they would live. If the city fell, they would all die. Kill! Kill! On the battlefield, the soldiers of the three empires charged forward. When a battle that shook the heavens and the earth was about to unfold in Dragon Lake City, a flowing light flickered in the distance, and an enormous ancient ship that emitted a primordial aura suddenly floated in the area where the flowing light rose. Caw! The charging soldiers of the three empires all stopped and looked at the warship that seemed to have appeared out of thin air with disbelief. This thing he could also fly in the sky? The guards of Longyuan City were dumbstruck as well. When two armies were facing off against each other, a flying ship was suspended in the middle of the battlefield. This scene was simply out of place. "General," the deputy general on the city gate tower exclaimed, "it's the patriarch of the Sect of all times." The city guarding general had also already seen the young man in white standing on the bow of the ship, and his eyes were filled with shock as he said, "Why is he here again?" "Hey, hey, hey!" Jun Changshao picked up the loudspeaker, and after testing the sound, he said in a clear voice, "People below, listen up. This place of spiritual energy recovery was discovered by me first. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." Very domineering, very arrogant. "Humph," the three empires' generals said coldly. "It suddenly appeared right in front of us, and he has the nerve to say that he discovered it first." "General," a general said, "judging from the scale of the phenomenon, the spirit stone vein underground must be very majestic. We must not give up, or else the higher-ups will definitely blame us. The guy standing on the warship should be a martial artist from the Jinwei Empire deliberately pretending to be mysterious." Someone guessed. After considering for a moment, the three armies' generals ordered, "Shoot him down." Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the soldiers on the battlefield received the order, they all raised their bows, and streams of light gathered on the arrows. "Release the arrows." Swish, 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 swish. 100,000 sharp arrows were released from the bowstrings, gathered into a formation that was like a galaxy, and shot toward the archaic battlefield. When the Longyuan City's general saw this, he was instantly delighted. The person on the warship could even kill the emperor, and his strength was abnormally terrifying. The three empires actually took the initiative to attack him, and they were probably in big trouble this time. Huff, huff! At this moment, an extremely vast aura surged from the warship, and then it spread in midair. The sharp arrows that were shot explosively were all frozen as soon as they entered. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 arrows were all bound in midair. The three empires' generals, and soldiers all widened their eyes as they looked at the spectacular scene in midair in disbelief. Jun Changshao flew out from the warship, and the powerful aura that spread out suddenly contracted. The bound arrows quickly gathered together and then forcefully kneaded together, turning into a huge sphere. Everyone was aghast. "General!" A general on the three empires' side said in shock, "This person is not simple." Jun Changshao floated in midair, and the spear of arrows hung above his head. He said indifferently, "Go back and ask your emperor to open the treasury. I will take the spirit stones here, and then I will personally make a trip there." He paused for a moment, and his gaze became cold and fierce. "Scram!" Huff, huff! The sword and martial saints released their aura, and it swept over like a monstrous wave. The soldiers who were wantonly disturbed instantly revealed a sinister expression, as if they were experiencing the pain and torture of their souls. Plop! The generals of the three armies fell to the ground in shock, and then they got up with a pale face and said, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The hundreds of thousands of soldiers that gathered on the battlefield of Longyuan City fled in a way that threw away their armor, and they quickly disappeared without a trace. They ran away! The Jinwei Empire's soldiers were overjoyed. However, looking at Jun Changshao, who had been standing in midair, there was still a strong fear in their eyes. They were afraid that the other party would be unhappy and destroy their city with a snap of his fingers. That would not be the case, because the recovery of spiritual energy was outside the battlefield, and every city was involved. After scaring away the soldiers of the three empires, Jun Changshao landed and sat cross-legged in the area of light, waiting for the treasure land to completely recover. Patriarch, Jianya said, this sign of spiritual energy recovery is several times stronger than that of the Iron Bone Mountain. I'm afraid the spiritual stone veins hidden below are very huge. Jun Changshao grinned and said, what an unexpected gain. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, many itinerant cultivators and sects in the East Sea Fishery State saw the strange phenomenon and rushed over from all over the world. Jun Changshao gathered his energy in his dantian and shouted, I have taken a fancy to this place. Leave quickly. His voice still contained the momentum of the sword and martial saints, which deeply shocked the minds of all the martial artists, making their faces change drastically, and they left as quickly as possible. When one's strength reached a terrifying level, he could completely suppress the strong greed of others. Swoosh! A few days later, the towering light disappeared. Crack! 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 Cracks began to appear on the ground, and incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth emerged. Jun Changshao said, the battlefield where countless undead gathered is actually the recovery of spiritual energy. It's a bit unexpected. Swoosh! He stood up and activated the 5 elements constitution. Huff! 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 Pure earth attribute spread out and then merged with the cracked ground, causing it to expand and form a deep pit. After a while, a deep and long hole was dug out. The soil on the surface was crystal clear, natural spiritual stones. The system said, this should be a large mineral vein with at least 10 million spiritual stones. Jun Changshao jumped down and began to dig crazily. Because of the 5 elements constitution and the 5 elements heavenly art, this kind of mineral vein that required a large number of miners to mine for a long time was completely dug out by him in only half a day. After counting, there were more than 20 million natural spiritual stones in the large mineral vein. Nice. Jun Changshao returned to the ancient battlefield and looked at the 3 empires. Let's go and settle the score with them for shooting 100,000 arrows. Chapter 1093. Jun Changshao left. The guards and soldiers of Longyuan City stood on top of the empty mine and were dumbfounded. Just from the entrance, they could roughly guess that it was a large mine, but it was dug clean in just half a day. How did that guy do it? General, the deputy general said. Before he left, he went to settle the score of 100,000 arrows. Could it be? The general shook his head and said, the 3 empires are going to be slaughtered. This kind of big shot, who could intimidate hundreds of thousands of soldiers with just one sentence, whoever provoked him would definitely have a hard time. Of course, the general was very glad that he recognized Jun Changshao. Otherwise, if he also attacked, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Raging Flame Empire, Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Raging Flame's forehead was covered with sweat at this moment, because the guy who blackmailed him earlier was floating in the air on a warship. He already knew the situation. A few days ago, the general sent to attack Longyuan City ordered arrows to shoot. The other party was here to settle the score. Tell me, what should we do? Jun Changshao asked. He didn't come over to scold or fight. He just solved the conflict in a peaceful way. The emperor wiped the sweat on his forehead. Do what Jun Patriarch says. Easy. Jun Changshao said, spirit stones, ores, herbs, whatever, no matter the level, give me as much as you can. Raising space-time larvae required too many resources. It would be best if he could get some from the three empires. Okay, the Emperor of Raging Flame compromised. He hurriedly ordered people to take out all kinds of resources as compensation. After sending the other party away, he sat on the stairs and let out a long sigh of relief. The other two empires were also very cooperative. As long as Jun Changshao appeared in the imperial palace, they would obediently take out all kinds of resources. After being blackmailed twice in a row, the three empires were doomed to not start a war with the Jinwei Empire for the time being. The East Sea Fishery Province also had a rare period of peace. He brought Jianya to the East Sea to find his sister, but he didn't find her. Instead, he got tens of millions of natural spirit stones and various martial arts resources. This taught him a lesson. Don't stay at home all the time. When you have nothing to do, go out and walk. You might have unexpected gains, such as picking up a steel drum on the ground. Little fellow. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao took out some of the ores and herbs he had obtained from the three empires and said, "Eat to your heart's content." The space-time larva immediately became excited. Patriarch Zhan Dejuan walked in and said solemnly. Xing Yao sensed that the seal of the formation was showing signs of loosening. I went to the northern desert prefecture with her, and the results were not optimistic. I'm afraid it won't last more than a few months. Be more specific. Half a year, or 3 to 5 months. Jun Changshao sat down and clasped his fingers together. It seems like the Spiritas have found a way to break through. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We must make preparations. Zhen Dejuan said, "We can set up a lightning formation in the land of yellow sand. If the soul race charges over one day, we can blow them all into the sky. This can only solve a small part of the problem." Jun Changshao said solemnly, "If the other party launches a large-scale invasion, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them." Looking at the space-time larva that was crazily eating martial resources, he shook his head and said, "If this little fellow can grow up quickly and open up a tunnel from another location, it will be even better." The best defense was offense. Jun Changshao hoped to enter the Spiritas continent first and cause chaos there so that the other party would not have the mind to come and harm the Starfall continent. "Master," the space-time larva said, "if I can eat like this every day, I will grow up in a few months and have the ability to nibble through spatial barriers." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. At this rate, the entire Starfall continent's resources would not be able to supply it for a few months. No. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples. "We must find a way to obtain more resources." Yuan Gongzi said, "Patriarch said that there are many large planes in the battlefield that have high-grade spirit stones. We can use things of equal value to exchange with them." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Without enmity, Go Shun could not rob or extort the large planes, but he could do business with them in exchange for spirit stones to feed the space-time larva, especially the 9 heavens continents' hexagram stones. If he could exchange for tens of millions of them, all his problems would be solved. However, Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "What can we exchange with?" "That's too much." Yuan Gongzi counted carefully. For example, body-shaping pills, soul-shaping pills, healing pills, all of them can be exchanged. I don't believe that the planes will not be tempted. Moreover, if we sell these pills to other planes, it won't bring any trouble to us. Although the sect of all times sold all kinds of pills in the Starfall continent, they always controlled the quantity to prevent their opponents from buying them. If they were to trade with the large planes, it would not be too much of a problem because it was almost impossible to have any channels of communication between them other than the battlefield. Smack! Jun Changshao patted Yuan Gongzi's shoulder and said with relief, "Old Yuan, you're so considerate. With your help, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The heavens are helping me. Let's go. Let's do business with the various planes and earn more spirit stones." Plain battlefield. Outside the Lingyuan continent stronghold. Kujinan held a healing pill and said in surprise, June Patriarch, is this little pill really that magical? June Changshao said, we can test it on the spot. How? Swish. June Changshao grabbed the collar of a Lingyuan continent martial artist and then threw him over his shoulder, beating him up with both hands and feet. Pooh! Pooh! A moment later, this expert, who was comparable to Wu Huang, was beaten to the ground with heavy injuries. June Changshao gestured and said, you can take the pill now. Kujinan was speechless. Both sides had cooperated many times and established a deep revolutionary friendship. He did not hesitate to throw the pill into his subordinate's mouth. Thus, it was time to witness a miracle. The martial artist, who was originally heavily injured, after taking the pill, immediately stood up. His entire face was flushed red, and from being extremely weak, he suddenly became full of vigor. Patriarch! I'm actually fine. Kujinan hurriedly grabbed his wrist. After confirming that he was indeed not injured, she exclaimed, this is amazing! It was very common for martial artists to be injured or even seriously injured. To be able to revive on the spot after taking a healing pill was very heaven-defying. June Changshao added, my pill also has the effect of recovering energy. June Patriarch. Kujinan said, how much? He was already tempted. June Changshao said, since we're old friends, 100 for 100,000 spirit stones. No problem. Kujinan took out a ring with 1,000,000 spirit stones and said, 1,000 first. This was because he had a good relationship with June Changshao, and they trusted each other, so he was not worried about being cheated. Happy working with you. After completing the transaction, June Changshao smiled. Although the spirit stones of the Lingyuan continent were not as strong as the hexagram stone, they were still worth 2 or 3 natural spirit stones of the falling star continent. It would be good to feed the space-time larvae. 9 Heavens continent. Mo Shangxing was discussing matters with the elders in the main hall. A subordinate reported, City Lord, June Changshao of the falling star continent is outside seeking an audience. Why is he here? Mo Shangxing immediately became vigilant. After all, the incident of being blackmailed back then was still vivid in his mind. It was inevitable that he would be bullied by this guy again. City Lord Mo, outside the stronghold. Seeing the person he was looking for appear, June Changshao cupped his hands and said, long time no see. I've missed you. Mo Shangxing's mouth twitched. You missed me, but I didn't miss you at all. June Patriarch. Mo Shangxing cupped his hands and said, why are you looking for me? June Changshao sat on the chair prepared in advance, crossed his legs, and clasped his hands on his legs. He said, June wants to discuss business with City Lord Mo. Business? Yes, it's a big business. Chapter 1094. Mo Shangxing was at a loss. June Changshao actually took the initiative to discuss business with him, and it was a very big business deal at that. No, there must be a trap. It could be a trap or a trick to extort him. Sigh. The promised trust between people was ruined by June Changshao just like that. June Patriarch. Mo Shangxing said, I'm not a businessman, and I don't know anything about doing business. This was an elegant and tactful rejection, mainly because he was worried that the other party would cheat him. Don't worry, City Lord Mo. June Changshao could also hear it, and said seriously, doing business with June will only make you a lot of money. You definitely won't lose out. The more he said this, the more Mo Shangxing felt that he was being cheated, so he smiled awkwardly and said, if June Patriarch wants to do business, it's better to find someone else. I'm really not cut out for this. All right. Seeing that he was unwilling, June Changshao turned and left. Sigh. He sighed and said, June can only take the pills that can heal people instantly and find other planes to trade. Wait a moment. Mo Shangxing said, what did June Patriarch just say? June Changshao turned around and held up his right hand. There was a bottle of healing pills on it, and said, "This item is called the instant healing pill. Any injuries that are seriously injured or on the verge of death can be healed instantly after taking it. It's really a must-have and must-have pill for martial artists when traveling and robbing." Mo Shangxing was dumbfounded by this sudden promotion. It wasn't that he hadn't seen all kinds of healing pills, but a pill that could heal injuries instantly was a bit ridiculous. Or could it be that this guy thought he had no intelligence at all and casually took out a normal pill to fool him and then forced him to buy and sell? If Jun Changshao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be depressed. Am I really such a bastard now? I was being misunderstood when I was doing business seriously? City Lord Mo, if you don't believe me, you can let a yellow class, wounded person test it. Mo Shangxing was silent for a while, then gave a look to the old man beside him. The old man hurriedly left, then went to the stronghold to find a severely injured martial artist who had fainted. In this day and age, if one didn't have any injured members at home, they would be too embarrassed to greet others when they went out. June Patriarch, Mo Shangxing said, "This subordinate of mine was injured in a place of opportunity and has been in a coma for several years. Can the instant healing pill cure him?" Jun Changshao said confidently, "As long as your realm meets the requirements, as long as you still have a breath of life left in you, you can instantly stand up and regain your former glory as a man." Mo Shangxing waved his hand and said, "Carry him out and let Jun Patriarch treat him." Yes. The old man brought the wounded out of the stronghold and laid them flat on the ground. Jun Changshao walked over and casually glanced at the other party. He immediately determined that the other party was severely injured. If not for the special method used to forcefully hang on to life, the other party would have long been dead. Did he not believe in his pills, so he purposely gave him a super sick person? Jun Changshao shook his head, took out a healing pill, and said, "Please open his mouth." The old man walked up and opened the unconscious martial artist's mouth. He thought to himself, "This person's meridians are broken, and his injuries are extremely severe. How can he be cured without a miracle pill?" And Mo Shangxing thought so too. As long as Jun Changshao's pills were useless, he had a reason to reject the deal. After all, he was not a fool, and would not allow himself to be forced to sell. "Xiu!" Jun Changshao flicked his finger, and the healing pill flew into the mouth of the severely injured martial artist. He said, "Everyone, it's time to witness a miracle." Pooh! The injured martial artist who took the pill immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his face became even paler. The old man hurriedly retreated and said angrily, "City Lord, the pill is poisonous." Jun Patriarch, Mo Shangxing's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a low voice, "You're no fun like this." Although it was a healing pill, it was actually a poisonous pill, and it even worsened the injuries of his subordinates. This was definitely not a business deal. This was definitely a troublemaker. Yes, you have people above you, but after that incident, they did not provoke you. Even if you want to bully people, you can't bully people like this. Or did you, Jun Changshao, really think that the Nine Heavens continent is a soft persimmon and came to pinch us for no reason? This was intolerable. At that moment, Mo Shangxing's body surged with a strong anger, and he roared, "Jun Changshao, don't! Shua!" At that moment, the injured martial artist who spat out black blood opened his eyes, and then straightened his body, his face and eyes showing a "Who am I? Where am I? Where is this place?" expression. The martial artists of the Nine Heavens continent were dumbfounded. Their companion, who was on the verge of death, actually magically sat up, and from the gradually rosy complexion, it was obvious that he was fine. Mo Shangxing saw his subordinate suddenly stand up, and hurriedly swallowed back the words he was about to say under the control of his anger. So he almost suffered a backlash and spat out blood on the spot. The old man who said that the pill was poisonous was also dumbfounded. A person who was about to die and could only rely on the vitality array to forcibly prolong his life was instantly fine after taking the pill. This was simply unbelievable. This was simply seeing a ghost. City Lord Mo. Jun Changshao said, "You can check his injuries." Shua. The old man hurriedly strode over and clasped the wrist of the martial artist who was at a loss. After the most careful examination, he turned to look at the city lord and said in disbelief, "He recovered!" In fact, even if he did not check, Mo Shangxing could see it. Jun, where was he? Where was he? Jun Changshao had already disappeared from the scene, and the post-production team drew a human-shaped, dotted line in the area where he was standing at the beginning. City Lord Mo hurriedly released his spiritual sense and found that the guy had already flown away, and said, "Since City Lord Mo is not good at doing business, Jun has to find another buyer." Jun Patriarch. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, wait!" Such a miraculous pill. Even if Mo Shangxing was not good at doing business, he could realize how invaluable it was. Negotiate. He must negotiate. In the open space outside the stronghold of the Nine Heavens continent, the negotiation table was set up. Jun Changshao, who was kindly persuaded to stay, sat down, put his hands on the table, and said, "Jun doesn't like to beat around the bush. 1 second quick heal pill is 5,000 hexagram stones." The price given to the Lingyuan continent was 100,000 spirit stones per million, but here it was 500,000 spirit stones per million, and it was the highest grade of spirit stones. It was obvious that Go Sheng was very loyal to his friends who had established a revolutionary friendship. This, and Mo Shangxing was a little hesitant. Jun Changshao said seriously, "To cultivate a yellow character, if converted to hexagram stones, it's probably worth more than 5,000 hexagram stones. With the second quick heal pill, it's equivalent to giving them an extra life. If City Lord Mo thinks the price is too high, Jun can only find someone else to cooperate with." As he said this, he got up and was about to leave. "Jun Patriarch." Mo Shangxing hurriedly asked, "How many of these quick heal pills do you have?" To cultivate a yellow character martial artist, not only did it require a lot of spirit stones, it also required a long time. Of course, he knew the value of the second quick heal pill, which was equivalent to an extra life. "How much does City Lord Mo want?" Jun Changshao asked back. Mo Shangxing thought for a moment, then raised a finger and said, 10,000. Jun Changshao almost fell off his chair. 10,000 quick heal pills was equivalent to 50 million hexagram stones, not to mention that he could cultivate the space-time larvae into the sky. The rest could be given to the Sect disciples to cultivate. Old Yuan, I love you to death. Without Yuan Gongzi's suggestion, Jun Changshao wouldn't have thought of coming to the battlefield to find a big plane to do business. After all, he was a big shot. Although Jun Changshao was excited, he looked calm on the surface. Then he put on a thoughtful expression and said, "City Lord Mo, we do have 10,000 quick heal pills, but it will take some time." "How long?" 1 or 2 months. Chapter 1095. Jun Changshao didn't expect Mo Shangxing to ask for 10,000 healing pills. That was a huge amount, and he didn't have that many in stock. Ever since he got the formula for high-grade healing pills, he ordered Li Qingyang to make them. But the production rate wasn't high due to the limited number of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, when he made these pills, he hoped that his disciples would have an extra life in the interdimensional battlefield. Because not many people went in, he didn't think about mass production. This business discussion gave Jun Changshao a reminder. He had to pay attention when he went back. Even if his disciples were rarely injured, he had to prepare enough supplies. Jun Patriarch. Mo Shangxing said seriously, "I hope that our cooperation will be pleasant and not play tricks." What he meant was, "I'm not stupid, don't trick me." He was mainly worried that if he didn't have enough of these miraculous pills, he would pass them off as normal healing pills. Jun Changshao leaned over, raised a palm, and swore. Jun Changshao have always been honest when doing business. If I play any tricks, I'm willing to be struck by lightning. June Patriarch, you're too serious. Mo Shangxing said that, but he relaxed a little. However, when the day of the transaction came, he would definitely check carefully. After all, his spirit stones didn't just fall from the sky. City Lord Mo Jun Changshao tapped his finger on the table and said, "Just give me the cost price of the healing pill that the warrior from your continent took." System. That was clearly used to promote products and experiment, but he was shameless enough to ask for the cost price. How much? $49.99. The cost price and the market price were only one pill apart. This was AF * King Profiteer. At first, Jun Changshao wanted to sell body-shaping pills and soul-shaping pills, but the healing pills alone were enough, so he didn't consider trading them. Elder Wei. After returning to the sect, he said seriously, "The scale of the herb farm needs to be increased, and the planting of herbs needs to be sped up." Yes. Elder Wei hurriedly called for Page and began to expand the scale of the medicinal field. He also ordered the members to plant a large number of medicinal herbs that were used to refine high-grade healing pills. Little fellow. Jun Changshao came to the study room and placed a hexagram stone on the table. He said, "If you have enough spirit stones like this, how long will it take for you to grow?" 10 days. The space-time larva said without hesitation. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Tens of millions of hexagram stones. If it were him, it would take an unimaginable number of days to absorb them. Yet it had eaten them all in 10 days. That was a little terrifying. Who? Sitting on the chair, Jun Changshao pondered. Even if I can refine 10,000 healing pills in 2 months at the latest, according to Elder Zhen and Xinyao's calculations, there's still some time before the soul race's continent breaks the seal. However, if there are unforeseen circumstances, it will be troublesome. One had to consider everything thoroughly. After thinking for a while, Jun Changshao hurriedly ordered Zhen Dejuan and Shengguan Xinyao to head to the northern desert state and set up a large number of defensive and offensive formations within the ancient formation to prevent the soul race from breaking it in advance. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi suggested, "If the soul race breaks the seal, they will definitely invade on a large scale. I think we can set up a fortified city fortress in advance and send an army to guard it for a long time. This way, we can defend it immediately." Makes sense. Jun Changshao put his hand on his shoulder and said, "I really have to thank the Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master for kicking out such a big talent like you." Yuan Gongzi was silent. In his heart, he roared, "I was kicked out because of you." When he first joined the sect of all times, he was more or less conflicted. However, during this period of time, he had a deeper understanding of the sect. He gradually realized that even the 1 black and 2 black in charge of the cafeteria were king teammates. What shocked Yuan Gongzi the most was the patriarch actually dared to become enemies with the world for a disciple. This kind of domineering aura was not something that the Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master could compare to. Yuan Feng, I followed the right person. Old Yuan, our relationship is like Bo Lu and a horse. It's easy for us to work together to achieve great things. Jun Changshao said, "Think about it carefully. Isn't the scene of me, the Bo Lu, riding a horse like you on the grassland very heroic? Isn't it very bloodthirsty?" Yuan Gongzi collapsed. "You're riding me on the grassland. How am I supposed to imagine such a scene?" Relying on the space-time worm to open up the space-time tunnel first and kill their way in. This method was feasible, but there was no guarantee that the other party would not attack first. Therefore, Yuan Gongzi's suggestion of building high walls and accumulating food was very good. City, Lord Sunday in the hall. Jun Changshao handed over 200,000 artificial spirit stones and said, "The sect of all times has business with many sects in Guizhou. Please allow us to build a city in the desert as a transfer station for ores." This, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, fell silent. His name was Sun Shizheng, the city lord of Deqian's royal city. In name, he was also the boss of the northern desert state. With Page and Li Qingyang, building a military fortress was easy. However, it was their territory after all. How could they let you build a city with great fanfare? With the strength of Jun Changshao and the Sect of all times, City Lord Sun might immediately admit defeat if they came to visit and spoke with a more serious tone. However, he would still choose to spend money to do things. After all, he was not an unreasonable person. Too little. No. City Lord Sun took 100,000 and pushed the other 100,000 over. He said seriously, the desert environment is harsh and not suitable for living. Since Jun Patriarch has plans to build a city, he actually doesn't need so many spirit stones. All right then. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, City Lord Sun." After leaving, Sun Shijing shook his head and said, "There are sandstorms all year round in the desert. Is Jun Patriarch burning money by building a city there as a transfer station?" A few days later, Li Qingyang rushed to the desert with all kinds of tools and measured against the harsh environment. Soon he came up with dozens of plans. "Let's build it," Jun Changshao said. "Yes." Therefore, a large number of construction materials were transported to the desert. Because they wanted to build a military fortress, the materials chosen were mainly sturdy. Li Qingyang was in charge of construction, Page was in charge of reclamation, and Jun Changshao was not idle either. He ordered the Array Formation Hall to set up the super teleportation array to ensure that the city and the Sect of all times could be connected. This is a big project. Elder Zhen led Shangguan Xinyao and the other members and started to get busy. Because of the limited power, the super teleportation array could not teleport too far. They could only set up one at a certain distance until they reached the northern desert state. Hall Master Fan. Jun Changshao said, "All kinds of weapons need to be infused with souls as soon as possible." Okay. After infusing souls into Li Qingyang and the others' exclusive weapons, Fan Yezi had been infusing souls into other weapons every day. Although he was very busy, his life was very fulfilling. The originally peaceful Sect of all times suddenly became serious with Jun Changshao's continuous arrangements. There was even the rhythm of a war. Time flies like an arrow, fleeting by like a white steed. A month later, a city seemed to appear out of thin air in the desert of the northern desert state. From afar, it looked like a lion entrenched in yellow sand. The 4 main city gates in the east, west, south, and north were engraved with the words, Aeon City. Patriarch. On the city gate tower, Li Qingyang introduced, because this city is used for defense, there are fewer goose houses and more barracks. It can accommodate 1 million soldiers without a problem. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction. Although a more professional manager had come to the Sect, he still loved his second disciple the most because he could always complete the task perfectly and never let him down. Chapter 1096. Oh my God! This is too unbelievable. The patriarch of the Tsangsha sect, Grand Elder, Old Monster Su, and the others stood in the newly built Aeon City. Their faces were filled with shock. The desert was known for its harsh climate in the northern desert state. At least 200 days in a year, it would be filled with dust and sand. Jun Patriarch actually built a magnificent city here. No, didn't he say it was going to be a transfer station for or trading? Why did it feel like a sturdy military base? Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't dare to say or ask. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, if you have or trading in the future, you can come to Aeon City. Building the city was to better face the invasion of the soul race, but it must be used for business. Moreover, the teleportation array was basically deployed. It would be convenient to use it to transport goods in the future. Of course, as a price, it required the consumption of artificial spirit stones. In this aspect, Jun Changshao didn't lack at all. He could even use elixirs to do business with the major planes. He didn't even put natural spirit stones in his eyes. In this world where dozens of natural spirit stones were enough to make martial artists happy, Jun Changshao had already gone to trade with the high-level planes. The gap was too big. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, we have cooperated for a long time. If you encounter any big trouble in the future, you can come to Aeon City to avoid it. Feng Feisha and the others cupped their hands and said, Thank you. In their hearts, they were muttering, Why doesn't Jun Patriarch wish me well? If they knew about the Soul Race continent, they wouldn't think so. Instead, they would be grateful to Jun Changshao. The construction of Aeon City caused quite a stir in the northern desert state and even the entire Falling Star continent. Many forces guessed that the purpose of that guy's construction was not purely for business. Since ancient times, the 9 states have always been independent. Could it be that this guy has the ambition to unify? He even dares to bully the top Taishan Xingzong. If Jun Changshao really wants to conquer the world, it doesn't seem strange at all. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Maybe it has something to do with him. All the martial artists were making their own guesses. It could be said that the bigger the hole in one's brain, the bigger the imagination. Great senior Imperial City's city, Lord Han disdained to care about the rumors spreading from the outside world. If Jun Patriarch really had the intention of unifying the 9 provinces, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He would have done it as soon as the various cultivators entered the planar battlefield. I'm the one who understands dogs. After the Millennium City was completed, Jun Changshao transferred the 4 legions of the War Cavalry Hall over to guard the city for a long period of time. At the same time, he also sent Elder Niu and 200,000 ferocious beasts to assist them. Outside the ancient array left behind by the Array Emperor, there were various thunder arrays and a sturdy city beside it. The level of defense was extremely high. Even so, Jun Changshao was still a little worried. After all, who knew how the Soul Race would invade? I have to let the space-time larva grow up as soon as possible. Then I'll go and take a look first so that I can know my enemy. The planting of medicinal herbs in the medical hall didn't stop at all. Elder Wei and the other members were busy working overtime until another half a month had passed. All kinds of medicinal herbs for refining healing pills came out one after another. Refine. Every time there were medicinal herbs in the warehouse, Jun Changshao would pull them to the maximum limit. Just like that, another half a month passed. All 10,000 healing pills were refined. There were even 2,000 or 3,000 extra. With the goods prepared, Jun Changshao hurriedly set off for the dimensional battlefield. Then he found Mo Shangxing and began the most honest business transaction. City Lord. Outside the stronghold, an extremely experienced alchemist, specially invited from the 9 Heavens continent, did a 4-hour-long examination. He transmitted his voice. These pills have the same color and spiritual energy. They should all be effective. Mo Shangxing trusted him a lot. Thus he smiled and said, I'll take all of these healing pills. But he paused and said, Can you give me a discount? 10,000 healing pills were equivalent to 50 million 6-pointed star stones. Although he was rich, if he really took them all out, it would be like asking for his life. Jun Changshao said, Since City Lord Mo wants to do business sincerely, then give me 45 million. This was a very good business partner. There might be a need for him in the future, so giving him 5 million was no problem. Okay. And Mo Shangxing said deal. He was very happy now, but after paying such a large amount of 6-pointed starstones, his heart was bleeding. After all, this was his savings of hundreds or thousands of years. It's okay. And Mo Shangxing comforted himself. When I return to the 9 Heavens continent and promote these pills, it will definitely bring in more profits. The main purpose of buying so many healing pills was not for personal use. His main purpose was to resell them. Moreover, the 9 Heavens continent's overall strength was high, and there were many emperors. Injuries from fighting were common. so it would definitely be easy to sell. City Lord Amo, happy cooperation. Jun Patriarch, happy cooperation. After the business was done, Jun Changshao immediately returned to the Sect of all times. He placed the space-time larva in a relatively independent huge formation and took out 20 million six-pointed star stones. Huff, 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 huff. Piles of spirit stones that looked like hills appeared one after another. Plop! The space-time larva directly fainted. With so much edible energy in front of it, happiness came too suddenly. It couldn't take it at all. Jun Changshao grabbed the little guy and threw it into the pile of spirit stones. If I can't eat an adult in 10 days, I'll roast you, the space-time larva said solemnly. Master, I can definitely do it. Jun Changshao nodded. Just as he walked out of the formation, he hurriedly clutched his chest and said, No, my heart hurts. That was 20 million six-pointed star stones. If it was used to develop the sect, the overall strength of the sect would definitely increase greatly. Now it was all fed to the space-time larva. The system comforted him. When this little guy can dig holes, it can enter and leave various planes at will. The benefits will definitely be far greater than what the host is paying now. That's more like it. When the space-time larva grew up, it would have the ability to open up space. This was the only thing Jun Changshao could use to comfort himself. 10 days later, the sky had just brightened. Jun Changshao woke up early and went to the back mountain without washing up. As soon as he entered the huge formation, he looked at the dull stones piled up like mountains and clutched his chest again. Ziwei, my heart hurts so much. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the endless mountain range of spirit stones trembled violently. A huge head poked out from inside. There were many small eyes on it, and its mouth was very big with sharp teeth inside and outside. Huff, huff, huff. The big guy stood up. From its shape, it looked like a worm. Master, it said proudly, now, please call me the space-time worm. F***CK. Jun Changshao exclaimed Baron Nash. Chapter 1097. Within 10 days, the space-time larva had eaten all 20 million hexagram stones and successfully evolved into a space-time worm. From the looks of it, it was very similar to Baron Nash from a game that Jun Changshao had once played. It was also a creature that players call Big Dragon. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The space-time worm stood upright, and a very special aura appeared around it, causing the spatial barrier in the formation to tremble. You can open up the space-time tunnel now? Jun Changshao asked. The space-time worm said proudly, piece of cake. Ka ka ka. As soon as it said that, its mouth full of teeth suddenly opened and bit off a piece of the spatial barrier before chewing happily. Amazing. Jun Changshao gave it a thumbs up. With his current cultivation, he could forcefully break through space, but it was just on the surface. Everything was calm and would heal on its own. The space-time worm's ability to open its mouth and eat a small hole was simply amazing. Master, where do you want to go? I can take you there. The Soul Continent. Can you determine the specific location? The space-time worm could devour deep space, but the universe was so big. Without a GPS, it might not reach its destination even if it ate until the end of time. Yes, Jun Changshao said, follow me. Aeon City. The 4 armies were training in the training field, and hundreds of thousands of beasts were scattered around the city. Although they looked indifferent, they would quickly enter battle mode when they received Xuerengui's orders. It was no exaggeration. The top armies of the various states and counties were completely powerless in front of the war cavalry hull. They were even pressed to the ground and rubbed against them. Old 3, I'm a little nervous. The Tsang San Sect disciple in charge of transporting the ores walked on the streets of the city, seeing the wolf cavalry and ferocious spirit beasts around him. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. They were used to cities full of humans. Suddenly entering a place where beasts could be seen everywhere felt like entering another world. I'm quite scared for my first time here too. The disciple called Old 3 imparted his experience. But there's no need to worry. They're very friendly and won't attack us maliciously. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flew out from the city, Lord's mansion. Behind it was a strangely shaped bug. What is that? I've never seen him before. There were many ferocious beasts in the city. The disciples of the Azure Sand Sect had heard of them before, but they knew nothing about the space-time worm that had suddenly flown out. Shwa! Shwa! Jun Changshao, who was teleported out of the teleportation array, did not greet Shwe Rengui, who was guarding the city. He directly flew out of the city and landed in the area sealed by the array. Master! As soon as the space-time worm landed, it exclaimed in surprise, "There's the aura of my race here!" Jun Changshao said, 10,000 years ago, the Soul Race used the space-time worms to break through the spatial barrier and invade the Starfall continent. I understand. The space-time worm said, Master, do you want me to use this space-time tunnel left behind 10,000 years ago to open another entrance to the Spiritas continent? Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded. The space-time worm said, Since there's already a space-time tunnel, why don't you use it to enter? Why do you want to open another one? If we use the tunnel they opened to enter rashly, we'll be easily discovered. We might even let them take the opportunity to sneak in. Jun Changshao said. The array left behind by the Array Emperor could temporarily act as a seal. If he used this tunnel to enter, wouldn't it be the same as helping them break it in advance? Go Shang would not do such a stupid thing. Understood. The space-time worm said, Master, you want to open another tunnel to sneak in. That's right. Jun Changshao was a little surprised. After this fellow evolved, its intelligence seemed to have increased a lot. As expected, the 20 million was not in vain. No, my heart hurts so much. The space-time worm said, If the space-time tunnel I opened is discovered by the Soul Race, won't it be equally troublesome? This, Jun Changshao had considered it before. The solution he thought of was to hide in various isolation arrays after entering the Spiritas continent. There was definitely a risk of being discovered by this method. But in order to get in faster, he had no choice but to take the risk and stir up a huge commotion inside. Actually, Master, you don't have to worry. The space-time worm said, I can open a hole, and I can also repair it. You can repair it? Of course. The space-time worm said, Master, if you're worried that the Soul Race will enter this tunnel that was opened 10,000 years ago, I can repair it now. I can even repair it until it's even harder than the previous spatial barrier. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. Right away, right away. During this period, he had been worried that the seal of the array formation would be broken and the Soul Race would invade. If he repaired it, he would naturally be free of worries. All right. The space-time worm dragged its huge head towards the array formation and said, Master, the array formation here is a bit of a hindrance. I have to eat it first. No. Jun Changshao hurriedly dissuaded it. Eating the array formation is equivalent to breaking the seal. It's fine. The space-time worm said, The two planes are far apart. Even if the seal is broken, it will take time for the Soul Race to rush over. By then, I will have repaired the space-time tunnel. Are you sure? I'm sure. Jun Changshao was a little worried and said, Let me see you repair it first. Crack, crack, crack. The space-time worm returned to the array formation area and opened its mouth to bite off a piece of the spatial barrier. Then, several of its eyes flickered. Then, a special light gathered in its mouth and spat it out like spitting saliva. Smack! The viscous energy stuck to the chewed area and gradually spread out. In just a few seconds, it solidified into a brand new spatial barrier. It did not even look like it had been damaged. In ancient times, Nuwa repaired the sky. Now, the space-time worm repaired the hole. Damn! Jun Changshao was shocked. So fast! The space-time worm said, Master, do you believe me now? All right. Jun Changshao said decisively, "You can go and eat the array formation. However, you have to repair it as soon as possible. If the soul race takes the opportunity to come in, you will be roasted on the oven in the next second." The space-time worm dragged its head to the array formation again and opened its teeth. The tips of its teeth shone brightly. Crack, 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 crack. Under the powerful bite, the ancient array formation that could have lasted for a long time was bitten off piece by piece. Its functions also disappeared in an instant. The Soul Continent, tens of thousands of soul race experts sat cross-legged under the huge pattern. Energy surged out of their bodies and gathered together. As if turning into a huge wooden stake, they ruthlessly bombarded the invisible seal. Boom! Suddenly, the seal that had prevented them from entering the falling star continent for tens of thousands of years suddenly shattered like a mirror. At that moment, the tens of thousands of soul race experts were confused. According to their method of gathering everyone's strength, it would take at least a few more months to break the seal. Why did the seal suddenly shatter? Whoosh! The leader of the soul race experts stood up and said excitedly, "The seal is broken. We can enter the tunnel to the falling star continent. Hurry, hurry, and inform the Empress." Yes, a subordinate hurriedly flew to the palace. "Let's go," the leader shouted. "Follow me into the tunnel and head to the falling star continent to meet with the 9 temple masters." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of soul race experts entered the space-time tunnel one after another. However, they did not expect that although the seal was suddenly broken, the entrance to the other side of the falling star continent had been completely repaired. "It's done." Jun Changshao stood in the area where the killing was howling. His expression was a little interesting. Just a moment ago, the array formation left behind by the Array Emperor and the tunnel to the Soul Race's continent was perfectly repaired after the space-time worm spat out a mouthful of phlegm. "Baby." Jun Changshao turned around, his eyes twinkling. The various strongholds on the battlefield are protected by array formations. Can you open the tunnel? The reason why he had this idea was that the ancient array left behind by the Array Emperor was broken in just a few bites. The space-time worm said proudly, "As an insect with the highest bloodline, it can even eat the deepest space, not to mention array formations." When Jun Changshao heard this, even more stars appeared in his eyes, sparkling one after another.